Open Your Eyes is brought to you by the Belize Bank. Our country, your bank. Good morning and welcome to Open Your Eyes for today, Wednesday, November 2nd. I am Sani Cayetano.
And I am Sabrina Daly. It's an unusual day for us here today. One, I'm not your regular host, but I'm also happy to be here because of what a time it is right now. It's a gloomy Wednesday morning, but we're also on the watch for Hurricane Lisa that was recently announced this morning as of early as 6 o'clock.
Yes. It is going to be an extended coverage that takes us through the better part of this morning, where we will be providing live updates to our viewers in respect of this particular weather system and its passage across Belize. From all indications, the hurricane will be making landfall a bit later today. And so, as Belizeans, we are bracing for the impact of this storm. And what I can tell you, Sabrina, is that by and large, Belizeans have been more than responsive in doing their part to prepare for this particular weather.
Right.
I was out and about yesterday in the city. My colleagues were also in other parts of the country where we were able to report on the activities that are taking place in terms of people preparing, boarding up their windows, and doing what is necessary to secure their property and, of course, their lives.
Yeah, we definitely covered the evacuation exercise that was taking place across the country. We saw close to 2,000 persons from the Keys evacuate, obviously in hopes of seeking drier, safer, higher ground. But for persons that have not done so as yet, we definitely encourage and advise you to do so. We know that Hurricane Lisa has not made landfall as yet, but is expected to do so later this evening. So you still have a bit of time, but obviously we do not encourage doing that at the very last minute at the 11th hour.
Well, for one, the arrival of persons by boat and by air from the islands has been suspended until further notice.
Right.
That was yesterday when the last vessels came in and the last aircraft landed. And
well,
so
there are the shelters that they can have access to.
Where they are in their respective communities, if I may, right? So if you are in San Pedro and you're looking for refuge outside of your residence, you can seek a shelter. Similar in Key Caulker. In Belize City, the City Emergency Management Organization, CEMO, has been fully activated. There was initial talk that they would have done so at 9 a.m., but given the fluid nature of what we're dealing with, CEMO has since been fully activated, and with that, a number of hurricane shelters across Belize City have been opened to the public. And for persons who live in low-lying areas, communities that are flood-prone, we are encouraging you to seek shelter outside of your area so that you don't have to, be inconvenienced or inconvenience person who would have to come to your aid at the very last minute. This is what we're trying to avoid.
Exactly. I absolutely agree with you, Isani. I will say, though, for persons that are sheltering at home or at shelters, to stay tuned to your devices, to try to keep abreast with the update of the storm. As you mentioned moments ago, we will be providing an extended coverage of the storm watch. So you will be able to hear from the meteorologists over at the National Meteorological Service. But also just stay close to your devices, stay close to social media to see the live updates as they go along as well.
And because this is a comprehensive coverage of what is taking place, for persons who are not necessarily tech savvy and are on social media per se, your TV and your radio are equally essential, right? You need to be able to apprise yourself of the latest information, particularly the local information that regards where you live, so that you know what your movements ought to be should the weather system pass through your neck of the woods. I would like to take this opportunity to inform some and remind many that at 9 o'clock this morning we will be joining the National Emergency Management Organization for a live press conference where Colonel Shelton DeFore and of course Chief Meteorologist Ronald Gordon will be providing the most recent update on the passage of the system and what we can expect across the coast of Belize.
Yeah, we know so far that Hurricane Lisa has the winds of 75 miles per hour. It's expected to make landfall later this afternoon or early this evening. But also, I think it will be great to find out further details of what exact time it should make landfall. Will it come, well, with further details, the level of water that it will bring. We do know that Belize is extremely flood prone, but that along with storm surges, we could definitely expect a lot of damage.
That's a key point you're raising there, Sabrina, the issue of storm surge.
Yes.
Because along with that is the rapid rise in water levels that would inundate certain parts of the city. Considering the fact, as you rightly mentioned, that we are below sea level and there are a number of flood-prone communities across the city. We look, for instance, at that area near the port of Belize,
yes,
along Cesar Ridge Road. We look at other areas such as Gungulung.
Yeah, we covered yesterday Crewman Lagoon.
We look at Crewman Lagoon, that area as well. What is interesting about the Crewman Lagoon area in particular is the fact that it's a community that's built over water. The lagoon is a natural catchment for water in that area of Belize City. And because of land issues, persons have opted to develop, perhaps albeit illegally, over that watershed. And so with the weather coming in and the torrential rains, you will expect that the water in that area will rise. And so that's just one.
Yeah.
Gungulung is another, where it's not necessarily a catchment, but it's a low-lying area, and it is expected that waters would rise in that community as well. And so these are some of the things that we're looking at. I'd like to take this moment to inform as well that we will be having teams on the ground this morning. I know that my colleagues from the newsroom will be deployed to various areas across Belize City and its environs to get a first-hand feel and a look at what is taking place. So you will be seeing reporters in the Ladyville area, for instance. You'll also see them in Hattieville and the peripherals of Belize City. So we will do this in an attempt to bring as close and as detailed a coverage as possible so that you understand where we are and what's happening. There are a number of models that are out there in terms of the trajectory of the weather system. We will go primarily by what is being shared by the National Meteorological Service so that we can safely say that their model is what we will be going by.
Right. So as you mentioned, you can look out for our newscast tonight at 6 o'clock, where we will be providing further coverage on the sights and sounds of the country, of Belize City, what's happening, how we are preparing for the arrival of Hurricane Lisa. I do want to go back, though, to what you were mentioning about particular areas where are flood prone. We covered last night Crewman Lagoon, and we were also able to see that there are persons that have decided to stay in their locations that are particularly a bit more risky. So that being said, we want to again remind you that if you are in any way in one of these areas, to please consider relocating to a shelter.
If I could speak quickly, Sabrina, if you allow me, to this particular image that we're seeing on screen here. This is an area behind the George Price Highway, near mile 2, I would say, mile 2 or 3, somewhere thereabout, just before the roundabout, right?
Right.
This individual is visually impaired, and he recently suffered a stroke. he is being cared for by his common law wife and his mother-in-law. And their situation is abject, right? We're speaking about the idea of persons sheltering in a public facility, in this case at a school.
Right.
The closest shelter for this family would be over at Unity Presbyterian, that is in the Antelope Street Extension area, which is also the hurricane shelter that residents who live in the Crewman Lagoon area would also access. In his particular case, what I found interesting is the fact that he has opted to weather the storm at home because he has concerns based on his impairment. The fact that he cannot see, he's not properly mobile. He doesn't want to go to a public shelter where he believes that other people there would take advantage of him based on his disabilities. So I think there are some people, Sabrina, who are making these choices based on their individual circumstance.
Right.
I look at another location that I visited yesterday on the waterfront, right next to the Esso Fuel Depot, where there's an elderly family there, Mrs. Lorna Nixon and her husband, Mr. Ivan Suazo, who have been living there for decades. In the case of Ms. Nixon, it's from her childhood. And their situation is equally as deplorable. But notwithstanding their own efforts that they were making yesterday, they have opted to seek refuge elsewhere. And in this particular case, the closest shelter for them would be St. John Vianney, which has been opened as well, based on what Simo shared with us earlier, as a hurricane shelter for persons living in the Port Loyola community.
Right. You make a valid point. There are persons that will choose the best interest of them. You know, they will choose for their best interest, and we just have to respect that. And also, we know that we have the CMO on hand and available in the event that there is a need for them to be deployed for rescue. But in the meantime, I guess we could discuss our preliminary lineup for our show this morning.
Well, we have, as we've mentioned, an extended show this morning as we cover all things Lisa. We will be joined a little bit later in the show by former forecaster. He's retired, our good friend Frank Tench.
Yes, he's no stranger to storms.
To storm coverage, and he comes with a wealth of knowledge. He will be able to break down for us what this means in real time in terms of the passage and the movement of the system and its path, right? And so that's a conversation I will look forward to simply because of its informative and educational nature. People are going to be tuned in to get an understanding of what this really means in terms of where they live and what access they have, right? So aside from that, we also have the chairperson for the Keycaulker Village Council who will be joining us virtually as well.
Yes.
Selene Villanueva Pot, and she will be describing for us and sharing with us what plan of action is being implemented and carried out at the moment on the island of Keycaulker.
Yeah, and then we close, of course, with the National Emergency Management Organization that will be discussing their strategy in place to help us in the event that we need it.
There is one other thing that I want to reflect on quickly, and that was the message of the Prime Minister yesterday. I know it came a little bit later in our newscast, but we were able to air that message from the PM, and I think for many it is comforting that the leader of government is able to come forward and provide certain assurances on behalf of his administration for the country of Belize and persons who will ultimately be affected by this particular weather. You would recall that for the better part of yesterday, NEMO officials as well as the Chief Met Officer met with the Briceño administration in cabinet to provide presentations of what can be expected.
Yes.
And I believe that that informed the message that the PM imparted on the Belizean citizenry.
Yeah, definitely. I have to go back to what you were saying about just appreciating a message of comfort from our Prime Minister. These are unprecedented times, and just having come out of what feels like the whirlwind of a pandemic, we're now stepping into the whirlwind of a hurricane. So I think more than anything, just having our leader there beside us, supporting us, and just trying to make sure that we're all safe and ready to take on whatever comes with Hurricane Lisa, it's good to know.
So another point to make is the fact that the Red Cross is also on standby. Normally, in the case where there's a natural disaster, the Red Cross provides emergency relief in terms of being able to visit the locales that are affected and provide the kind of assistance for residents of those particular areas, either with food, either with other resources that they may need to be able to begin the recovery process in the event that they have lost quite a lot, if not everything. Right? So that's another thing that we'll be focusing on at some point during our coverage, either today or tomorrow. This evening is going to be critical simply because it is the expected time that the weather system, Hurricane Lisa, will be making landfall. There is a slide, a projection that indicates that the weather system, and there we have it, is moving in our direction, which would be more towards central Belize, Belize City included, right? So this evening, we will begin to feel stronger winds. We will be getting torrential rains. And of course, persons have a closing window of opportunity to be able to seek higher ground, to be able to seek shelter in Belize City. And for those who are considering leaving Belize City by land at this point, there are evacuation routes that have been designated that will take you either to the Philip Goldson Highway if you're planning to head north, or the George Price Highway if you're heading westward. And the highway at some point, and of course the public transportation that will be able to shuttle you out of Belize City, will come to a close at some point today.
Right.
Right. So if you are considering leaving Belize City, then perhaps the earlier you're able to do so, the better it would be for you and your family.
Definitely. Well, I guess we could go straight into now a weather update from the National Meteorological Service. We do have Derek Redon on the line with us that will be giving us the update so far.
Good morning, forecaster Redon.
Good morning. Yes, it is. I am.
How are you doing, Mr. Redon?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I guess we could go into the thick of it right away. What's the general situation that we have so far?
Okay, well, the main feature of interest continues to be now Hurricane Lisa, because it was recently upgraded at 6 a.m. to a hurricane. And that is heading our way and should come on shore sometime this evening.
Okay. Give us a synopsis of what we're looking at in terms of perhaps the wind speed, in terms of the amount of rainfall to be expected, and the general direction in which this particular system is traveling.
Okay. At 6 this morning, it was upgraded to hurricane status, and it was about 100 miles east-southeast of Belize City, moving west at 15 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. So generally speaking, the weather should deteriorate during today, and the worst of it should be this evening or early tonight.
Do you have an idea what particular time we could expect the arrival of the hurricane?
Landfall should be around 6, maybe 5, 6 or something like that.
Okay. Is there any likelihood?
I'm saying that wind should increase during the day and eventually reaching hurricane conditions by this evening.
Okay.
Is there a likelihood, forecaster Rudon, that the system can change trajectory? I mean, it's several hours away, but is there any possibility of it being able to shift direction to another part of the country, either northward or westward or southward in this case?
Well, not much. It could shift a little north or south, but not by too much.
Okay.
Would you have an idea of the time span that it takes after it makes landfall for it to fully cross over the country?
At the present speed, it should cross in, and if it's going at 15 miles per hour, they're expecting it to slow down a bit. But by tomorrow morning, it should clear us.
So basically, we have to sit it out during the night, or just try to sleep it off if you can.
Right.
So we have experienced at least a few Category 1 storms in the past, and I don't know that it would be proper to make any comparison between what we can expect this time around and what we've been through before, because I would assume that each storm comes with its own factors in terms of how devastating it can be based on where it makes landfall and what have you. If you were to, at this point, share any advice with persons living in any of these particular communities that stand to be affected by the passage of this storm, what would your primary advice be?
Well, my advice would be to, if your house is strong enough and high enough, stay there. But if you know that you're in a low-lying area and that 6 or 7 feet of water will put you in trouble, then you should move. If your house isn't too strong to withstand the winds of a minimum hurricane, then you also should move. So you should go to a shelter or go to a friend's house or something like that.
Forecaster Rudon, we know that the hurricane is directed toward the coast of Belize, but is there any particular area of the country that should expect maximum rainfall?
Near the center and to the north of the center.
Can you contextualize that for us, perhaps in terms of looking at a map?
Okay. So at present, then, the center is forecast to make landfall south of Belize City, somewhere just to the south of Belize City.
Okay.
So that area, Belize District, I would say, and anywhere else north should get the brunt of the rainfall.
Oh, wow.
Central and northern parts of the country.
Is there, aside from Lisa, is there any other system that we should be closely monitoring? I know that there's something else that's forming out there.
Yeah, there's a storm in the Atlantic, but that is not really a concern to us at this time.
Okay.
So Lisa is the main thing right now for us.
All eyes are on Lisa. Okay. Is there anything else you want to share with us, forecaster?
No. The only thing is to tell the general public out there to be safe. To if they have to move this morning, move early, and because when the storm bears down on us, then it's kind of hard to move or impossible.
Right. All right. Well, thank you so much, forecaster Derek Rudon. We will continue to follow the update of Hurricane Lisa, and yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So as I was saying earlier, Sabrina, we've experienced quite a few Category 1 storms before, and there was one in fairly recent memory that, I believe it was Earl, if I'm not mistaken, that caused severe damage in the area of Vista Del Mar and Ladyville.
Right.
And even certain parts of Boreal Boom in the Belize River Valley area.
That was about 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Having been a resident of Boreal Boom, I would remember that.
Mm-hmm. And the havoc that wreaked before, during, and after, you would recall that some persons who live in the Vista del Mar area waited for the absolute last minute for them to request emergency evacuation. And I say that to say this: when persons are adamant at staying put in an area where they are aware that it may be under threat, even before the passage of this particular storm, when you remain fixed on wanting to stay in that particular home or that building or what have you, and then you begin to realize that the water, the wind, and all these factors are coming towards compromising where you are, and you call for help, not only are you endangered in that particular instance, but you're also endangering the lives of the responders. In this particular case, if I'm to reflect back, members of the Belize Defense Force were called out at the last minute to go into that area to rescue people who were stranded on rooftops, who were stuck inside their homes, notwithstanding the fact that quite earlier there was a call for these people to evacuate from that area. So I am hoping that for many of us, it's a lesson learned that we should not wait until the 11th hour for us to be able to move to find safe refuge, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess we could reiterate that we know, based on the call from the National Meteorological Service, that Hurricane Lisa is projecting its path towards Belize City, Belize District. Over here on the screen, we just displayed the national shelters that are available to us. So please revise yourself with that. We also want to encourage persons, wherever you are, to send us photos of the state around you whenever rainfall and the winds do pick up. Of course, don't go outside to do that, but you can send it to our social media. You can also send it to our tip line, which is 672-5555.
We're in for the long haul today, Sabrina. There's a likelihood that you and I and our production team would have to remain hunkered here once, you know, the system is upon us, right? But the good thing about that for us in the line of our duty is that we would be able to provide our viewers with the up-to-the-minute information, right? And I use this opportunity to remind people that we are out there in terms of being able to visit these areas. I cannot assure you that we will be there when the storm actually passes, because each of us are responsible for our individual safety. And so before then, we will be doing everything to be able to bring these stories to the masses of our viewers. We also take every opportunity to remind people of safety. Safety is paramount, right? The safety of your homes, your loved ones, your pets, and whatever other assets that you're trying to protect. You have to think safety in this particular instance. And if you have an emergency plan for your family, this should have already been activated.
Yeah.
Right? Coming to work this morning, I don't see any stores opened. Most of them have already been shuttered. So if you did not get an opportunity to purchase your emergency supplies yesterday, then you're considerably behind the ball today.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know, it kind of takes me back to my childhood. I was thinking this morning, as a young girl, what it was like in the rural areas preparing for a storm to arrive. And I'm not sure if it's significant to Belize City or everywhere. But I can remember my mom kneading in the night, you know, preparing those dough to bake bread and stuff like that, to just have stuff readily available. I can also remember filling buckets of water. So we do hope that you guys have also prepared yourself in that way.
Speaking of water, Belize Water Services Limited issued a warning yesterday, or perhaps a notice, it's a better word. They issued a notice yesterday for most of us as residents to be able to secure potable water because there's a likelihood, there's a chance that the water will be cut off in affected areas, right? So again, we're closely monitoring the projected path of this storm, and if you are in that line, then you should take heed that you should be able to, by now, have either bought your 5-gallon bottles of water, filled your buckets, or whatever it is you need to ensure that you have potable water at your home or at your shelter or wherever it is that you're seeking that kind of refuge.
We also got an update from the Belize Electricity Limited saying that they would do their best to ensure that we have electricity, but also it's considered that it would be inevitable that we would have some power outage. So also be prepared for that. We hope that you have your flashlights ready, that your gadgets are charged, that you are able to stay close to a device. If it's a radio, to just be listening and tuning in. Yeah.
So the utilities are also working closely to ensure that telecommunications, for instance, remains on, in a manner of speaking, that things are intact the way they ought to be, right? Because people will be communicating with each other during this time.
Yes.
You have persons in country, you have persons abroad who want to follow up on the well-being of their loved ones and what have you. And so communication at this point is equally critical. In the event that the services go down, NEMO has already made mention that communication can be done by radio. And so persons in that particular case would be encouraged to either listen to what the radio would be saying in terms of the areas that are affected, in terms of movement. And I'll stick a pin on movement because it has also been strongly recommended and advised that people remain indoors as much as possible today.
Yes.
So while there's not a formal restriction on movement per se, you are being advised that if you don't have to go anywhere today, then it's best that you remain indoors, right? Movements for the most part would be limited to essential services. The police, the Belize Defense Force, the Coast Guard, doctors and nurses and other people who work on the front line. It would be primarily set aside for those people who are traversing to and from work or are venturing into certain areas to provide the kind of assistance that persons who need to evacuate and what have you need. So if you're not in that particular category of an essential worker, then it's best that you remain where you are for the remainder of the day.
And if you are moving around, we want to definitely discourage you from walking through waters. Aside from it being terribly unhealthy, you could also become at risk of falling down, of slipping, and as you mentioned, just generally try to stay indoors where it's safest. We also want to mention, though, that we will be out visiting the shelters as well, so our viewers will be able to get a first-hand view of what that is like for persons that had to evacuate for safety.
What we will do at this point, we will take our first commercial break, perhaps our only commercial break, as we don't intend to break our coverage going forward. We will take a commercial break at this point, and when we return, we will be joined by retired forecaster Frank Tench, who will be sharing with us more details in terms of what we can expect via this particular weather system. Stay tuned.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
The season where allies become rivals is here. Get ready for the FIFA World Cup 2022. Enjoy exclusive discounts on TVs and accessories just in time for the World Cup. Whether you're on the market for a 32 or 65-inch TV or one in between, we have all the sizes in stock now. 32-inch TCL Smart TV start at only $519 and 32-inch Samsung Smart TV at only $599. Love the game even more when you upgrade your entertainment experience with our Premier TV wall mount starting as low as $39 and our affordable surge protectors for only $35. Take advantage of these deals and visit us at any of our Cellular World stores in Belize City, Belmopan, and San Pedro, or shop with us via our virtual store using Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at 615-5141. Promotion ends December 17th.
Do you qualify for Amnesty 2022? This is your opportunity to find out. You qualify if you are registered as an asylum seeker with the Refugee Department before the 31st of March 2020, residing in Belize before the 31st of December 2016, have children born in Belize on or before the 31st of December 2021, completed your education in Belize, married to a citizen of Belize for a year or more, living in a common law union with a citizen of Belize for 5 years or more, referred by the Department of Human Services, gainfully employed in Belize for 5 years. To find out more on how to apply, go online to www.immigration.gov.bz. Be prepared. The registration period will be from the 2nd of August to the 30th of November 2022. Belize Amnesty 2022. Let's continue to build Belize together.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up, and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the soil, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come. Thriving, abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
And welcome back. As we mentioned prior to our commercial break, this morning we are joined on set by retired weatherman Frank Tench, a good friend of ours here on the Open Your Eyes set. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning,
Tench.
Sunny. Good morning, Sabrina.
How are you doing? Yeah.
I'm okay. I'm happy.
All things considered. Before we get into our discussion with you this morning, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform our viewers that what would have been our 9 o'clock press brief with the NEMO officials has now been moved up to 8 o'clock. So it is now 12 minutes after 7 o'clock. In the next 48 minutes or so, we will be joining that particular press conference live to bring you the latest from NEMO and what we can expect going forward. That being said, good morning once again, Mr. Tench. What can you begin with in terms of sharing with us what we're seeing and what we can expect over the next few hours?
Okay, the weather is currently not pleasant, and it's not expected to get any better as the day wears on. Hurricane Lisa continues on its consistent path in a direction towards Belize. So we've been having bouts of showers and thunderstorms since last night, and those showers will continue, and they ought to get even more intense and severe, especially this afternoon going into tonight, when we expect the storm to make landfall along the coast of Belize. This storm has been undergoing slow intensification during since Monday, and I think this morning the most recent report had it intensifying to minimal hurricane category 1. It still has some real estate to cover before it makes landfall, so there's also the option for further intensification before it makes landfall. And therefore the watchfulness that we've all been exerting should continue.
When we say a minimal category 1 hurricane, it does not speak to the strength of the system in terms of its potential impact, correct? Because we don't know what this will bring along with it in terms of the damage. We could predict the amount of rainfall that is associated with the system, but we don't know how destructive it will be.
That's right. The impacts don't correlate linearly with the strength of the storm, and I use the term minimal just based on the fact that it's just reached 75 mile per hour maximum sustained winds, which is at the lower end of what they call a category 1 hurricane. I think the upper limit for a category 1 hurricane is 94 miles per hour. So it's really and truly, in terms of categorization, a minimal hurricane. But yeah, you're right. The impacts don't correlate with me saying that it's a minimal hurricane. And those impacts, I'll take it out of your mouth. It wouldn't mean things like flooding, wind damage, storm surge. All of those are impacts that can vary from storm to storm.
Something feels a bit different, and it may not necessarily be unique to these kinds of weather systems, but the fact that we're expecting it to make landfall this evening, going into the nighttime, and not necessarily at night, because in recent times we've experienced tropical storms and hurricanes passing during the course of the night and not necessarily in the evening. Speak to us about that. Is this something that is normal in terms of looking at patterns and what have you?
Storms each storm is different. And yes, we've been accustomed to storms making landfall at nighttime, but that can vary. This storm is moving relatively fast, and I believe that's one reason why Lisa could start to impact us quicker than the normal nighttime storm. Nothing unusual in that. Perhaps it might be a blessing that it's likely to make landfall in the early part of the evening, in the sense that nighttime storms tend to benefit from favorable oceanic conditions. When I say oceanic atmospheric conditions, which tend to allow some of these storms to actually intensify further during the nighttime than during the daytime. In all cases, I don't see this storm making landfall during the daytime. My estimation would be anywhere, say, between 6 o'clock this evening and maybe 9, 10 o'clock tonight, which is basically nighttime. But a lot of ferocious hurricanes tend to intensify late in the night, say late night, early morning, and they benefit from the warm oceanic atmospheric temperatures. Many times, even an ordinary tropical storm can benefit more from the oceanic temperature to allow it to intensify more during the nighttime. So that could be a silver lining in the sense that this storm is likely to make landfall in the early part of the evening rather than the late part of the evening, or going into, say, Thursday morning.
Mr. Tench, do you have an estimation or prediction of the extent or the intensity of winds that we can expect when we do experience the landfall of Hurricane Lisa? Okay.
Right now, it's packing winds of maximum sustained winds of about 75 miles per hour.
Right.
And that's likely to increase. Some of the estimates I see suggest perhaps reaching 90 miles per hour winds before landfall. And one of the hurricane forecasters even suggested that it perhaps could reach a minimal Category 2 strength before landfall, which is winds of between 95 to 100 or 110 miles per hour.
Oh.
That's at the outer end of their estimations. But clearly, we're going to be dealing with a Category 1 hurricane at the moment, and 75 mile per hour winds, perhaps 80, 90 mile per hour winds at landfall.
Do you have any slides that you want to share with us to discuss the trend and the weather system that we're seeing?
Yeah, the most recent slide I got was the one with the rainfall estimates for the next 5 days. I sent it earlier this morning.
Mr. Tench, I'd like to touch on storm surges, because we were discussing briefly this morning about one of the ways that Belize is very easily affected by very slight rainfalls. In fact, we are very flood prone, but we know that with Hurricane Lisa, it is expected to also come with storm surges.
Yeah.
Could you break that down for us from your profession, what a storm surge is and how it correlates with tides?
Okay. The storm surge, okay, you have a storm coming at you, and in the case of a hurricane, the winds rotate counterclockwise. So what happens when a tropical cyclone is coming at you? The winds churn up the waters ahead of the storm, and then these waters. Remember, the storm is the winds are rotating counterclockwise. So it churns up the waters ahead of the storm, and those waters come at you with considerable force. The term used in meteorological circles to say they come at you like a battering ram. And so they're really high waves with quite high crests, and so they keep coming at you consistently. And it gets enhanced even more when they come at you or approach your coastline with a high tide. So that magnifies the wave heights, right? So this storm surge is they're usually located, storm surge floods are usually located very close to the center or the eye of the storm, which is where, in the case of this hurricane, would be close to the center of the hurricane.
Right.
So that's what the storm surge is. They're very ferocious waves with high crests, and they come at you consistently. Like the storm surge would impact the coastline, throwing waves over the seawall. If you have boats docked at a marina, they just probably lift the boats up from their moorings and just straight onto the coastline. That's what a storm surge essentially does. And it's depending on the strength of the winds near the eye or the center of the storm, that storm surge can be quite a battering ram and do quite a lot of damage. And it also brings the flood waters onshore, and the waters travel with quite a distance before they get dampened by the force of friction from the land or buildings or whatever gets in the way of the path of those waves.
So in breaking that down further, we discussed with forecaster Rodon that the center of the eye would essentially be crossing over Belize City area. So that could be predicted as the location where would receive the maximum storm surge.
Wherever the eye makes landfall, look out for the storm surge located somewhere to the north or northeast of the center. So it's crucial to know where the storm is going to make landfall before you can determine where the maximum storm surge will occur. It's often factored into the forecasts that are issued by the Hurricane Center in terms of defining the quadrants where tropical storm force winds, hurricane force winds are located. So if you have access to the most recent advisory from the Hurricane Center, that could give you an idea of where the storm surge is likely to be strongest, the extent of the storm surge from the center or the eye of the storm. I think I saw this morning hurricane force winds were extending up to about 10 to 15 miles from the center of the storm, which means that wherever the center makes landfall, look out for the storm surge, anywhere 10 to 15 miles from that center to the northeast or northwest of the center of the storm. Right now, with the projected landfall, like to be somewhere, in my estimation, somewhere around the coastal area of Northern Lagoon. That would put, say, Belize City maybe about 10, 15 miles a little north of where that storm is likely to make landfall. So that you could interpret that to mean that storm surge impact would likely be felt in some parts of coastal Belize. However, that all depends on where the storm makes landfall. You have to factor that in first before you start to say, okay, we are going to get the storm surge. You have to know where, or at least have a fairly good idea where the center is going to make landfall. Because as I said, the storm surge is very near the eye, and the forecast gives you an idea of the radius from the center where those storm surge winds are going to be, or hurricane force winds.
As a retired meteorologist, I'll ask you this question. Over the past few days, when we've been covering the press conferences, the updates, and the advisory, I think one of the primary questions that Belizeans want to know is where exactly? Where exactly? But there seems to be a reluctance on the part of the forecasters and the authorities to say this is exactly where it's going to go. Is there a reason for that? Other than what appears to me to be obvious, that the thing is fluid and it could perhaps change path at any point in time?
You just answered your question. These storms.
I was asking you because I'm not the forecaster, but I can't answer for the masses of Belizean people who want to know. So I'll kick it to you as someone who has that expertise.
No two storms behave alike, and these storms, you make a forecast about where it's likely to go, but there's always a range of possibilities. You might say, okay, I expect it to make landfall between Belize City and Dangriga, which is what I was seeing initially. I was expecting Dangriga to be the point for landfall. Now that's all changed in a matter of 24 hours.
Yeah.
So now the likelihood of that storm making landfall in Dangriga has decreased, and now it increases the likelihood of the storm making landfall closer to Belize City. Yesterday evening, I was thinking Gales Point would be the likely position for landfall. Now it's shifted a little further north, and it's because a storm in itself, it doesn't just go. You make a forecast, and the forecast itself has inherent errors in it. So it wouldn't be a wise forecaster to make a forecast that says it's going to Dangriga. End of story.
It's set in stone.
End of story. Because you set yourself up for some serious criticism if it doesn't do that, or you create a false sense of security when you say those things. So it's better to establish a range, and then after that, as the storm gets closer and closer, you can nail it down and observe the platforms that you're using, whether it's a satellite imagery, whether it's a reconnaissance aircraft, whether it's radar you're using. You use your tools to help you to nail it down. I'm not at the Weather Bureau right now, so I don't have access to the tools, but the guys there, they have access to the tools to probably be able to nail it down.
Yeah.
And so far,
and closer, the lead time also, time is also a factor too. You make a 24-hour forecast, and that has a high level of accuracy. You make a forecast for 48 hours, the level of accuracy decreases, and the range of possibilities increase. You make a forecast for 72 hours. That's why when you watch the cone of probability that the Hurricane Center issues, that cone spreads out from the initial location where the storm is, and as you go further out in time, the cone widens. The range of possibilities increase, the level of reliability increases the longer you spread your forecast beyond, say, 24 hours. A 24-hour forecast, in most cases, has a high level of accuracy. A 12-hour forecast, even better.
Even better.
Yeah, and if you're doing what they call nowcasting, where you just keep watching the radar images consistently, you can nail it down better.
And I think that speaks to our reminder to our viewers, to the public, to stay close to your devices, stay close to the radio, the television here, to get the regular updates, because as you mentioned, a 24-hour update versus a 72-hour update, so many things can change in between. What we do know, though, is that the hurricane comes with a lot of water. Is there anything that you can share in terms of the stats you have so far with expected inches of rainfall? Yeah,
I got the most recent rainfall estimates from an agency in the United States, and it's a 5-day forecast, and they're estimating rainfall amounts of between 10 to 12 inches over the next 5 days, from today going right into Saturday. And the core or the maxima of that rainfall would be just along the coastal offshore Belize City. And then the core spreads out as you go back in time. I think I had sent it to your one of your officers here, but that's the most recent. Like I said, for the next 5 days, the rainfall estimates range between 10 to 12 inches. That's quite a lot of rain.
That is a lot.
To be affecting the country for the next 5 days. With a lot of that rain likely to come tonight through Thursday, and then onwards as the storm continues further inland. We should have those accumulations over the next 5 days.
And as you mentioned, the areas that will be most affected is central of Belize.
Coastal with Belize City, areas surrounding Belize City getting the maximum.
Which is not good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
Yeah. That's right.
We're looking at outlying areas perhaps like Vista Del Mar, Ladyville. We're looking at areas perhaps including Hattieville if we're looking at the outer bands or the outer reaches of the system.
Yeah. Hattieville will be considered coastal in terms of this rainfall estimate. Yeah, it's Hattieville, the airport area, Ladyville area, and offshore coastal waters of Belize, and it's Belize City and its surroundings definitely will have the maximum. And then the core spreads out with central Belize as far west as the Kaya district, getting amongst ranging between 8 to 10 inches, and the rest of the country getting smaller amongst. Yeah. So looking at a maximum of about 10 to 12 inches, Belize City surrounding areas, 8 to 10 inches for central and other areas as far west as the Kaya district, and then the amounts decrease as you spread out north and south of the country.
You know, Mr. Tench, I'm thinking to myself, we are nearing the end of our hurricane season, but preparing for our very first hurricane for the season. And I feel like this is not the first time something like this has happened. In looking at what we call our June to November hurricane season, would you say that in the future we could anticipate an extended hurricane season with climate change?
Yeah, that thought has been thrown about quite often among meteorologists in the region about actually extending the start of the hurricane season and extending the end of the hurricane season, for the fact that storms have occurred outside of the traditional June 1st timeline and gone beyond the November 30th timeline.
Yes.
I think the year with the most storms on record was, I think, the 2005, where we had storms, I think, right into December. Yeah, and it's too early to definitively conclude that this is an effect of climate change, but climate change studies are suggesting that we're going to be dealing with more ferocious storms. Storms occurring outside of the normal hurricane season. Yeah, I think we need to have more incidents of these storms to conclude definitively, okay, yes, we need to extend the hurricane season. But that thought has been shared among meteorologists in the region for quite a few years now.
How effective has technology rendered the tracking of these systems in real time and in terms of projection?
Oh, very much. Technology has played a significant role in, one, making the track forecasts better. And when I say technology, I mean all platforms, the use of computer technology, the use of satellite imagery, and the resolution of the satellite images that are available, the type of aircraft used to go into the hurricanes, the radar systems in place, and all of these factors these are factors of technology that have helped to improve the accuracy of making track forecasts, making intensity forecasts. studies have shown that over the years, intensity forecasts are usually the hardest ones to get down to a level where you could say, all right, you're going to get an 80-mile-an-hour storm. But we've noticed over the years, with the level of technology, with the access to more and accurate data, we've been able to improve on intensity forecast, location forecast, track forecast, showing you the different model tracks where a storm is likely to go, and so on. All of these are products of the impact of technology for hurricane forecasting and weather forecasting in general.
How have we been able to, as a country, our National Meteorological Service, to adopt the use of the existing technologies? I know one of the main things we always say is, well, we are not perhaps up to par with what exists outside of the country, but the information is out there, the tools are out there. How well have we been able to adapt to what exists in order to be able to provide accurate forecasting here?
You're asking me to make a judgment call on my colleagues.
Not necessarily. I just want to be able to get an understanding of how effective we have been in terms of delivering accurate information.
Okay. Well, think back to 1961 when Hurricane Hattie hit Belize. Many of us weren't born then. And in those days, the Weather Bureau didn't have computers. The Weather Bureau didn't have satellite imagery. The telecommunication network was not as it is right now. Today we have access to computer technology. The weather charts are analyzed and prepared using computers. We didn't have the radar in the era of the 60s and the 70s when storms were impacting us. The radar, especially the Doppler radar, is a significant improvement in one aspect of technology for the service. The telecommunication network is much better. In my day at the service, we had teleprinters. These were noisy typewriters. They seem to be typing all on their own, but they are connected to receivers that just ingest information, and you had to do your analysis and forecast manually. Now that's done. You just go to our website, generate a model product, and you look at it. So we've advanced significantly from those days of the 60s and the 70s when the technology that we have now we didn't have.
That's what I was going to say, because I was brushing over the website, and I have also done that before when we've had tropical storms, and I think it would be interesting for viewers to know that you could almost have a live viewing of a storm coming to Belize. So for those that do not know, definitely head over to the National Meteorological Services website. There's a lot of information that you can get from there. If you're not waiting on social media, on Facebook to get the updates from them directly, you could do so by just checking out their website.
And yes, you touched on something very true as well. We didn't have a website. In the days of the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, the only means of getting the message out was through radio. And now we have a website that you can access the most recent forecast plus other additional data easily. And TV has played a part in actually helping us to get the message out. So there've been significant improvements over the years. Maybe if your question is, are we using it to a full extent?
Not so much, maybe.
That's for another time.
My question is the relationship between the National Meteorological Service and the National Emergency Management Organization. I think there is a strengthening of that particular union, more so now than perhaps in the past.
Okay.
In terms of coordinating and working together.
Okay.
We see more often than not these days the head of NEMO along with the chief Met officer, and together they're able to put the information out there.
Okay.
Speak to us how this has grown and how this has strengthened in terms of being able to provide the information that we're looking for.
Yeah, and that should be the ideal. That should be the ideal relationship where both agencies sing from the same hymn sheet. The Met Service is responsible for analyzing and preparing the weather information, and the sharing that information with NEMO so that NEMO can have information to do their part, which is emergency management and operation.
It goes hand in hand.
Yeah, so that would be the ideal. And if you notice that both directors sit together at the same table and share ideas, because we need to understand that the emergency management organization cannot operate unless they get timely and accurate information about things like, okay, a storm is coming, it's likely to be here in, say, 24 hours, 48 hours. They need to have that information so that they could plan on what they're going to do. Open shelters, stockpile food supplies or emergency supplies, have their agencies in readiness to act and react. I've been told by one of their directors that it's easier to stand down an emergency than to prepare for an emergency, because if you're told in advance what a storm scenario will do, you can be proactive, yeah, and have things in place. But if you don't have the information, if you're not given the information in a timely fashion to make that decision, then you're caught flat-footed. So that when you react chaotically.
Yeah.
And you don't want that. You want to be able to have the information and timely and accurate information so that you could step up your plans and be prepared. If the scenario doesn't play out, nothing wrong with that. You draw back. But in many cases, it's a wait and see approach. You leave the emergency management operators with a wait and see approach, and that's not very helpful to them. You need to be on the ball with them quickly, get the thing off the ground very quickly so that you can have your agencies prepared and alerted to react.
That's right, and we do have the National Emergency Management Organization. They will be joining us later today in our show. But we want to say thank you so much, Mr. Tench, for sitting down with us and really breaking down a hurricane, what we can expect from Hurricane Lisa, and onwards as well with the weather forecast. We want to thank you so much for that. We will jump into a very quick break, and we will be joined back with Ms. Selene Villanueva Pot. She is the chairlady of Key Cocker. She will be talking to us about the preparations that Key Cocker has been making as we wait for Hurricane Lisa. So don't go away.
Good evening, residents of Belize City. By this time, your family plans should have already been activated. Nonetheless, as the mayor of Belize City, I found it necessary to provide you with some important information as Tropical Storm Lisa quickly approaches. This update is based on information recently received from NEMO and the National Meteorological Service. As of 3 p.m. today, Tropical Storm Lisa is currently 327 miles off the coast of Belize City, moving at 15 miles per hour. It has started to move a bit faster with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, which can be considered a strong tropical storm. It is important to note that this storm is expected to strengthen even further ahead of landfall tomorrow, potentially as a strong Category 1 hurricane. It is also important to note that we could expect tropical storm winds as early as 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning. If the storm keeps its current path, the Belize district is forecasted to get at least 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. These rains will be heavy and continuous after midday Wednesday. Additionally, we are anticipating storm surge of up to 4 to 6 feet, which will be further compounded by the effects of a high tide forecasted for around 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening, when Lisa is expected to make landfall. In light of that, I would like to urge all city residents to evacuate where necessary and make use of the various shelters made available. It is my hope that residents in the following flood-prone areas would have already identified a family member in a more favorable area to take up residence with during the storm, or already have an evacuation plan in place. These areas of major concerns include the Crewman Lagoon area, the Jane Usher area, Yarborough, Belama phases 3, 4, and 5, and the Hone Park area, better known as Hangar. In conjunction with the activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the following 10 shelters will simultaneously open in order to facilitate those residents living in the aforementioned flood-prone areas, as well as other residents of the city. Maud Williams High School, Trinity Methodist Primary School, Unity Presbyterian Primary School, Palote High School, St. Joseph Primary School, All Saints Primary School, St. Martin de Porres, St. Luke Methodist School, St. John Vianney Primary School, and the Inspiration Center for those residents with special needs and diverse abilities. I strongly advise that residents take advantage of these shelters. Please do not wait until the appointed time and it is too late to seek safe shelter. We all know the risks, so let us all work to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Together, let's act early, save lives, and preserve property.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Welcome back. We are joined by Miss Selene Villanueva Pot. She is the chairlady of HECOCR, and she will be talking to us about the preparations being made over that side as they brace for Hurricane Lisa. We still have on set with us Mr. Tench as well, as we will be moving directly into the NEMO press conference, and he will be further dissecting the information that we receive from them as well.
Just as a quick update as well.
Yes.
The press conference, we understand now, has been moved back a bit to 8:30. Initially, we were saying 9, it moved to 8. They're saying now it's more than likely 8:30.
All right, great. So, Ms. Seleni, hi. Hello.
I wonder if she's with us yet. Okay, I guess we're having a bit of difficulty getting her back online with us. So perhaps we can continue with our conversation with Mr. Tench regarding the present weather that we're experiencing.
I was discussing with you, Mr. Tench, what the difference 24 hours makes, because we were talking about the Dangriga area being affected in only 24 hours ago. They were bracing for landfall and the idea of having maximum impact from the hurricane.
Yeah.
We also have Miss Selene back with us, it looks like. So we will get back to that because we do have time. But Miss Selene, can you talk to us about the preparations that have been made so far? We have no audio.
Okay, we're still experiencing some difficulties there. Can we get back to the question that we just posed to you, Mr. Tench?
Yes. The question?
Yeah, so we were saying that in a matter of 24 hours, the spotlight turned from Stone Creek to Belize City, to Belize District. Can you speak about that?
Yeah, because the forecast tracks had Dangriga as the 24 hours ago had Dangriga as the area for likely landfall, but then the tracks in the last 12 hours had the storm edging ever so slightly to the north of east, or north of due west. So it meant that forecast landfall position changed from Dangriga a little further north to Gales Point, and now it's looking like in the vicinity of the northern lagoon. It has to do with that each time you get a fix on the storm's position, they run the models again, and then it refines the track.
Yes.
So it's been refining the track and likely landfall area from further south to a little further north, slowly, but still good enough to change likely landfall. Goes back to what I said to you before. A forecaster who just makes a forecast for, say, bam, it's going to hit Dangriga, case closed.
Yeah.
Is setting him up for some severe errors and backlash. It's better to establish a range of possibilities, and then as time of opportunity narrows down, then you start to narrow your likely landfall sites.
But with the data that we have right now, and we mentioned just now that it's not the best idea to make predictions and to consider it set on stone. But with the data that we have right now, what would you say is the district that could experience the most impact versus the district that would experience the least?
Belize District, Orange Walk District, and the Kaya District. Those are the districts I think are most likely to be impacted by the hurricane in terms of wind, water, and flooding. Yeah.
And then the least would be?
Looks like the Toledo District.
The irony.
Yeah, Toledo District.
Yeah.
But we know with that also the Belize District comes the Keys that will be affected as well.
The Keys as well.
What can you say in regards to what they can expect?
Definitely, they're at risk for hurricane force winds because they are right in the path of the storm approaching. So hurricane force winds, tremendous wave heights, and to some degree storm surge could impact the Keys as well.
Especially with surrounding waters as well.
Yeah.
And we do have Ms. Pot back with us. Ms. Pot, can you hear us? We do have some challenges with technology, it seems, today.
Let's go back a bit in respect of the Keys. The fact that we're mentioning that San Pedro and Caye Caulker are equally as exposed to the hurricane winds. Expand on that a bit for us, because what we know at this point is that persons are no longer able to leave those islands for safety on the mainland.
Yeah, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. Remember, when the structure of a hurricane, you tend to have the most ferocious winds and weather located in the northeast and northwest quadrant. In a well-organized storm, the southeast and southwest quadrant, not so much. And if you look at some of the radar images, I am seeing that most of the bands of feeder band clouds or the rain bands that are currently associated with the center are located to the north, northeast, and northwest of the storm, which puts, if the center is going to make landfall, the latitude right now, the last report was 17.2. Yeah, so that's that puts places like the Keys located clearly in that northeast quadrant.
Yeah.
And then the northwest quadrant would include the coastal areas of the Orange Walk and Corozal district. So with the structure of the storm as it is right now, those are the areas that are going to receive the most impact from the storm. And of course, Belize district and city, depending on where the center makes landfall. Yeah.
All right. Well, it seems like we have with us Miss Villanueva Pot here now. Miss Elena, can you hear us?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. No, that's totally fine. We understand. So going back to our first question, what can you share with us in regards to the updates that you have been preparing for so far?
Well, yesterday we saw 681 residents leaving off the island, which we thought was sizable for one day. Of course, that's because we can't move today. So all the water taxis have stopped. So the only transportation off the island is private boat, because even the airlines have stopped. We've seen a lot of the tour guides and fishermen pull their boards ashore. We've seen a lot of hotels and homes boarded up already. So we're well underway with the preparations.
In terms of the reaction of the public, what are you hearing?
We have mixed emotions about this one. I mean, it's a direct threat, but we're still undecided if it will get here, a Cat 1, Cat 2. Having experience with Keats, that developed right in front of us in a matter of hours, I think that's where the fear stems from.
What is have you, since you woke up this morning, have you been able to perhaps move about the island to see what is the present activity that's taking place there?
Yes, the shelter opened at 7 this morning, and we have several families moving into shelters already. We are seeing the police are mobilizing. Everybody's up early. People continue to board up this morning. We have quite a few tourists on the island, which is a little bit concerning, So I hope that they find good shelter. Some of them were inquiring about shelters. Others were inquiring about which hotel would be open. If they wanted to move to like bigger hotels. So we have our work cut out for the rest of the day.
In regards to shelters, can you list the shelters that are available to the residents there in Caye Caulker?
We only have one one shelter on the island, and it's the new building of the Keycocker Roman Catholic School. So once that reaches its capacity, we will have to close, and we'll have to ask people to join, family and friends. Well, that's the first option either way.
Would you be able to give an estimation of how many persons that shelter can hold?
We're thinking about 100 max.
So take us back a bit to the evacuation of residents from the island yesterday. I know that there was a rush for persons to get off San Pedro and Keycocker on Tuesday. What was that effort like in terms of coordinating it from your end?
Well, yesterday that was all volunteer. We've never gotten to the point where it's mandatory, thankfully. So it was smooth, and everything seemed to be in order. Those people who wanted to get off, wanted to be at home in the mainland, they probably have their house in mainland, so they just, I believe they would feel safer on the mainland. And if you're not really if you don't live here so long, you don't feel comfortable, passing a storm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back a bit again, just for the benefit of our viewers. Whatever affects Keycocker overnight, what is it in place immediately for you guys to be able to respond either tomorrow morning in terms of either an assessment or in terms of providing emergency relief for persons who are directly affected by the passage of Lisa? This is for Keycocker.
Well, the first thing we'll do once the storm is over tomorrow is a damage assessment with NEMO. We have to see what exactly will be the extent of the damage. We are preparing for wave action. We're preparing for flood. We've seen a lot of the businesses put up sandbags. Of course, we're hoping that it's just flooding and we don't have the displacement of homes in different areas. So we're hoping for the best.
Is there a contact number that persons could reach out to members from NEMO there or even your team there in the event that they need assistance?
There is. If you're following the Village Council Facebook page, we have a list of about 4 numbers. If you need assistance to move from any, low area to maybe somewhere higher and you don't have transportation, we're facilitating that to help you move out early. So feel free to call any of those numbers.
And that goes without saying, you would prefer that to be done before we experience massive rainfalls coming in rather than during the actual hurricane.
For sure. That's why we're encouraging people to move, and if you need help, we will help you move.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Selene. We look forward to keeping in touch with you throughout the course of the day to get additional updates from you from Keycocker.
All right. Stay safe and dry, everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you. You too. Stay safe.
All right, Mr. Tenso, we come back to you to continue filling us in with respect of what we're facing as a country. Ms. Putt just shared some information regarding the state of readiness for Keycocker, but the fact that persons who remain on the island are bracing for the potential impact of strong winds.
Yeah.
Describe for us perhaps a scenario where, islanders are facing these factors.
Okay. They ought to be braced, like I was mentioning earlier, because where the storm's center is located and the structure of a storm like this hurricane, and they're out at sea, so they're at risk for the hurricane force winds, strong tropical storm force winds throughout the passage of today. If they're not feeling it already, it should be shortly. They're going to get the impact before coastal Belize.
Yeah.
And so I believe if they're out there, they should stay out there. Whoever is out there should stay out there. Don't think about moving, coming to Belize City or anything of that nature right now. It's just not the wisest thing to do. Wave action is going to increase significantly during the course of this morning, this afternoon, and worse tonight. So they should stay put. And she mentioned something about people who are out there and are not familiar with a storm or with a hurricane. I could understand the nervousness of somebody who's never experienced a hurricane on an island.
Tourists as well.
Yeah.
Water all around you.
Yeah, you're literally trapped, in a matter of speaking, and that's one of the psychological effects of dealing with a storm. It's bad enough we're on mainland and we're dealing with the psychological what if scenarios in this storm here, but it's perhaps doubly worse for somebody on an island. You got nowhere to go.
Right.
And Kikoka, as you probably know, was split in two by one of our more ferocious hurricanes years ago. So island life is...
When you put it like that, that does not comfort us even more.
It's not very comforting. And she mentioned it, and I could read into that concern among...
What I want to do, we mentioned earlier that the City Emergency Management Organization has been fully activated, and as such, the shelters across Belize City are officially opened. We're looking at Unity Presbyterian School, which is one of several hurricane shelters in Belize City. This is in the area of Antelope Street Extension. My colleague Paul Lopez was out earlier and was able to share this footage with us. We have, I also believe, an interview with someone who has sought shelter at this particular location. So we'll go to that briefly.
I see you got your Lee radio with you.
Yeah, I like to keep the update because I know what is hurricane.
What's your thoughts right now on how the weather has developed?
It's kind of scary. It's scary. Try better seek shelter one time. It's kind of scary. We don't know where it could turn out, but we wish the best by the blessed hand of the good Lord.
I see you have your son, your grandson with you.
My son and my grandson and my grandchildren there.
Okay, and tell me a bit about your condition.
Well, right now, they have to bring me to shelter because I lose vision. If I never lose vision, I feel more better because I could move around to get in a safe
And
spot.
your area floods?
Yeah,
where
my
you
area.
live?
Which part I live in, so the house not too good. Other areas that flood out, I live right up the street.
Okay, is this the only thing you're carrying with you today, your radio?
No, the balance stuff and come the children never go move and bring it, and my son and they want to bring the balance, but I can secure the spot that we have so if it stay.
How much grandchildren you expect to come behind with you?
I have almost say 11.
Wow, so all I know and they have the weather out this time.
Yeah.
Alright.
11 young grandchildren.
Well, take care and all the best to you, sir.
Yes, same to you, man. Thanks.
Alright, take care.
Yeah.
You're here at Unity Presbyterian, right? Where are you from?
I'm from the College Division.
Okay, and what are you doing here this morning?
Well, I come and see shelter. Because which part I live in one of the low-lying area, and I have 5 kids, so I know they take no chance. And like I our first responder for the area, we take training at Red Cross. I decide to do the right thing too, and seek refuge.
Your area, is it normally flooded when it's rain?
Yeah, usually flooded.
Okay, so your intent is to bring your entire family over?
Most definitely, to be safe.
What's-
Better be safe than sorry.
I agree.
Because you can always replace material stuff, but you can't replace life.
Yeah,
Always remember that.
What's your thoughts on how the weather has developed over the last?
Well, I was watching it just now, and it gained more strength. So I don't take no chance in a small government house, because last time one of my zinc there blew off, and I can't afford to make something happen to my kids then. So I don't take no chances. I dey come seek refuge.
As a resident of Collet and somebody who has done some Red Cross training, what's your advice to your neighbors and your people?
Well, seek higher grounds, because we know how we condition in a Collet there. So I advise you to come out and use the school.
It's there, right?
Yeah, it's there. Be safe. Better to be safe than sorry. You can always replace material stuff, but you can't replace life.
Thank you, Mom.
D.
Williams. Mr. Williams, tell us a bit about how you're participating in moving people around.
Well, I have a couple of friends here in the city. I've met a lot of kind-hearted people, and fortunately for myself, I'm blessed. So what I do, I just provide myself as services to those who are less fortunate than myself.
So you have a truck. You're using your personal vehicle.
Yes.
How many residents in this area have you helped to move
So
already?
far, about 6 or 7, and I'm going back for another load now that the corridor is empty. I have to go and pick up others, and I have to give my name to the people upstairs, and they're gonna call me if they need others who are stuck and cannot get around. So I'll throughout the day, I'll assist those I can.
How do you know when somebody is in need of assistance to move?
The people over there, I'm supposed to give them my number, the boss, and he's gonna call me and tell me where to go. Unfortunately, I have a little problem with directions because a lot of the streets don't have names, but I'll assist those that I can.
You're telling me, to my amazement, that you weren't commissioned to do this. You're doing this out of the kindness of your heart. What prompted you to do such a thing?
I have a lot of friends. They're not, they don't have a lot of economics. So they told me in advance, earlier during the week, Will, can you bring me to pick this up, or can you help us? Will, where you gonna be when the storm comes? I said, I'll be around this year because we might need, assistance in going to transportation and going to the location. And I said, I'll be around. So.
What sort of things are people moving? Are you helping people?
Mattresses, lots of food, lots of water, small kids, things of that nature. And, I'm just going to do what I can do to assist.
Will, keep up the good work, okay?
Thank you.
A bit to the first interview that was done at Unity Presbyterian. I just want to take the opportunity to remind people, or inform in this particular instance, that the Belize Association for Persons with Diverse Abilities, headed by Marshall Nunes, is also activated in terms of being able to assist persons who are disabled to seek shelter or to be able to access the kinds of resources that they need at this particular point in time. I say that because the individual that was interviewed earlier indicated that he was visually impaired. Right? So that's just an update.
We were also speaking about or referencing the person in the newscast last night that has decided to stay and shelter at home because of his disability as well. So I think this goes to show that you ultimately make a decision that you feel is best for yourself, but know that in the event you feel like you need to seek refuge somewhere else, there are options and there are people that are ready and able to help. I also want to highlight the person from St. Luke Methodist that was also offering his service through volunteerism in providing mobility for persons that wanted to seek shelter, refuge as well. Thank you so much to persons like that. Honestly, for me, I love seeing that because of my innate bright side person that I am.
Yeah.
But this is what we need in times of trials, in times of adversity. We need people to come together and help each other. So thank you so much to that individual as well.
Just a reminder that we're waiting now. We're within the next 15 minutes of the scheduled press conference that will be held by NEMA for today.
Okay.
I know that the time keeps moving, but we're anxiously anticipating what they will be sharing with us this morning as we hunker down for what is to come later today as Hurricane Lisa So we have a few persons who are also going to be joining us. We have a telephone conversation coming up with Kevin Pollard. He is from the Belize Rural Central office of NEMO. Right, so we have him on the line.
It looks like the call just dropped. So
okay, but we do have that conversation coming up with Kevin Pollard. He will be sharing with us what will be taking place in the rural areas of Belize District, right? We're looking at Ladyville, Los Lagos,
yes,
Borel Boom, all of those communities that perhaps would be affected once the storm passes in that direction.
I think a lot of the residents from Ladyville are expecting a lot of water, and particularly areas like Borel Boom that's coasted by the Belize River. So we'll just jump to our phone call now. Hello, Mr. Pollard.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess we could jump straight into the thick of it. What exactly are the plans that we have so far in place for the rural areas?
Okay, so far what we have right now is for Belize Rural Central. I'm the coordinator for Belize Rural Central. And right presently we have the Hattieville Community Center open. We have one family there so far, and we have the on standby. We have a bus at the Grace Rock, because Grace Rock do not have a designated shelter. However, we do have people that are insisting on going into the shelter at Grace Rock, and we have advised these individuals, if they do decide to go into these shelters that's not a designated shelters, that they are on their own. We cannot stop them. However, we do have a bus on standby at the shelter in at the community center. Let me correct that, at the community center in Grace Rock, for those that would like to evacuate from Grace Rock. And the designated shelter for Grace Rock is El Shaddai Seventh-day Adventist School in Belmopan. Okay, and so we do have a bus on standby for that for those individuals. However, they are insisting that they don't want. Few people are insisting that they don't want to leave, and we cannot force them out of the village and let them go to the designated shelter. And but like I mentioned earlier, if they do decide to go to the community center, NEMO, the government of Belize, will not be responsible for them in those shelters. That's not expected to be designated as a shelter, as a national shelter. Okay? And also we have the community center in Ladyville open, and we do have 2 families in there at this time.
Kevin, Belize Rural Central is a huge area to cover. We're looking at Gales Point as well.
Gales Point, it falls under Dangriga.
It falls under Dangriga. Okay.
Yes.
So we're primarily looking at then places like Hattieville, Freetown, Sibon, and those particular communities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is in place for those areas? I know you've mentioned Grace Rock, but what about?
We do have in 8 Mile, Western Paradise, we do have buses available for those that would like to evacuate. And same, Western Paradise do not have a designated shelter within Western Paradise. The shelter for them would be El Shaddai Seventh-day Adventist School in Belmopan as well. We have buses available for those that would like to evacuate from Western Paradise. In Freetown, Sibon, the shelter for them would be Evergreen Upper School Building 4 in Belmopan, and we do have buses available for them if they choose to leave the village and evacuate.
I'll use this opportunity to jump over to Mr. Tench to talk about what the Rural Central can expect in terms of the impact from Hurricane Lisa.
Okay, that part of the country, which is considered a part of the Belize district, definitely would be in for quite intense and continuous rainfall, hurricane force winds, and strong tropical storm force winds. And by that I mean winds anywhere between 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, some gusts perhaps hurricane strength. So that part of the country would definitely come under the maxima that I talked in terms of high rainfall amounts in the coming days.
Right, so they would more than anything benefit from shelters if needs be.
Yes, if you know that there's a risk for flooding in your particular area, then get into shelters. Yeah. But something I'd want to point out, there's a very close similarity in the likely impacts of this storm and what Hurricane or Tropical Storm Earl did in 2016. Earl made landfall just a little south of Belize City, and the impacts were felt in some of those very same areas that Mr. Pollard is speaking about.
And Mr. Pollard, would you be able to give us an estimation of what areas within the rural central that you guys are expecting flood water?
Well, our low-lying area would be Freetown, Sibboon, along the coast, Freetown, Sibboon, Grace Rock, Western Paradise, and parts of Hattieville.
Do you guys have a contact number that you would be able to share with us in real time right now that persons could get in contact with you for help?
For help, well, we have the 96 hotline, and we have my number, 614-3244.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Pollard. And we will keep watching and staying abreast with what's happening that side in rural central.
Okay, thank you.
There was a 7:30 NEMO advisory that was issued, which is advisory number 4. And I would like to read verbatim what has been shared by NEMO ahead of the press conference that should be held this morning. It says here, the National Meteorological Service of Belize and the National Emergency Management Organization, NEMO, hereby inform the public that at 6 a.m. local time, Hurricane Lisa was located near latitude 17.2 degrees north, longitude 86.7 degrees west, or about 100 miles east-southeast of Belize City. Lisa was moving to the west at 15 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour and minimum central pressure of 988 millibars. Lisa will continue on a general westward track today and make landfall on Belize later this afternoon. Strengthening is expected, and Lisa is expected to be a strong Category 1 or minimal Category 2 hurricane by landfall on Belize. Landfall is expected near Belize City, but residents across the country are reminded to be prepared as a hurricane warning is out for the entire coast of Belize. Heavy rainfall from this system has already started to affect the country, and that will continue today through to Thursday with amounts of 4 to 6 inches and locally higher values of up to 8 to 12 inches. This will result in flooding across low-lying and flood-prone areas of the country and flash flooding, especially over the south. Winds of upper Category 1 hurricane strength of 85 to 95 miles per hour or Category 2 strength of 96 to 105 miles per hour are expected near the landfall location, with a storm surge of 4 to 7 feet to the north of where the center makes landfall. Strong gusty winds will result in very rough sea conditions with large battering waves. Residents are advised to continue monitoring this system very closely and to follow official information from NEMO and the NMS. Residents are advised to continue, it goes, in accordance With the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to safeguard persons, employers are strongly urged to release non-essential staff so that they may make preparations to secure themselves, their families, and property prior to the arrival of the storm. All right, so that was the latest advisory number 4 from NEMO as of 7:30 this morning.
We also noticed that the Belize Electricity Limited put out a notice as well, advising the public that there may be power outages. We did speak to this morning earlier. So be expecting power outages. It may happen. Use this opportunity to charge your devices, to stay close to a radio, perhaps a battery-operated radio in the event that there is a power outage. But it can come, yes, with flashlights as well. But it can come as a result of fallen debris on power lines as well. So be prepared for things like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we continue our coverage of Hurricane Lisa. It is yet to make landfall, and we're expecting heavy rains. We're expecting a storm surge to occur as well. Mm-hmm. And
yes,
we are reminding our viewers that preparation is key. We're a few hours away from landfall.
Yeah. If you could access the Weather Bureau's website on the radar images, you can actually see the eye.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
we will go.
Bands as well.
We will definitely take a look at that, but we are going to jump over now to our Orange Walk North coordinator from NEMO, Juan Leyva, and he's also on the line. Oh, and the line just fell. But yes, we definitely love to see that, Mr. Tench, and really take a look at how technology has shaped the prediction of weather forecasting.
Radar is working quite well. So
yes,
that's our last line of defense when it comes to watching these storms making landfall. So my advice, keep your eyes glued to the radar images for the rest. Yeah, you can see the banding of the cloud systems, the cloud clusters. The eye of the storm would be somewhere in the vicinity of where you see the word Half Moon Key.
Okay.
And so the bands, the blue area represents areas of more or less moderate to continuous rain. The green areas represent showers with embedded thunderstorms. And the banding, some of the clouds are feeder band clouds extending out from the center, and they're already impacting places like the Turneffe Islands and the Keys as well. Remember, Mrs. Pott made a reference to rain occurring this morning. That's just going to continue and get worse as the day wears on. So, yeah.
All right, so we're going to jump straight into our phone call with Juan Leyva. He is the Orange Walk North coordinator for NEMO. Hi, good morning, Juan. Hello?
Are you with us, Mr. Leyva? Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, can you speak up a bit for us, Mr. Leyva? We're not hearing you clearly.
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning. The audio is a little bit low. If you don't mind increasing or going closer to your mic.
Yeah, good morning. How are you hearing me?
It's still a bit low. We are going to call you back, Mr. Leyva.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Tench, you were in the middle of your explanation there.
No, it's all right. Sorry.
It's a very fluid thing,
yeah,
so you'll forgive us if we're interjecting at points, right? So yes, you were describing this particular visual that we're seeing there, and the fact that the Keecacher chairwoman had spoken to some of the activities associated with this weather passing through.
And in addition to that, this helps me to explain clearly what Sabrina was asking me a little earlier. What kind of weather you expect in places like the Keys.
Yes.
So if you were able to put a finger on and say where the word Half Moon Cay is, because that's where the eye seems to be moving across that piece of the word there, Half Moon Cay.
That's very close to us.
Yeah. And the storm is on a track generally westward, or a little north of west. So all that blue area, it represents moderate to continuous rain.
Okay.
Approaching and already reaching the Keys as well, with some pockets of heavy showers, perhaps isolated thunderstorms as well. So
yes,
yeah, that's and the eye is exposed because to the south of the eye you can actually see clear spaces, but that tells you that it's not a terribly powerful storm, but nevertheless it has the center.
So we have
the south is exposed. The south and the southwest and southeastern quadrants are exposed. So you're just more or less getting feeder band clouds going into the center.
Yes.
So we have joining us once again is the NEMO coordinator for the Orange Walk District, Juan Leiva. Good morning, Mr. Leiva.
Yes, good morning.
Much better, much better.
To be with you.
Okay, share with us what's going on in terms of the state of readiness in the Orange Walk District.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Can you share with us what's going on in the Orange Walk District in terms of its state of readiness?
Okay, since last night we have been monitoring and opening shelters, and we continue doing the same thing. Almost all shelters are open by now, and residents have been seeking shelter. They have been moving voluntarily, so we are having the shelters open, no? That's our main concern, moving the people to safe places.
Can you share with us where the shelters are?
Okay, we have the main shelters being Trial Farm, Carmelita, Nuevo San Juan, the Louisiana area, San Carlos. Almost all the villages that have shelters are open.
Okay.
Right, like Indian Church, San Carlos, it is the farthest one, and so on.
Can you share with us how many families are currently accessing the shelters?
Right now, we don't have those preliminary numbers because some of them opened 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
But, yesterday at San Jose, we had 12 families, and at the Trial Farm, we only had 1 family. But we expect that numbers to increase as the day goes on before midday.
As we wrap up, is there a contact number that you can share with us in the event a family or a person would like to get access to one of the shelters?
Yes, in the villages they can contact their chairpersons. No, and in the other areas the shelters are open. They're being manned by shelter managers. They can also contact the NEMO office or myself at 614-7177.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Leiva.
Sure, you're welcome.
We will be joining very shortly the representatives from the National Emergency Management Organization. We've been sort of teasing this from earlier that there will be a press conference, the first for the day, from NEMO. And of course, we will be hearing more from the Chief Met Officer as well and the government of Belize as they inform the nation the latest in respect of Hurricane Lisa.
Yes, that's right. And you know, when you mentioned the government of Belize, my thought went straight to, aside from homes and the lives that are affected, we also have to think of our productions like agriculture. What are we bracing for as we wait for Hurricane Lisa to make impact? What are the things that we can expect as it relates to agricultural damages to farmers, livestock?
Well, ahead of the imminent passage of the weather system, the Ministry of Agriculture has been proactive in terms of advising farmers to safeguard livestock and other agricultural produce, right? We know that some areas will be inundated by water that comes along with the passage of Lisa, but sufficient notice or warning has been given for farmers to be able to safeguard, like I mentioned, sheep, pigs, cows, what have you, as well as perhaps certain crops or things that could be harvested or reaped in advance of this particular system.
Yes. And that's always the tough part of facing natural disasters. It's the inevitable. There's only so much you can do to protect yourself. But for persons like farmers, they are the one that truly take the bitter end of the stick. They're the one that have to start over again, from floodwaters to strong winds. They are very much impacted by natural disasters like hurricanes and tropical storms.
All right, so we are getting ready, as I mentioned, to join NEMO any minute now as they convene the press conference for this morning.
Yes.
Our video. Colonel, can we do a mic check, please?
All right, so we know that Colonel Shelton DeFore. Yeah, we know that Colonel Shelton DeFore will be leading this press conference as the head of NEMO.
Okay.
And as we mentioned as well, he should be joined by the Chief Met Officer, Ronald Gordon, to provide the forecasting aspect of what we're looking to. And I would want to believe that much like yesterday and the days before, that a representative, a minister of government should be present as well.
So I can do that in the meantime, and then we're just waiting for
and this is
Colonel DeFore to get settled in his office, and then we'll begin.
This is Janelle Mencias from the Government Press Office. She is coordinating the effort from their press or communications perspective, right? So at any point now, we will be getting into the press conference.
Can we just do a quick mic check? You have to unmute.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So we have there Minister Orlando Habet, whose responsibility includes national emergency management. All right, so again, as I mentioned, a government minister will be present to provide updates from their end as well as to field questions from the media. I know that several of my colleagues from across the media will have questions to ask in respect of the information that will be imparted via this press conference this morning. We encourage our viewers to stay tuned with us. This is perhaps the most critical part of our coverage thus far in terms of getting official word from the authorities that are dealing with the emergency response, as well as providing to us the forecasting aspect of the weather.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Good morning, that's better. Colonel, can you just adjust your camera?
Okay, so
hold up, let me just check something.
They're still working out a few kinks there in terms of getting prepared for the press conference. All right, so again, this is the critical aspect of what is taking place today, being able to provide the nation of Belize with the most up-to-date information in respect of Hurricane Lisa. As we mentioned earlier, its passage will be this afternoon into this evening, and of course into the night. Our good friend Mr. Tench here has shared with us that the system is moving fairly quickly. So
on what is now Hurricane Lisa. As you know, yesterday a hurricane warning, phase 3 was issued, and as noted by the Prime Minister in his address, the storm would have been strengthening overnight to now develop into a hurricane. We're joined here this morning, of course, by the Chief Meteorologist, Mr. Ronald Gordon, by Minister Orlando Habet, Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management, and of course, Colonel Shelton DeFore, the National Emergency Coordinator at NEMO. So as usual, we'll begin this morning with an update from the National Met Service. Take it away, Mr. Gordon.
Hi, good morning, Minister. Good morning, Colonel DeFore, and good morning, the media. Good morning, Belize. We are monitoring Hurricane Lisa, which was upgraded to a hurricane at 6 local time this morning. At that time, the center was located near latitude 17.2 degrees north, 86.7 degrees west, and that puts it about 100 miles to the east-southeast of Belize City. Lisa is moving rapidly to the west at 15 miles per hour, with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. The system is expected to strengthen a bit further before making landfall on Belize in a few hours. The original forecast, or the forecast, was calling for some slowing down. And I'm using my own assessment here, not the Hurricane Center assessment, to tell you that it's not slowing down. We don't see I'm not seeing any evidence of the system slowing down at the moment. Radar is already appearing on our radar. And I can see bands from it coming across Turniff, with the inner bands approaching Half Moon Key, which is quite near to us. So the system appears that even though they were forecasting some slowing down and that it will make landfall at about 6 this evening, it certainly will make landfall before that time. I can say that we're going to have hurricane impacts from about midday, starting about midday. We're going to have a few bands coming across Belize in a few hours, in about 2 hours or so or less. Those other bands that are affecting Half Moon Key will be moving across the city and other parts of the country, coastal parts of the country. Having said that, the good news, I will share the good news now, because the bad news is that it's moving faster, so the window of opportunity for us to prepare has diminished significantly. I think any last preparation should be rushed to completion within an hour or two, if you need to make any last preparation. But the good news, of course, is that with the system moving so fast, there is the possibility of it intensifying further into a Category 2 hurricane, as was thought before, has diminished significantly. The system is also looking rather disorganized on satellite imagery, with a lot of the convection pulling off to the north. And that is because it is encountering some moderate shear. There is a high pressure system well to the east of it. This system is on the periphery of the high pressure ridge, meaning that it's having some strong southerly winds moving across it, tearing the thunderstorms and shearing them to the north, preventing intensification. Also, there is still some high level of mid-level dry air that is being pulled into the system, also preventing intensification. So in my assessment, the system will not become a Category 2 hurricane before landfall. It may strengthen to the 85 miles per hour that the Hurricane Center is forecasting. There's still a possibility, but the possibility for it becoming a Category 2 has diminished significantly. It will make landfall in a few hours, as I said, along the coast of Belize. What are the impacts that we expect? These outer bands that I'm talking about will produce squally winds to tropical storm force at first, and then afterwards gusting to hurricane force. By about midday to about 3 this evening, we'll be encountering the sustained hurricane force winds along the coast, Belize City as well. The storm surge of 4 to 6 feet, 4 to 7 feet is still possible, so we need to be on the lookout for that. Heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall will be happening in a few hours from the system, producing flooding, flash flooding, localized flooding, flooding over the low-lying parts of Belize City, flooding over the low-lying parts of other parts of the country as well. So those are some of the major impacts that we're expecting from the system as it comes ashore in a few hours. So I will stop there. I'm sure that I will be able to answer anything that I did not mention from your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. I'd like to now invite Minister Habet to make remarks.
Thank you very much. I think that also I'd like to thank Chief Met and his staff for really keeping us up to date on all events surrounding Hurricane Lisa, and certainly also NEMO and their staff, all the public officers who have been out there working since yesterday, and you, the media, because the media has assisted us in getting the information out so that our public is constantly being informed and taking all the precautions and all the advisories that have been put out. I just want to mention that yesterday when the Prime Minister made his address, I think that there were certain things that were very important for us to keep in mind, especially those advisories, asking also that the public officers who, after taking care of their personal things at home, their families, can report to work, different committees in which they are involved, NEMO. And also, I recall his asking, especially those businesses and companies that have non-essential work and non-essential workers, to allow them to be able to go home and take care of their families, and certainly not having to participate in any kind of work today. We have some reports that I believe even one of two schools, I have just been informed that in Spanish Account one school is still open, and we have just called in to let them get the children back home, because we cannot take any chances with our children. But basically to thank everyone for their participation and getting that information out. I know the media, some of them were up till or really all night, but also that we heed to the advisories. And as the Chief mentioned yesterday, because not being 100% exact on where we have had landfall, we have seen the shift of the hurricane going a little bit up north. And so when we were talking about some irresponsible type of reporting, not specifying exactly where it's going to go, some criticism came in, but now we see why the Chief Met Officer was adamant in not specifying an exact location because of the storm being able to wobble and move in any direction. But for now, I will leave it there, and you can continue, hopefully, with the NEMO coordinator. Thank you.
Okay, Minister, thank you. Good morning. Chief Met, colleagues, the media. So far, we have 8 shelters open in Belize, 2 shelters in Orange Walk, 2 shelters in Belize Rural North, and 4 shelters in Toledo. We expect that this will increase significantly as the day progresses or the morning progresses. We have been receiving reports that people are heading to shelters in Stan Creek and Toledo in large numbers. So, and in Belize City, we can expect that to start by the time, this press brief is over. So we have to brace ourselves, and Minister alluded to having the public officers being present in their role as shelter managers and wardens to ensure we have a safe environment in those shelters. NEMO continues its operation across the country. The key things we are focusing on is making sure people are in a safe place, that last minuters get to whichever shelter or home that they need to get to as quickly as possible. The search and rescue component is on standby. The Belize Defense Force, the Coast Guard, supported by the police and the fire department. We know that we'll get calls. We are calling on the general public to listen to the warning and to take heed of the advice. We're hoping this will not be another Richard and Earl, where tonight at 9, 10, 11, 12 in the night, when people now decide to want to move in heavy rain, in flooding, possibly in blackout, putting the rescuers at risk. So we are imploring the general public to move in daylight. We heard the likely cutoff time being about midday. So we need to look at those timelines carefully to ensure that we are moving and getting out of harm's way within those timelines. Now, when you look at the power outage situation, it means that establishment by now should have the emergency power, rigged up and ready to go, including the media. One of the things we always recommend is for everybody who has an antenna to take down your antenna or secure your antenna so that you could have emergency communication capability, you know, after landfall. If we lose power, that's some implication on water. So we have been asking people to store water, to, you know, stock up on as much water as possible. In every disaster event, the biggest demand will be water, followed by food. We also want to implore and ask of the general public, as a case reported to us this morning where we saw or heard of a family helping their neighbor, elderly lady, you know, to board up. And that was very humanitarian. And that's the kind of spirit now we have to unfold within this time of peril. We have to ensure that the least amongst us in terms of physical and other capacities and capabilities, those who are challenged, so to speak, a better word, you know, people with disabilities, that they have, you know, good care and attention. The National Disability Committee for NEMO, under the leadership of the chairman, Mr. Marshall Nunes, have a plan. They did put out a release. They have place for people to go. They have the means to pick them up and to get them there, you know. So that aspect of NEMO care for the general populace do exist, and we want you to help us in that regards to support those, you know, amongst us who need that type of assistance. And I'll end by saying that we'll get through this. We have done this before. For NEMO, if I can recall correctly, this will be about the 26th time or so we're doing this. So this is nothing new to us. We know exactly what the challenges and the issues will be, the crowding in shelters, the last minuters, the demand for certain food and services, you know, loss of power, people not showing up to perform their duties. So the shelterees will have to sometimes take lead and take charge with one government official present or so. The BDF must be on standby. You know, if needs be, we may have to invoke certain conditions to embody the volunteer to ensure we maintain, you know, law and order and to have control, command and control in these times. So NEMO has looked at the full gamut of tools that are at our disposal with the chairman of NEMO, the Prime Minister, during the cabinet brief yesterday, and the brief with the National Executive Committee, which met about a couple hours after 2 p.m. or so in the afternoon. So the highest leadership of the NEMO mechanism is engaged, and we are ready. We flagged the issue severely with the radical or whichever employers not releasing their staff to reach to safety. That is a very serious matter, and the government of Belize and NEMO, you know, takes a very dim view on it, and we will be looking at that matter very critically. The life of our citizens in this country, very important, and we have to secure human life first as a national priority.
Thank you very much, Colonel Dafour. The answer segment. I do know we have some morning shows running, so for full transparency, I will be discerning in terms of deciding who can get a little bit more questions, just so that the viewers who are listening in are able to get as much information as possible. As usual, please start by introducing yourself and the media house you represent, then move into your questions. We'll start with Daniel Ortiz, and Daniel, I'll ask you to start with 2 questions, and then we'll move to the next reporter. Go ahead.
Good morning to the head table, Daniel Ortiz, Channel 7 News. Gentlemen, or specifically, Mr. Chief Met Officer, I know you said you were not comfortable with making any sort of predictions as to where the storm may finally end up. Are you more comfortable with the information you have to make a more educated guess as to which parts of the coast will experience the impact and the greatest effect?
Yes, Daniel, thanks for the question. Of course, we are within hours of landfall, so we are a bit more confident in where the system is heading. We can see, like I mentioned, the outer bands of the system already approaching the coast of the country. I'm seeing the circulation near just to the east of Half Moon Cay, heading generally towards the Belize City and surrounding areas. So I see this in order for persons in those areas to be on the alert. Weather conditions are going to deteriorate rapidly. Those outer bands, like I mentioned, will be having tropical storm force winds and possibly hurricane force winds after around midday, and the system will make landfall shortly after. However, again, Belize is under a hurricane warning from north to south. We have heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall spreading across the entire country. So focusing again on the particular area of landfall is something that we discourage because we don't want persons out of that area to become complacent. Everybody needs to be on the alert. There is heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall. You can be stranded, flooded, and that type of thing. So certainly be prepared. This system is going to affect the entire country of Belize, and especially from central Belize northward, where we expect the heaviest activity. Storm surge will be, like I said, about 4 to 7 feet just to the north of the center, and those will primarily be just north of Belize City and northward into the Ladyville area. We expect this storm surge from the system to impact. Winds of hurricane force is confined to a very narrow swath of about 25 miles just around the center of where the system is making landfall. However, there is strong tropical storm force winds extending all the way up to about 60 miles from the center, and that covers pretty much, let me bring up my information here. That covers pretty much from Belize to about just maybe up to Caye Caulker and surrounding areas. And then you have the tropical storm force winds that extend across the country up to at least the Corozal, up to Corozal town. I'm seeing tropical storm force winds from the system. So certainly we want the entire country of Belize, especially from, like I said, central and northern districts to be on the lookout for the system. Punta Gorda, you're going to get heavy rainfall, but the winds are relatively light for that area. Thank you.
Okay, then, sir, a quick follow-up. You mentioned that because the system seems to be moving faster than was expected, the good news was that they won't strengthen to as close as possible to a Category 2. Is it not also another bit of good news that because of the speed it's moving, it may travel over Belize's borders when it makes landfall quicker, and that the timelines that have been estimated for forecasts may be shortened?
That's a good assessment, and I agree with it. The faster the system moves across, the less impact we're going to have from it. Of course, when you have a system sitting on you moving slowly with tropical storm or hurricane force winds over an extended period of time, that amplifies the damage that you would experience with the system moving relatively fast, then that certainly will be a factor in favor for us, that we will not suffer as significant damage as would have happened if it was moving slower. Additionally, the rainfall will move away faster than if it was moving slower. So yes, those are some positive news that we can look out to, but again, don't become complacent. It is still a hurricane. It is still going to produce torrential rainfall, which can lead to significant flooding.
All right, Aaron, you can go ahead.
Yes, thanks. And just following up on the level of speed and damage. Yes. 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 Sorry about that. So, just in terms of the positioning of the storm, I think some have been explaining that a wobble in terms of latitude or longitude can make great difference as to the level of damage that can be expected. even with the storm moving at 15 miles per hour, do you foresee any potential wobbles like that before actual landfall?
Unfortunately, Aaron, those things are not predictable. If I were able to predict it, I would be very happy to do so. A wobble is something that occurs because of factors that the models cannot basically analyze or predict. So it will be difficult for me to say if a wobble will occur. And that is precisely the reason why, again, we advise residents over the entire warning area to be on the lookout and be prepared.
Okay, I don't think I have anything else at this point. Colonel, I don't know what is the schedule for additional shelters to open, if you can address that. I don't know if there are any identified specifically that will be open in the next few hours that haven't been already.
Yes, we have a shelter list. So this shelter list, has 15 shelters for each location, and we have been communicating. Sorry, I put up the first one. Let me just put the correct one. So we have a detailed list of all the shelters that will be open across the country. So it means that if we have to open 10 more shelters, for example, in any community, the emergency or center or command center, which we're used to that term. I think we're used to the term more command center and emergency operations center. We call it EOC for short. The command center, they have the capability to, open additional shelters and to get people to safety. So that is a part of the plan. And we believe because of the category of the system that, we should fare okay in terms of, or fare good in terms of shelter space. I think the shelter space that we have is adequate. That wouldn't be an issue in this circumstance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Aaron. Marisol, you can go ahead. Your mic is muted, Marisol.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can hear me well here.
You're good now.
Awesome. Okay, I know that we just lost power here. I'm not sure if that is across entire Belize City. But what I wanted to ask earlier, we got a report that there was still some thought of moving people in from the Keys, but that sounded a bit outlandish to me. So if I could just get a comment on that.
Well, let me check my phone before I answer, because that may be private. Government has not coordinated any evacuation as such, as far as I'm aware. I don't see anything pertaining to that whilst you're in the chat. So, but I will check into it to see, who undertake it or undertook that mission to get people out, because the ports are closed. We recognize that there'll always be some last-ditch effort to try and get to safety, and so it's a bit risky. It's good to know. So by virtue of this, the search and rescue component, and whilst we continue on, they'll be notified to look into that. So we're asking the Coast Guard as we speak to look into that situation to ensure that if it's happening, at least it gets done safely, So we'll provide you a update on that.
And then the following question is for the chief, in relation to the high tide, because it seems that landfall keeps being moved up just a little bit. So if you can share what's the latest on the expectation in that regard, because I think the high tide was supposed to start after 6. I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, Marisol, that was right. We were expecting the system to come in around 6 or thereafter at high tide. It's appeared that it will be coming in a bit earlier. And let me just bring up the National Met Service for the forecast in terms of the tides for today. Unfortunately, I'm not have a little technical difficulty. However, yes, we don't expect it to come in at the high tide at 6:08 as we previously anticipated. So that is a positive news for us. Before I continue with your question, though, just want to update you that we have the latest information from the National Hurricane Center on the system. It is moving, it is at 70.2 north, 87.4 west, and that's about 55 miles east-southeast of Belize City. Moving still to the west, now at 14 miles per hour, so 1 mile per hour decrease in forward speed, not that significant. And the maximum sustained winds have increased to 80 miles per hour. So some slight strengthening has occurred. Category 1 hurricane goes up to about 95 miles per hour. So I don't anticipate again that it will reach Category 2 before it makes landfall in a few hours across the country. I think I covered the question in the tides. Certainly we are taking that as a positive news that the system is coming in earlier. So the high tide at 8 minutes past 6 may not be a significant factor to exacerbate the storm surge situation.
If you'd allow me just one last question.
Go ahead, Marcel.
Yeah, so this one has to do with shelters, and I know that assessments are conducted, but this morning while we were outside of St. Luke Methodist, a shelteree who says she's used this shelter before indicated that in one of the rooms, like the shelterees actually have to be sweeping out water, and they say that this has happened a lot of the time. And if you could tie in shelter management details too, because earlier I did hear you say we need the public officers and those who are shelter managers to be present. And for instance, St. Luke and other shelters in Belize City, those were to open at 6. And I don't think that the managers may have been present in all of them, but for sure, you had people like the school warden was there present to take people in.
Marisol, I took note of that. We'll look into it to find out what exactly happened in that instance, you know, because it's not a perfect scenario when it comes to this manner of business, but certain things, you know, we have the responsibility to ensure is being done properly, and if it's not, then we have to find out why and look into it. But don't lose sight of the fact that in shelter management, the shelterees play a critical role. They are part and parcel of the entire routine within that shelter. So if they are called upon or have to use initiative to do certain things, then it's all in the good interest of, you know, the safety and security. But where there's some default in the system, we have to find it and try and correct it as quickly as possible. We have national committees, right? So our National Committee for Housing and Shelter, I'm sure they're listening, and we will flag that and look at it to ensure it's not a repeat or becomes a norm, you know. But this is one of the gray areas in the disaster risk management business where it's driven by the human power. And so having that manpower, as we would say, and you know, public officers present or not, to get this job done, then this is where we will face some challenges, and we have to go to backup plan. You know, CIMO has a backup plan with some of their staff that have been trained and things like that, you know, as volunteers to support, to ensure that we get through. So we will have to manage it. You know, I always caveat by saying, even with weddings, you have lots of issues and challenges. Imagine in disaster where you have all these moving parts, thousands of people, so much variables, you know. It will not be a perfect thing, but we'll try our best and do our best.
In that particular case, I think what they've said is that they need sandbags for future. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Marisol. We'll move to Love FM now, and I'll allow for 3 questions since I know you guys have a morning show going. Love FM?
And good morning, Chief Met. I know you guys been up all night and burning the midnight oil, so certainly we're very thankful of it. Chief Met, first question to you. I wanted to point out so far as my memory serves me, in terms of a daylight landfall, is this first in a long time? Is there any record that you could relate to kind of give us that sort of indication?
I have from my experience, this would be the first for me. I think I was not here, but I think that in case of Richard, it made landfall in the afternoon hours, so before day and before night, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay,
That's what I recall from my memory.
It's just from my memory. And for you, Colonel, does the daylight landfall kind of give you a little bit of more comfort? You know, usually in the nighttime, it is extremely eerie and scary, especially when you lose power. Does it give you any sort of comfort that it's now projected for a daylight landfall, Colonel?
Good question, Troy. Very good question. And that is exactly so. You know, that's a saving grace. So we have to count our blessings, you know, in terms of not strengthening and things like that. And the fact that it's coming in during the daylight hours, it's a major saving grace. Because you remember, I think it was either for Earl or Richard, I think it was Earl, where people got trapped in Vista Del Mar, you know, and you cannot see where you're moving. The police did... Listen, the police did an excellent job in risking a bit, you know, risky in the sense of putting your life out there to save others, but that is the humanitarian spirit, and we have to champion the police for that, you know. And so now, if it has to happen in a similar fashion, hopefully not, we now have daylight. The Coast Guard can see, the police can see, fire department, the Belize Defense Force, you know, we can actually see where we're going and moving and where people are and how we could, you know, maneuver on that space. So definitely it's a major saving grace.
Yes, great. We're very thankful for that as well.
Definitely.
Just back to Chief Met, one other question. In terms of the eye itself, is there any indication or so where that expected landfall is going to come? I know not to really put you on the spot, but I think we must have a better indication as to where. You know, based on where we are right now, most people have already moved to where they're supposed to, so I don't think that it adds any new comfort or takes anything away at this point in time, simply 55 miles away from the coast. The thing is on us. Is there any idea where exactly you think you would want to put your money?
Yeah, like I put my money on. I just brought up the latest. We have a tool, it's called Rebuck, that you ingest all the information coming from the models and the Hurricane Center and so on. And that was a tool that we have been using to try to pinpoint the landfall location. It's a forecast, so it shifts every so often. And the latest shift that I saw from it in real time as we were speaking to you, from the 9 o'clock advisory, it puts it now over the Gills Point Lagoon, taking it a bit further south than where it was previously, coming in around 8 miles. I said that earlier. I'm seeing a slight shift now to the south. Those are the type of things that we expect from a landfalling system. You'll have these, sometimes we call them wobbles, shifting in where it makes landfall. But that's, again, like you rightly mentioned, everybody should be in shelter by now, or at least have prepared at least to a point that they can safely weather the system. So there might be another shift. What do we know? So certainly we need to be prepared again. All areas within the warning. All areas that are under warning should be prepared for the system. And like I mentioned before, especially moving forward from the Stann Creek district up to Corozal, we need to certainly be prepared for the system as it comes ashore.
Chief Met, the latest Miami's Hurricane Center forecast report has it at 80 miles per hour winds, right? Which makes it a minimal Category 1, and you're right when you said that it will not become a Category 2 because of the proximity to land. Exactly more or less what time will the center be making direct landfall on the coast of Belize? Because I would think that by now, if it's 55 miles away from Belize City, east-southeast of Belize City, that means on top of Half Moon Cay.
Yes, Mr. Villanueva, you're perfectly right. I did mention earlier that our radar is picking it up over Half Moon Cay at the moment, at least the leading edge of the eye wall. So you're right. So it's approaching, it's over half Monkey, the eye wall, and then the rest of it is a little bit further to the east. I did mention that they had predicted it to slow down. That did not occur. It slowed down 1 mile per hour in terms of motion. We're looking at 14 now, but landfalling is a process, I believe, with the size of the eye wall and everything. So the eye wall, landfall won't occur like in 1 hour or 2 hours. It's going to be about 2 hours or so, 2 to 3 hours as it crosses shore. And importantly, again, to mention, the impacts are already being felt in terms of the outer bands. And those outer bands will have tropical storm force winds. Some of them will have hurricane force winds in them. So focusing on the exact timing of where the center makes landfall to me is not an ideal thing to do. However, indications are that it will occur about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And I also noticed that the hurricane force winds extend 10 miles from the center, right? So we won't be feeling hurricane force winds until very, very, very close. It's a tight situation there where hurricane force winds are concerned. Is that so?
You can have very strong gusty winds within those feeder bands, though, and those outer bands. So I don't want persons to become complacent and say, well, we're going to wait until the actual center make landfall for us to be prepared for hurricane force winds. If you don't have a 70 mile per hour wind from a strong tropical storm, is pretty much equal to a 75 mile per hour wind from hurricane. So those are the things that we need to keep into consideration.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to CTV3, Carmelita.
Hi, good morning, Carmelita Perez here, CTV3. My question goes for Mr. Dufour. How prepared are our shelters across the country when it comes to catering for persons with disabilities? And I ask because we have received some concern about that issue.
Yes, that's a challenge, Mom. The issue here is that we use schools. We don't have purpose-built shelters with all the trimmings and amenities like other countries, you know. And so in terms of moving forward, that is a consideration where SIF, one of the bigger builders of schools, have to take into consideration. They are doing some of that already. So it's a work in progress, but you're using your school, your community center, your church. So if that developer or builder didn't incorporate those, you know, facilities, then when we as NEMO get access to them to use them as a shelter, that becomes a limitation. You know, so it's something that we have discussed with the Special Needs and Disability Committee, and we need to work on, you know, vehemently in Belize to improve that, you know, because those persons who are challenged, you know, need that type of support infrastructure when they go into these buildings. So we have to try and see how we manage through this one, and every year try to get better at it, and we are cognizant of it. That's the reason we formed the Special Needs and Disability Committee. You know, but it's a concern, and it's a fair, you know, comment or fair question.
Thank you so much. My next question is for the Chief Met. I do know that yesterday you told us that the North can experience tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall. In seeing that the storm tipped slightly up north, would you advise what does that mean now for our residents here? And when you talk about tropical storm force winds, what strength are we talking about?
Sure. The latest graphics that I have in front of me indicate that the north of the country, Corozal District in particular, will be looking at the weaker tropical storm force winds. Those are from 39 miles per hour to about 58 miles per hour.
All right. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Carmelita. We'll now move to Channel 5.
To the head tail. Are you guys
Channel
hearing us?
5, are you there?
Yes, are you guys hearing us? Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning once again, Janelle, and to the head table. Isani, Channel 5. My first question is for Colonel Shelton Dufour. Are there any teams that are on standby for emergency evacuations at this point?
At this point, evacuation in terms of, you know, last minuters trying to move. In all honesty, the National Transport and Evacuation Committee did, or still have on a couple of buses if people need help, assisted relocation or evacuation quickly from a short distance. I'll give you an example. Let's say the people in Gales Point have decided that, yes, we want to move. I'm not getting that latest report yet, so it might be happening, Then buses were laid on to quickly get them to Hope Creek, school as a shelter. So that type of movement, but mass coordinated evacuation across the country with boats and buses, that window of opportunity has gone. This is a no shelter in place operation. Yes, if you have to go within an hour drive or so, you could still reach based on the timeline as, given by the chief met. But to mount any, evacuation at this time wouldn't be prudent. So we don't have any teams on standby per se in relation specific to your question, but we are prepared as part of a rescue type relocation mission. Yes, 2-3 family decided to move late and they have to get to a shelter. So you'll see more of that than saying NEMO is evacuating people per se,
Thank you.
Good morning, Sabrina Daly here from Channel 5 as well. As it relates to the 9 o'clock position, would you be able to give us a bit of a more accurate positioning of where the hurricane should make landfall in Belize?
Hey, Sabrina. As I mentioned before, the latest projection indicates that it will make landfall just halfway between Dangrida and Belize City. That's looking possibly over the Gales Point area. I'm seeing the Gales Point lagoon actually coming up here. And that's a slight shift to the south from what we had from the previous advisory.
Does that provide any solace for us in Belize City regarding the storm surge?
Those are the things that we try to avoid for people to think about things like solace. So certainly at this point in time, I would advise persons to be prepared for what we had been expecting previously. Don't take it for granted. We see that these things are wobbling a bit sometimes, so you never know if you can have another shift to the north just before landfall. Just a slight nudge will put Belize right back into the hurricane force winds and the 4 to 7 feet storm surge. So no, I would not advise residents to let your guard down at this time. It's too close to call.
Just a quick jump in, Chief Met Officer. I would like to know at what particular time do you think we could expect hurricane force winds?
So we do know that the outer bands, like I mentioned, of the inner core of the system are, at least the inner core or the IWA is over half moon T. It is moving rapidly westward at 14 miles per hour. So my estimation is that we are looking at hurricane force winds starting to affect Belize sometime just after midday into this evening. So between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m., we can start having those hurricane force winds across the country.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Isan and Sabrina. We'll move on to Dion Vanson, and then we'll be wrapping up shortly after.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Dion Vanson from the San Pedro Sun. I'm here in Onondabergis Key. It's still very calm. It's a bit, there's a bit of wave action. So I just have one question, which is the main concern here on the island from islanders. And, given the fact that the storm, that the hurricane now has, shifted north a little bit. What are some of the impacts we can expect? Because when a Hurricane Earl, hit the island into the 16th, it was considered a Category 1, but the damages were very severe. I mean, the island was hit very hard, and it seems that like it was going the same path as Hurricane Lisa. So do you have an idea more or less what impacts can we expect here on the island, on Onondabergis Key and Kikaka?
In terms of the system, it's not coming in as far north as Hurricane Earl. So we are seeing it moving further south than that system. So I do not expect that you'll have similar impacts as you had from Hurricane Earl. The tropical storm force winds are just reaching San Pedro, according to the latest graphics. So if you're not getting them, you'll be getting them pretty soon. But those are tropical storm force winds in the weaker category, which is about from 39, like I said, miles per hour to about 58. And those winds will come mainly in outer bands and squalls across the island. So those are some of the main impacts that you will see. We don't expect you to have hurricane force winds from this system, and the storm surge will be minimal. I would say about 1 to 3 feet if there is any storm surge. Heavy rainfall is one of the main threats from the system across the entire country of Belize, and San Pedro is no exception, which can lead to localized flooding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dion. And then we'll wrap up with the final 2 questions for Sonop. Channel 7. Good. Your mic is muted, Channel 7.
Are you able to?
Yes, go ahead.
You can pick me up now, right? Danelle?
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much for your patience. Mr. Gordon, the excellent assets that you all have on the website are underutilized. The radar image, the Doppler radar image that we've been showing. Explain to me, how are we to interpret that in terms of the structure of the storm? What we're seeing there, as you say, passing over Half Moon Cay, if we can bring up the radar image, guys. What we're seeing passing over Half Moon Cay is that the hurricane itself? And what I am seeing with my, as a layman, you know, it's not looking very organized, and it looks like most of the rain is at the north, and it's spread out across large bands. Help us to interpret this radar image that we've all been looking at as it regards to the structure of the storm and the expected areas of impact.
Thanks, Jules. As you rightly mentioned, and I've said before from my initial comments, the system is disorganized. It is experiencing a lot of shear, southerly shear that is carrying the thunderstorms to the north, precisely what I said. And then there's also a strong level of a certain amount of dry air that is intruding into the system. So you look at the southern part of the storm, you see the eye wall is open. You don't see a closed eye wall. That is an indication that you don't have a strong system. So that is some interpretation from what I can see from the radar. You can see other bands, feeder bands coming across. We had some actually already move across Belize today and moving further inland into the country. Those are, within those bands, we expect to have winds gusting to at least tropical storm force at times. And as the feeder bands move, the inner feeder bands begin to move across the country, those winds will increase within those bands in squally conditions. And eventually, when you have that inner eye wall crossing the mainland, that's when you're going to have your hurricane force winds. Primarily when you're going to have your hurricane force winds affecting the country.
Right, and if I could just ask as a follow-up. So now what I'm seeing on your radar there, as you said, does not look very organized. What I should be seeing, if it were a very organized storm, would be a tight eye wall and a lot of convection around that. Am I right?
Precisely. That's exactly what I'm saying. You see a closed eye wall, a completely closed eye wall. You see a clear eye in the center, and pretty much more convection than we are seeing in terms of the bands. You'll see much more bands than these with the lighter shade of blue indicating continuous rainfall, whereas the greener color that you're seeing are where you're having the heavier showers and thunderstorms. If you had a very organized system, you will have complete coverage of at least the blue color, the lighter blue, indicating the continuous rainfall, with spiraling areas of the darker green, indicating where you have the feeder bands with the stronger thunderstorms. And then at the center, you'll have the closed eye wall with very dark green color, indicating a very strong eye wall with massive thunderstorm activity and very strong winds. So again, you're making my point. The system is not well organized.
Okay, and then just very finally from me, last night we saw it, you know, the reading last night was 16.7 latitude, and now we see it at 17.2. We know Belize City is at 17.5. Yes, you're saying it's wobbling, it's showing a slight wobble south and heading again, or more or less looking like it wants to go to Gales Point. But speak about these, about the bearing right now that it's due west at 17.2. Looks like it put it in Northern Lagoon or something like that. But there is an incremental, every time we see it, it's going a little more, 16.7, 17.1. Now it's at 17.2.
Yeah, those are little things that we don't play with, right? Because those little shift and any little 0.1 of a degree movement either to the north or south could have significant impacts. And that is precisely the reason why we have a hurricane warning for the entire country. Because of those little shifts, I always say that a nudge to the north or a nudge to the south could have significant impact. We cannot predict precisely whether there's going to be another shift either to the north or south before it makes landfall. So certainly anywhere between, I would narrow it down to between Dangriga and Belize City, and maybe even just north of Belize City, we should be prepared for a possible direct landfall from the system. And again, to make the point, the entire country will be getting a fix in terms of rainfall, strong gusty winds, and squally conditions. So, hurricane warning for the entire country of Belize.
Great. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to invite Chief and Colonel DeFord to end us off with any final words for the public.
If I may,
That's true, Chief.
Okay, sure. Just to remind the public that we need to take each hurricane that affects us very seriously. We are still monitoring the system. It looks disorganized at the moment. However, we know that there can be localized impacts, severe impacts on the storm. So we advise residents to continue to monitor it very closely and to be prepared you should be prepared by now to remain in shelter and to ensure you protect your life and property. The National Met Service, one of our main goals our main objective is to provide timely information to the public in order to protect life and property. Hurricane forecasting is not going to be very, very precise that you can pinpoint exactly where a storm makes landfall or over which city or town. We saw that even in Florida, where they have the best of technology at their disposal. However, I think we have made tremendous progress in terms of being able to at least predict within a reasonable range that the system will come across Belize and inform the public in a timely manner. So I will close off with that and keep updated. We will be providing information throughout the day to keep you posted on what's occurring. Thank you.
I will say, make we save with life. Life comes first. We have a good record. The people of Belize have a good record of adhering to the advisories and saving lives. I think one day Belize will be recognized. We may not be a world leader in many things, but we'll be recognized as a world leader in the least casualties associated with hazards. You know, if we continue on this path and this trend of adhering to the advisories and taking the requisite actions. The last reporter from Channel 7 did allude to a few points which are good to note in terms of, as the Chief Met indicated earlier in his brief, the threat continues towards coming to Belize. It's imminent. It will make landfall. Hopefully, based on some of the factors that we are seeing and some of the discussions, it might not be as bad as we had anticipated maybe yesterday or the day before. But all in all, the entire country will be affected. And so we have to keep vigilant and do what we need to do as advised by our specialist, the Chief Met Officer. Take your food and water to the shelter, please. It may not be a long stay. At the speed that the system is moving up to now indicates that, you know, the shelter time will not be long. So please take along your food and water to help us who are helping you. You know, so we are doing this in partnership. You know, we provide the shelter space as much as possible. You try and provide your basic needs if you can, because we understand the situation with, you know, with the economy. No big TV, no rum, no gun, no pets, no 2 cat in at the side pocket and things like that to go into the shelter, right? We want to make sure the space is sanitized for human safety and protection. And I close with that.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Colonel DeFore. Members of the media, thank you for your cooperation this morning. Of course, we will keep you updated on when our next press briefing will be. I anticipate that will be after the storm has passed and we've been given the all clear. Again, I'd just like to reiterate what has been said here. Please continue to follow the official advisories of NEMA and the National Met Service. Those, of course, can be found on the Government Press Office's page. Please continue to follow us. The NEMO hotline is 936. If there are any emergencies, please use that number. As usual, stay alert, be prepared. The storm is coming. Take care.
Emergencies, no pranks.
All right, so that was a live press conference held by the National Emergency Management Organization, the Met Service, as well as the Minister of Sustainable Development on the movement of Hurricane Lisa. I want to jump back into our conversation with you, Mr. Tench, to get your understanding of what has been shared with us in terms of the coordinates, in terms of the projected path and the possible impact upon landfall.
Okay. Well, slow strengthening, which has been the manner of behavior of Lisa, that is continuing. It's increased in maximum sustained winds a little bit, and the last position at 9 o'clock suggests ever so slight dip to the south of where it's expected to make landfall in the northern lagoon area. As Mr. Gordon said, it's not over yet. We still have to keep watching to see what other changes in that forward track it does. It's moving still fairly fast, dropped off by 1 mile per hour. These small changes do mean a lot in terms of where it's likely to make landfall, what it means in terms of the storm surge, what it means in terms of the overall impact on the country. Clearly, all parts of the country are going to be impacted in terms of fairly strong winds, incessant rainfall, and isolated pockets of intense showers and thunderstorms. Clearly, that's not going to change. I'm a little comforted by the fact that the radar images are showing, and they mentioned it as well, that it's not a terribly organized storm. The southern and southwestern parts of the quadrant are exposed, so the storm has not developed to being a monstrous storm, but nevertheless, you have to you want to look for the positives in all of this, and so that is a little comforting, and we whatever preparations you've made for weathering out the storm, those should have been done already. Yeah. And if you have not done that, you're really cutting it close in terms of that level of preparation. But those are my comments on what I see.
Yeah. We do know there's a live viewing actually where our viewers could see from our studios what the weather looks like outside. We do have some light showers, but it is expected that it will get much worse.
Yeah.
We can also see persons still traveling. Chief Met Officer also mentioned that we could expect some hurricane force winds around a little bit after 12 o'clock, between 12 and 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that brings me to a question, Mr. Tench, because we know that with a Category 1 hurricane, we're looking at 70 to 75 miles per hour winds. What can that wind do?
Okay, those type of winds can lift zinc sheets off roofs, can uproot medium-sized trees, make deadly missiles out of loose objects, planks of wood, strips of metal. Those things could be flying around at tremendous speeds, and which underscores the fact that you should stay indoors as much as possible, because those things become deadly missiles.
For persons traveling, though,
if
they're caught on the road.
Yeah, if you're traveling, then you have to be very careful, because the wind is going to cause your vehicle to swerve from, you have to exert sufficient control on your vehicle so that the winds don't make you lose control of your vehicle. Yeah, and small vehicles are more susceptible to these high winds, more so than bigger vehicles. Trucks can probably tolerate the gusty surface winds much better than a small vehicle. And in the course of time, the roads are going to be flooded. And if the winds are going to blow tree branches across these roads as well, that is again another danger we have to be conscious of, blocking the roads, or if you happen to round the curve just in time to find a tree branch in your path. So I would feel safer being off the roads as early as possible. Or if I don't have to go, don't press it. Yeah.
We also saw some video footage of persons at shopping stores at this hour still trying to gather necessary items to be safe at home. We also have an interview. Paul is actually out on the scene getting some coverage of persons at stores currently. So we will transition into that now.
And so we are here at the 88 Shopping Center on Central American Boulevard in Belize City. And as you can see, the rain has already started and it is pouring in Belize City. But what you have behind me right now is some last minute shoppers. Of course, they seem to be a bit trapped here right now as the rain continues. But I have with me one shopper who's willing to speak to us about her last minute preparation. Good morning, ma'am. What's your name?
Latifa.
How?
Latifa.
Latifa, what are you doing out this morning in terms of last minute preparation?
Well, I bought some stuff yesterday, so I'm just here just picking up literally one or two stuff.
So picking up one or two.
I bring my granny to a shop because she had a last minute shopper.
Is she? Yeah. You expected the rainfall to come down so hard at this point?
I never expected because for walking to a truck that you have to reuse.
Your truck, right? We don't know how long the rain will last. Where are you? Where you guys are staying? Are you going to a shelter or are you staying at home?
Well, I don't have no plan to go to a shelter. I think I'm about to go right home, but
Does your area usually flood from it? Sometimes, but you're not concerned about that right now?
Well, I mean, we've seen hurricane before, and not that we're taking it lightly, but we've seen hurricane before. And I don't feel like scared. Just to be on the safe side. We still do take precautions.
All right, then, people. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And so, There you had it from one shopper who's doing a bit of last minute shopping here at 88 Center on Central American Boulevard. We have a good amount, our camera will pan to them, a good amount of shoppers that are trapped. I would imagine a good amount of them did not expect the rain to come down this hard at this point in time, and hopefully it eases up to give them some sort of relief or a chance to get to their location before the rain continues further. And so that's it for our report here from Central American Boulevard 88 Shopping Center. I am Paul Lopez.
Excellent job, Paul, for bringing us that bit of footage from 88.
That's a tough but also convenient place to be stuck, if you ask me. You're not very dry, but
you have access
at least
to
we have
everything
food.
in store, right?
At least we have food.
Yes.
We've also we have also gotten word that the city has also started to flood. We're hoping to get on a call with Dwayne. He's currently out in Ladyville, so we could get get a better idea of what it's like out that side as well. But it's an interesting, that was an interesting interview, seeing Paul at 88, which is seemingly still open, and persons are trying to find a way to get back home.
He was sharing with us that they have committed to remaining open as long as they possibly can. I think it's part of their service to the people who may still be trying to seek or access last minute provisions, right? And of course, at this point, it's from a business perspective, the longer you stay open, the more money you'll be able to make, right? So yes, that's what's happening. Let's get back to our conversation, Mr. Tench. We are, I guess, quickly getting to what we would describe as the 0 hour, when the weather makes its landfall in Belize. You have seen the images. What are your thoughts?
It's what I expected. Those people who are out doing the shopping, I think they have just become convinced of what we as studied people have been aware of. This storm wasn't a part for Belize, and it continues. The weather, the type of weather we're having is
Go ahead.
The weather we're having is convincing them now that they need to get that last minute shopping done. That should have been done from perhaps Monday or Sunday if you were forward thinking like I am. But
some people are,
it's happening. It's happening. It's happening in increments, but nevertheless, things are going downhill. So.
I also noticed that BEL has given an update on power outages that should be affecting parts of Belize City from 8:45 a.m. actually today to 10 o'clock a.m. as well.
Deliberate power outages or power outages caused by the weather?
Well, it says emergency power outage. And these areas include portions of Belize City, like Lake Independence, Mahogany Street from Lakespur Avenue to LaCroix Boulevard, Rose Lane, Partridge Street from Mahogany Street to Bannock Road, Vernon Street from Partridge Street to Cemetery Road, Vernon Street Extension, Croton Lane, Fern Lane, Marigold Lane, Jasmine Street, Hart Street, Scaber Street, Tibrew Street, Aloe Vera Street, Ring Road, Flamboyant Street, Caesarina Street, Hibiscus Street, Black Orchid Street, Poinsettia Street, Periwinkle Street, Red Bell Street, Western Avenue, Police Street, Sunflower Street, Complex Avenue, from Gordon Street to Police Street, and portion of LaCroix Boulevard at the intersection with Police Street. And several other streets as well in Belize City. So stay tuned to the updates from BEL, where you'll be able to know the time frames where power outages may take place, and also at what point we can expect electricity again.
Okay, so that sounds like something that they've scheduled.
Okay,
because the other scenario impact you'll have to watch after tonight or during tonight is the power outages caused by the storm
By
itself.
the storm
so
itself.
that is even more dangerous because you're in nighttime and the power goes. You should have had your flashlights ready and your candles ready.
Yes.
And so that's another impact that you should have been prepared for that too when the
Yes.
power goes.
All right, so I just wanted to mention as well that we will be joined momentarily via Zoom by Prime Minister John Briceño. We will be discussing with him as well from his perspective as the leader of government, what his take is on what NEMO has shared with us and perhaps what his administration is continuing to do in terms of its effort to ensure the safety of all Belizeans before, during, and after the passage of the weather.
Yeah.
Right? So that's just something I'd like to share with you guys until we're able to get PM Briceño on Zoom with us.
We also want to encourage you guys as well to send us footage as well of outside. If you are around areas that are experiencing flooding, we would love to get footage so we can share it on our social media.
Yeah.
We do have a tip line. You can send that to 627-5555. Aside from that, we are trying to provide you with comprehensive coverage of Hurricane Lisa, where you will be able to hear the betweens and the after. Hopefully tomorrow we can share that with you as well on the damages that have been caused by the hurricane.
Of course, of course.
In the meantime, we will be preparing to transition now into our Zoom with the Prime Minister, which we believe should take place momentarily.
All right, in a few minutes we will be joined by the Prime Minister. But yes, I think in terms of being able to provide the proper information to our audience, we've been thorough in terms of being able to share from your point of view as well as that of the NEMO and the sitting Chief Met Officer, what our viewers can expect, what the people of Belize can expect.
Yes, yes.
What I want to do at this point in time is take a commercial break, and when we return, we should be joined by PM Briceño, who will be joining us by Zoom.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
But how can you pay your phone?
B-Box.
What? What is B-Box?
B-Box have been his newest rewards program.
Really? Where I could get it from?
Man, check on the website bbox.bz or you could download it from the App Store. And if you still don't know, check that young lady there and she'll hook you up.
I will surely do so. Good afternoon, miss. Can you hook me up with B-Box?
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Sarah.
Hi, Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter, a football. iPhone and a makeup for Christmas.
Oh, come on. 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number
number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
My parents always said, when it's time to build, invest in quality products that last a lifetime, even if it means paying a little more. It is now my turn to invest in my own home, and it's not even a question. It has to be Oran Windows. My contractor recommends Oran because of the heavy-duty construction, the thickest gauge blades on the market, and the dual locks that allow lower louvers to close independently for privacy while the top remains open for airflow. These features make Oran aluminum louver windows the best on the market.
With Oran aluminum louver windows, you get strength, durability, and beauty with an added layer of security and protection against debris and damaging winds. Come in and check out the variety of sizes and colors at Design Depot, located at Mile 3 Philip Goldson Highway in Belize City.
Hello, friends. This is Dr. Bob Roberts with another 60-second sermon from God's Word. The Bible says, "For God did not call us to be impure, but to live a holy life. Therefore, he who rejects his instruction does not reject man, but God, who gives you his Holy Spirit." I once asked a friend of mine, "Charlie, why is it that some Christians seem to do anything they want to do and get away with it, when if I even think something wrong, the Lord deeply convicts me?" He replied, "Bob, thank God he does, for that only proves that you're a child of God and that the Holy Spirit is working in you." The Bible says, "My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth." The best evidence that one is a child of God is that they cannot live unholy lives and get away with deliberate sinning. I often think of Mary Jo White, a young lady who had been in a car wreck and left paralyzed from her waist down. She felt nothing from her waist down, not even the bed sores on her body. We normally shun pain, but she would have rejoiced if she could have felt it, because she would have known that there was life in her body again. So remember, when you sin and get caught and feel the pain of conviction, it only proves that you are a child of God and the Holy Spirit is alive and active in your life. This is a real reason why some can and others can't. Today's 60-second sermon has been presented by Christian Foundations of Faith in cooperation with the Baptist churches in your area.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
Hello eCash user, the eCash app is now available in Spanish. Changing the language in your eCash app from English to Spanish is quick and easy. Let me walk you through the steps. First, open your eCash app. Enter your PIN. Tap the More icon at the bottom of your screen. Choose Security. Select Language. Tap on Spanish. Then re-enter your PIN. And that's it! Your eCash app is now in Spanish, and you can continue to enjoy your eCash digital wallet. Belize Bank's eCash app makes life easier.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMA just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RF&G Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RF&G Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RF&G Insurance, a Road Group company.
My fellow Belizeans, effective midday today, 1st November 2022, I declared a hurricane warning for the nation of Belize. This means that NEMO is fully activated countrywide. Our Chief Met Officer, Mr. Ronald Gordon, advised that as of 3 p.m. today, the center of Tropical Storm Lisa was 330 miles to the east of Belize City. Lisa is moving to the west at 15 miles per hour and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane overnight. By the time it makes landfall tomorrow, anywhere between Dangriga and Belize City, it is expected to strengthen into a strong Category 1 or a minimal Category 2 hurricane. By now, we all should have put our emergency plans into effect. We encourage everyone who feels as if their home is not safe or is at risk to voluntarily relocate to a safe place. Shelters all across the country will be opened at 6 p.m. this evening. The international airport will be closed tonight. Tomorrow, seaports will be closed and bus transportation will stop at midday. I call on all employers to dismiss their employees now so that they can go home or seek shelter. From our public officers who are manning our hurricane shelters to our men and women in uniform already on the ground working, we need your cooperation for us to get everyone to safety and keep order in our shelters. The search and rescue agencies are ready, and our doctors and nurses are fully equipped and supplied to attend to the needs of those who remain in the hospitals or who will need emergency assistance. Remember to stay indoors and out of harm's way until the official all clear is declared. Please only listen to official advisories coming from the National Med Service and NEMO. We have done everything we can to prepare for the arrival of the storm, and I urge all Belizeans to take the warnings and advisories seriously to preserve your life and the lives of your families. Together, and with the guidance of our Creator, we will get through this. God bless you. God bless Belize. I thank you.
And welcome back. And welcome back. All right, so we took a brief commercial break there. As we mentioned earlier, Prime Minister John Briceño will be joining us via Zoom to share with us government's perspective on what's taking place across the country, more so for Central Belize District.
That's right. But just to do a quick recap, what we know so far at this hour is that Hurricane Lisa is expected to make landfall between 12 and 3 o'clock. We are expecting hurricane force winds along the coast of Belize, but it's projected to make landfall directly between Belize and Stan Creek, if I'm
Dangriga,
and Dangriga. Yeah. We do know that there are persons here in Belize District that are still out trying to get last-minute shopping done. We highly discourage that. At this hour, we definitely would like to advise persons to seek shelter, seek the nearest shelter. Also, for persons that are already seeking shelter or are trying to do so, get in contact with the NEMO officers, the CEMO officers as well. For persons that would like to share with us the location they are at, how it's looking, if it's flooding, you can do so. You can send us a message to our tip line, which is 627-5555.
All right, so we continue our coverage. I think as far as we've been able to begin this conversation today, we have touched on a number of issues related to the weather system. I think for our viewers who have been following, they should be by now abreast of what is taking place, respective to their locations, right?
Yes.
We were saying earlier that while the system seems to be passing in the region of Northern Lagoon, and the storm surge would be in the lower part of Belize City, we're not totally out of the clear, so to speak, in terms of the impact of the wave system.
Right. And Mr. Gordon said it as well. Even at this late hour, we still should not drop our guard as regards that likely landfall site. That can change. Things can change even at this very last moment in the storm's progress towards land. And we should still remain watchful and vigilant and hopeful that the storm does something or a few things that would work to our favor. And one of them we saw with this morning's report is that the 9 o'clock report is that it has taken a little shift further south towards making landfall. And overall, the storm is not a potent storm. It's not terribly organized in terms of structure, eye wall, and perhaps that's an indication that it's losing some of the upper level support that was suggested from watching the models earlier.
Right.
It's taken a slow time to do the changes that were forecast, but it's doing them, but it's not become a terribly organized storm. Earl, in my estimation, was a much better organized storm. And I draw the comparison between this storm and Earl because Earl made landfall in pretty much the same location where it seems likely that this storm is going to make landfall. And
do you believe, I guess based on everything that you've seen so far, notwithstanding what we shared earlier with last minute shoppers, do you believe that perhaps a majority of us as Belizeans are taking storms more seriously in terms of being able to prepare and put into effect some of the plans that we have in order to ensure our own safeties?
In one sense, I would say yes. For instance, take the proactive nature of the schools to close very early. I think that organization among schools to close early was good thinking. perhaps it was related to the fact that many schools are being used as hurricane shelters, and so you wanted to have that kind of forward planning to prepare. The seasoned and older folks among us who have experienced hurricanes before, it goes without saying, those people take the threat seriously. Yes. Among our younger folk, I've spoken to a lot of young people who said to me they've never experienced a storm before and they don't know what it is. So their reaction is perhaps just based on, well, I'm going to send you home from school today, go home. I don't know what they're sending me home for, but it's that kind of naive thinking that still pervades among us. But I would say in some sectors of the community, people have come to respect and take the warnings seriously. I did see a high degree of rush shopping among members of the community earlier this week, and I believe what we saw on the video just now could be for a variety of reasons. Perhaps people didn't have the money, or they're waiting till there's always that sector of society that's a last minute make a last minute response, and with the rains happening now, they probably are thinking, okay, this is for real, so I better do something. So that's to answer your question, in some senses, yes, people have reacted and are more weather conscious. A good part of the society has become more weather conscious, and the recent events with Julia did not impact us, but the effects it produced and all of these things, I think, have made people a bit more conscious and aware of the threats and dangers of hurricanes and tropical storms.
All right, do we have anything from Dwayne in Ladyville as yet? There he is. Okay, we're just about getting ready for Dwayne. But yes, our colleague is in Ladyville, where he is at one of the shelters there, if I'm not mistaken. And he'll also head over to the Met office. Okay. I think that's always a good thing to stop by and see the forecasters and the meteorologists that work. I think
sure.
It gives a sense of comfort as well that they are on top of their respective responsibilities.
See what the nerve center of weather forecasting is all about.
Yes.
All right, well, we have Dwayne here with us. So Dwayne, over to you.
All right, good morning, guys in the studio, Sabrina. Good morning, Belize. I am actually here at the Meteorological Service, where I will be speaking with senior climatologist Ms. Shayna Young momentarily. But yes, Isani, I was at the shelter in Ladyville, at the Ladyville Community Center. That shelter has been open. There are two other shelters, but those, until the Ladyville Community Center is at full capacity, then those other two will be open at the Evangelical School, and then at Tubal. We will have interviews with the chairman of the village council, Mr. Bernard Bennett, later on, as well as with a shelteree. The reality is that Vista Del Mar, at the previous Hurricane Earl, Vista Del Mar was really affected with the storm, by the storm surge. We know water levels had increased and covering homes. People were on top of the rooftop, to get away from the rising water. And so I also have interviews with some of those persons that will be aired later on. But like I said, guys, I'm currently at the National Meteorological Services, where, we're going to see what they're doing behind the scenes. I am here with senior climatologist, Ms. Shayna Young. Ms. Shayna, let's talk about what we're seeing on the ground. We know the rains have started. We're seeing some flooding in Belize City already, and in some low-lying areas. you warned, you did say on Monday that this was going to happen, right?
So as you can see, rains have already started to affect the country, and since midnight to now, about 2 inches of rainfall has already fell in the city, and this is just one of the first major bands from Hurricane Lisa that is affecting the city and also some northern coastal areas. And like I mentioned during the course of today, especially for those located in central to northern portions of the country,
those are the ones.
Weather conditions. Like was mentioned before, and also by Mr. Gordon, the storm surge just north of where the storm makes landfall later today can be between 4 to 7 feet, and for areas in central coastal Belize, including Belize City, maximum rainfall in some cases can be 8 to 12 inches. But in general, for the country, the average rainfall should be between 4 to 6 inches between today and tomorrow. And on the current path, by 6 p.m. This evening, Lisa should still be a Category 1 hurricane and will be just north of Belmopan. So it should make landfall this evening somewhere between 3 to 6 p.m. along the coast and move further inland, and around 6 p.m. it should be over Belmopan.
All right, that's just an update, guys. We know that the guys on the ground, they're right here, they're working. They'll be here all day, right, Ms. Shayna?
Yes, until it's the outclearance given.
And,
but even after this time, we'll be here because we operate on a 24-hour basis. So we'll be doing the analysis of the event post-time, including the amount of rainfall that fell, winds, and that report will be shared afterwards.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Shayna. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you,
Dwayne.
Thank you, Dwayne. Now we have online with us Prime Minister John Briceño as we get some comments from him in regards to where Belize is at, how he is feeling as we prepare for the landfall of Hurricane Lisa. Prime Minister, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to both of you.
Morning,
and as always, thank you so much for keeping people or citizens informed. I know it takes a lot from you all because I know that everybody wants to be with their families. So, you know, you're doing this to a great sacrifice to yourself and to your loved ones. So certainly on behalf of everyone, thank you so much.
PM, I wanted to begin first of all by perhaps getting some info from you regarding yesterday's meeting with NEMO. I know this is all a part of the overall preparation and state of readiness of not only your administration, but the agencies that are working in tandem to keep Belize aware and informed of what's taking place.
Well, certainly, yesterday after Cabinet, I met with all the line ministries, with their CEOs, and for us to be able to find out from them their state of readiness. I must commend all the CEOs. They pretty much seem to have everything in order, in place. And so, including the Foreign Ministry that have already been alerting our friends of Belize from abroad. So everybody says, you know, our friends from abroad, the different governments are already sending, you know, hoping and praying for us, but at the same time saying that they're on standby, ready to assist in any way that they can. So, you know, to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, the NEMO, they've been doing a really, really good job. They've been able to move very quickly. Captain Colonel Defoe and the people at the Met Department, Chief Met Officer, Mr. Gordon, and his staff, the people at Carthushna Hospital, they already have everything in place. They had an issue with a generator that they felt was a little bit too low, so they have already set up another standby to ensure that if something is wrong, that they can be ever ready. They have pretty much all the supplies that they need. I know there were as an attempt at trying to make an issue earlier this week, but they were telling me about 80% of the supplies have come in since last week, so they've been quickly delivering supplies to all the hospitals in the country. We still have a few things that are not in place, but we have the vast majority of them. So we're doing everything possible. Belize City, the mayor has been on the move from Sunday. He has gotten his team ready. I know there's an issue with the canal. I remember they're building so that they could be able to pump out water.
Yes.
But they did not want to open it because if they open it, water is going to flood in and it could pretty much destroy a lot of the work that has been done. But now that we know that the hurricane is coming in, when I spoke with the mayor, I think it was yesterday, was it on Sunday? Oh, sorry, Monday. He assured me that should the need arise, they are going to open it up so that the water can flow. So we're doing everything that we can. We're doing everything that we can. Again, because of technology, we can move much quicker. And as opposed to in 1998 when I was the head of government, I think Prime Minister with Mitch, it took a lot more work to get things going.
Can you give us perhaps an idea of where we are in terms of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing? I know they normally respond in the wake of a natural disaster in terms of dealing with roads and drainage and what have you. What was that discussion like yesterday? I know CEO Espat was in attendance of that meeting as well.
He was, but also Minister Julius Espat, he was also in cabinet assuring us that they have everything in order. They have already deployed people. And then those that have not deployed, they're on standby. They have already, since the last flooding, they were already working and putting up a lot of drains. If you notice, especially in the Northern Highway, there are a lot of areas where they've been digging out and putting out much bigger drains. They've done that in the Kaya district. In Benke, the minister said that they issued about 30 plus culverts, so they're already starting to put in so that the water can flow rapidly. His staff is ready. CEO Victor Espat assured us that their staff is ready. They have the necessary material and equipment to move as soon as they get a call that they're needed. They're ready.
Prime Minister, would you say that we are confidently waiting for the arrival of Hurricane Lisa in terms of preparedness?
Well, I think we are as best as we could possibly get. You can never tell, you can never predict with these with hurricanes. We've done everything that we possibly humanly can do. As it is, because of the previous flooding and so forth, NEMO is already in tip-top shape. Actually, just on yesterday, the minister was telling us that they have depleted their budget, and so we were releasing another $500,000 for them to be able to just get food supplies. And so we stand ready to be able to provide what we can. But because of these floodings and so forth that we've been having, NEMO has been activated. They've already been, for want of a better word, I mean, you don't do a practice run.
Yeah.
And so I feel that we're in a better position right now. Right. Obviously, we did not expect it to come to Belize City. We are looking at Dangriga, and then we saw it moving a little bit more to past Dangriga, between Dangriga and I think Hills Point. It is only this morning when they took the last at 6 o'clock. They saw the ship coming up even a little bit more north. So it's going to be passing a little south of Hattieville, but Belize City will get some strong winds because the northern quadrant of the hurricane is where you have the stronger winds. I think we need to thank our Creator. We need to thank our Lord for the blessings because the hurricane is moving so fast, it will not be able to have enough time to strengthen more, and two, it will not be able to have and also to be able to organize into a tighter knit hurricane. So you're going to be spread out some more, so you'll not be getting that intensity that you usually get in hurricanes. Now, 80 miles is 80 miles. 80 miles is bad, it's dangerous, and especially up here to Belize City. Belize City is just about a foot probably over the sea and over water, and the surge is going to be between 2 and 5 feet. So I'm begging people that to move right now to higher places. If you could get out of Belize City, better. But if not, go to a safe place. If you're in a cement house and you're above the street, you're going to be fine. I think generally so. But I appeal and I beg people, especially those that in the areas that are prone to flooding, the area of Southside Belize City, Belama, where we always have these floodings. We have to be able to do, I'm appealing, try to move. And certainly we also have to do some more work in trying to ensure that we can alleviate the issues with flooding. Unfortunately, for the past 13 years, the last time the rivers were really dredged out in a serious manner was when the previous PP government was in place. So there is an issue of the sea siltation and also the Borden Canal, and that slows down the water that causes a backup, and that's why we tend to have these big flooding. So I just spoke with Minister Habet this morning, and I said, once the rains are over, and hopefully early next year, once we pass the hurricane season, we need to do a priority to ensure that we can dredge out these areas so that the water can flow quicker out to sea.
PM, it seems as if though you're in somewhat of a situation room at home there in Orange Walk, have you had a chance to kind of come out and look around in your constituency to see what preparations, if any, are taking place there?
Well, if I was not speaking to you right now, I would have been on CTV3 and then go to San Esteban. But from all indications I know my people at CTVC must have vexed me right now that I have to try to find first.
Thanks for giving us a priority.
But seriously, I think that in Orange Walk, from all indications, we're going to be fine. We don't have serious flooding. We had already, again, when I was in our first PUP government, we built a big drain going from south to north to the back of Orange Walk town, and that has managed to alleviate considerably the flooding. And we just finished right now linking this. We have this pond in Orange Walk East and Orange Walk town. If you guys have been in Orange Walk, you know what I'm talking about. And we just dug a canal, and I want to thank Mr. Albert Burns, who gave us permission to cut out a canal to connect that. Because his land is high. So we had to dig a canal probably between 5 and 10 feet deep, so that water, when it fills up, it will run into this canal, go into the other pond across, then to the drain that we just built, then it will go all the way through the back of our drop town and goes out by Mamayal, where the dangerous curves are, and going to Horizon, right? Yeah, so yes. And there we're putting even some bigger drains so that the water can run out. So I don't expect much. In San Esteban, we've already put in a lot of drains since the last flooding that we had. So I think that's going to alleviate us somewhat. So I am feeling confident that we will be able to do something shortly.
PM, is there any final word you'd like to share aside from your statement to the nation yesterday, your televised statement?
Well, again, just appealing to everyone to please be careful. Please make sure that if you feel that you're not safe, go to one of the houses, some of the hurricane shelters that we have. And if you do go to the hurricane shelter, please cooperate with everyone. Don't take your TV. Don't expect to be able to take your TV and stereo and liquor and cigarettes, because you're sharing a space with other Belizeans. Cooperate with the officials that we have there. We need your cooperation so that we can help you. We will do everything that we can, that we could possibly can to be able to help. And we are looking and we might, looking at if we need to call a state of emergency. If we do that, then we will be announcing that shortly. And if we do that, then that will require people to leave the streets. Everybody will have to be able to
stay indoors, right?
To stay indoors. I'm sorry, but I was getting a call from one of my senior ministers. I'm telling him that I will call him back. He's advising me on something very important that we have to get done right now.
No problem.
Prime Minister,
okay.
Prime Minister, is there any closing message of comfort that you'd like to share with the Belizean people that are currently in shelters right now, waiting for the storm to pass?
I think despite everything, despite that there is this hurricane that's coming to Belize, I think we need to count our blessings. I think that we need to to thank our Lord, our God, our Creator, for the blessings that He has bestowed on Belize, because it could have been far worse. 80 miles is still dangerous, the flooding is still dangerous, but it could have been over 100 plus miles per hour, and that would have destroyed large parts of Belize City. So let's look at our blessings. Let's be thankful for what we have, and then let's help one another. We are our brothers and sisters keepers, and reach out a helping hand. If you have an extra plate of food and somebody doesn't have, let's share it. You will be blessed and be paid in multiple times. So, and again, please, let's be safe. Don't listen to rumors. Listen to the official statements that is issued out by NEMO. I know you all in the media are being very, very helpful, but sometimes get excited and say, "Oh, we hear so," and please don't give out no year so, because then people hear that and they will not say it was year so. They're saying it's the gospel truth because the media is saying it. So I'm also appealing to you all at the media to be extremely careful in what you're saying about the hurricane, and just please don't look at the internet. Listen to what Chief Met Gordon is telling us, because they are the ones that are closely monitoring this to ensure that we can get the best information and for us to be prepared.
I give you our utmost assurances that we are being as responsible as we possibly can in the delivery of accurate information to our public. Thanks again, PM, for having joined us to share some words with our viewers this morning. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you to your reporters who are out on the streets, and please, you guys be safe. I know you want to be the first to cover, but you also have to remember that you also have to stay safe to be able to inform the rest of the public.
Thank you very much.
Thanks once more. God bless Belize. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. We now transition to the Inspiration Center, where we have coverage of what's taking place over on that side.
So I'll walk to there. Who you brought with you today?
I brought my daughter. She goes to Stella Maris. Her name is Esther Shield. I brought my stepdaughter and my 2 grandkids. My husband will meet us here later.
Okay.
Because he got to board the house up, and it's bad back there already. Jane Usher is already flood out.
So you're from Jane Usher?
Yeah, we're from Jane Usher.
And what's the condition of your property right now?
My property is okay right now, but I don't want to stay back there because we're scared of the water. Yeah. It's really bad.
What kind of aid do you need to be here to help your daughter with?
Well, we brought her medication. We got food, so we're okay. We just want to be safe. And I feel safe here.
Yeah, you feel safer here than at home.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we really do.
What's your thoughts on how the storm is developing right now?
Man, it's moving. Yeah. It's moving quick. We was just watching the news, and it's moving faster than they think.
Yeah. Do you feel like she'll be well cared for here?
Oh, yeah. She used to come here. Okay. She used to get her therapy on her feet here. She's crippled. Okay. So, yes, this is a good place.
What's your name?
Sherette Hyde.
Miss Hyde, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
And so we are here at the Inspiration Center. And this is where this is the shelter for persons with disabilities. As we understand right now, they actually have 2 persons. Well, earlier we learned that there's 2 persons in the shelter when we arrived, and there we saw another family, in fact, of 5 coming here. They're from Jane Usher, and this is really where persons with disabilities will come to seek shelter. They've equipped the place to provide the type of care that those persons need, and this is really, really an encouragement.
Was Paul Lopez over at the Inspiration Center sharing with us the information out there so far as it relates to providing shelter for persons with disabilities. Please know though that the shelter is also open to other persons as well. Before we go, we'd like to say thank you again to Prime Minister for giving us words of encouragement, giving us the general information on their meetings with NEMO. But we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will wrap up.
Your life just got a lot less complicated with Belize Bank Contactless MasterCard Debit Card. Introducing our Standard Debit and MasterCard Platinum Debit Cards. Now you can make purchases anywhere MasterCard is accepted with one tap, pay and go. Your contactless card never has to leave your hands, especially in these times. And your card is embedded with multiple layers of security. Platinum card holders get to enjoy extra benefits like price protection, purchase protection, trip inconvenience, and luggage protection, just to name a few. Start enjoying a cashless lifestyle today with the Belize Bank.
Social Security, transforming service delivery. My Social Security is your secure online account to manage all your Social Security information. My Social Security launched in March 2021 with registration service to apply online for new or replacement Social Security cards. Upgrades to My Social Security continues with a new look, enhanced customer experience, and its newest feature, Sickness Benefit Online application. With My Social Security, you can create your account, log in, and take control of your Social Security information. This includes applying for a new or replacement Social Security card for yourself, child, or dependent. Make appointments online and submit your complete sickness benefit claim package. Our customer care team is here to provide you, our valued customers, with real-time support. Connect with one of our customer care agents through direct messages on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or live chat, or follow our YouTube channel for more information, tutorials, and guides. A complete 360 view of your Social Security information is coming soon, which includes a new employer portal for employers, businesses, and self-employed persons, contributions history and statements, all SSB benefits, medical portal for registered doctors, and fingerprint enrollment all in one place. Social Security at your fingertips. The significant enhancement of service delivery to you is here. My Social Security.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby, let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing
West Track Limited.
Good evening, residents of Belize City. By this time, your family plans should have already been activated. Nonetheless, as the mayor of Belize City, I found it necessary to provide you with some important information as Tropical Storm Lisa quickly approaches. This update is based on information recently received from NEMO and the National Meteorological Service. As of 3 p.m. today, Tropical Storm Lisa is currently 327 miles off the coast of Belize City, moving at 15 miles per hour. It has started to move a bit faster, with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, which can be considered a strong tropical storm. It is important to note that this storm is expected to strengthen even further ahead of landfall tomorrow, potentially as a strong Category 1 hurricane. It is also important to note that we could expect tropical storm winds as early as 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning. If the storm keeps its current path, the Belize district is forecasted to get at least 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. These rains will be heavy and continuous after midday Wednesday. Additionally, we are anticipating storm surge of up to 4 to 6 feet, which will be further compounded by the effects of a high tide forecasted for around 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening, when Lisa is expected to make landfall. In light of that, I would like to urge all city residents to evacuate where necessary and make use of the various shelters made available. It is my hope that residents in the following flood-prone areas would have already identified a family member in a more favorable area to take up residence with during the storm, or already have an evacuation plan in place. These areas of major concerns include the Crewman Lagoon area, the Jane Usher area, Yarborough, Belama phases 3, 4, and 5, and the Hone Park area, better known as Hanger. In conjunction with the activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the following 10 shelters will simultaneously open in order to facilitate those residents living in the aforementioned flood-prone areas, as well as other residents of the city. Maud Williams High School, Trinity Methodist Primary School, Unity Presbyterian Primary School, Palote High School, St. Joseph Primary School, All Saints Primary School, St. Martin de Porres, St. Luke Methodist School, St. John Vianney Primary School, and the Inspiration Center for those residents with special needs and diverse abilities. I strongly advise that residents take advantage of these shelters. Please do not wait until the appointed time and it is too late to seek safe shelter. We all know the risks, so let us all work to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Together, let's act early, save lives, and preserve property.
Welcome back. We are finally at the end of our coverage, where we have been talking about the arrival of Hurricane Lisa. We spoke briefly with Mr. Tench, a retired meteorologist. He shared with us the details of what a storm looks like, the stats that we have so far as it relates to the positioning and the details of the arrival of Hurricane Lisa. But we also spoke with the chairlady from Key Cocker in terms of their preparations that's taking place right now for the arrival of Hurricane Lisa. And then finally, we spoke to NEMO representatives over the country that are in place and prepared to help persons in need when the storm does take place and arrives.
Of course, we also spoke with Prime Minister John Briceño, who was able to share from his perspective as the head of government where we stand collectively as agencies that are working together to provide the support and the assistance that the public needs in order to be able to brave this storm.
Yeah, and we also got coverage from our colleagues over in our newsroom where they shared with us live coverage and live footage of persons preparing for the hurricane, what it looks like outside right now, persons currently seeking shelter. We were pleased to learn that there is a place specifically for persons with diverse abilities. So if you know anyone that may be in need, or if you feel like you would like to access the shelter over at the Inspiration Center, please do so.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our extended show this morning. Of course, all right, so we're looking at footage still from inside 88 Center.
Yes. And we learned that 88 Center should be open for as long as they possibly can to ensure that persons that still believe that they need to access supplies, they can go over to the 88 Shopping Center. But of course, we highly discourage that, as right now we are awaiting Hurricane Lisa in just a matter of some hours. We learned that Hurricane Lisa should make landfall between midday towards this evening. So we can expect a little bit of daylight while it does make landfall. But of course, we encourage everyone to stay put, stay in place in your homes, in the shelters, and stay close to family.
I have a piece of information here from the Belize Police Department, where they're putting out there the numbers of the respective stations for persons who are interested in seeking assistance from the department. All right, so we have here the number for the Corozal precinct is 402-2022. For Orange Walk, it's 322-2022. Borel Boom is 205-9095. Ladyville is 205-2043. Belize City is 207-2022. Key Cocker 206-0179. San Pedro 206-2022. Hattieville is 225-6107. Belmopan 822-2223. San Ignacio 804-2022. Benqueviejo 803-2038. Dangriga 522-2022. Placencia 503-2142. Independence 523-2022. And Punta Gorda is 702-2022. Before that was a message from the Commissioner of Police Chester Williams and Acting Commissioner Dr. Richard Rosado, informing the nation of Belize that the Belize Police Department, its operations are in full effect. The aim is to maintain law and order and protection of life and property. In doing this, the department is collaborating with other partner agencies across the country. The Commissioner implores on motorists and commuters to commute in a safe mode and be mindful of other commuters that are traveling on the highways and byways. As well, if you're living in low-lying areas, don't wait for the 11th hour to get to higher grounds. So that's a very important message being reiterated by the Belize Police Department.
Yes. And for persons that are still unaware of where they can access shelter, you can get that information from the NEMO Facebook pages, but we would also like to share that with you. I think we do have some cover footage of the shelters that are available in the Belize district. In Belize City, we have St. Luke's Methodist School, St. John Vianney School, St. Martin de Porres School, Unity Presbyterian School, and Inspiration Center, which we just shared with you is a very good place for persons with diverse abilities.
So we have Dwayne Moody as well, who was at the shelter in Ladyville. We're trying to see if we can bring up that footage to see what he did in terms of who he spoke with and what the state of preparedness is at the shelter in Ladyville. I believe that that should be coming up shortly.
We do know that there are two shelters available currently in Ladyville. That is the Ladyville Community Center, also the Ladyville Evangelical Primary School. But Dwayne had informed us that in the event that the shelters are full, they will open to Baal as well. For the rest of the Belize district, though, in Bermuda and Landing, there is the Bell Ridge Center. There's also the Community Baboon Sanctuary. In Crooked Tree, there's the Crooked Tree Disaster Center, as well as the Crooked Tree Government School. In Boom, you can have access to the St. Therese RC School, as well as the Boom Methodist Primary School. And in Sandhill, there's Pankota Methodist School, as well as the Sandhill Community Center. In Biscayne, there is the Biscayne Government School. In Mascal, the Mascal RC Primary School. In St. Anne's Community Center. In Boston, there's King's College. Santana Zion Park Methodist School. Rancho Dolores RC School. In Corozalito, there is the Corozalito Community Center. In Rockstone Pond, there is the Adventist Church. In Hattieville, there is the Hattieville Government School, as well as the Hattieville Community Center. And in La Democracia, there is St. Agnes Evangelical School.
All right, so we're still waiting for video to come in from other parts of the city.
Yes.
Right.
So to just conclude in Belize District, which is also over at the Keys, we have in Ambergris Key, Sagebrush, as well as the San Pedro High School, the San Pedro Catholic Youth Center, as well as 2 backup shelters in the event that those shelters are full. There is the Seventh-day Adventist School and the Southern Kitchen Center. Over in Keycocker, we spoke briefly this morning with the chairlady, Miss Villanueva Pot. There is the Keycocker Roman Catholic School, Ocean Academy, Keycocker Catholic Church, and Island Magic and Avenida Church. But of course, Ocean Academy, 2 wards down, Avenida Church are backup hurricane shelters in the event that the Keycocker Roman Catholic School becomes full. We also encourage persons that are outside that are able to get footage of what the state is like. Send it over to us. You can send it to our tip line, which is 627-5555. If there is flood water around you, if there is anything in terms of wind damage, you can also send that over to us and we will air it in our newscast. Or if you send it early, you can make it here to our live coverage currently. So in about 10 minutes, we will have Dwayne Moody over here, well, on a call with us, giving a live coverage of the Ladyville Community Center.
So that's a look at what we're seeing outside at on the coast of Belize City. All right, so we will be having a conversation with the rep from Nemo San Pedro in a few minutes as well. And this is a fluid state of affairs, so while we initially mentioned that we were winding down, there are still a few more interviews to be had with people in other places that are preparing and are hunkering down. Right, so what are your thoughts so far, Sabrina? We're still a few hours away from the actual landfall, but in terms of what you've heard, in terms of what has been shared publicly by all the officials involved with the hurricane awareness effort, what are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, Isani, where I am right now mentally, I'm thinking about a few years ago, because I am a resident of Boom, but a few years ago we had a massive hurricane, the last hurricane. I'm not quite sure what the name of it was, but you can find that out. And I remember the river raising so high that it came almost up to the police station.
Wow.
And if you are familiar with Boom, that's a lot of water.
And quite a distance from the river.
Exactly, quite a distance from the river. So I'm thinking about flood waters that is inevitable at this point. We're thinking about Ladyville, we're thinking about areas in the rural north during that time, all the way from Rancho had like an extended pond. So my thoughts are with the people that are currently in those areas. What are they feeling like, you know? Are they anticipating another flooding like that? I'm also thinking about persons that are sheltering right now, what that feeling is like, knowing that you have had to leave everything that you have behind in hopes that this natural disaster will have a little bit of grace on what you do own. But we know that when we compare what you own to your life, obviously your life is more important. So I'm thinking about those persons at this time. With the facts that we have, I think that we are just hoping for the storm to pass as quickly as it can. I'm also positive, and I'm a little bit more optimistic knowing that the storm will make arrival during the daytime, even if it's later on in the evening. I'm still hopeful that, you know, we can kind of watch it instead of being in the dark while it's happening.
Yeah, I think for me, my concern is primarily with the people who are not in a position to be able to either afford the resources that they need to properly secure their belongings.
Right.
Because even if these individuals seek shelter elsewhere, they're not sure what they're returning to at the end of it all, right? And for some, these are people who don't have much, but it's their life's work, so to speak. And not being certain what you're going to meet upon returning home, to me, that's one of the biggest concerns that I have for them.
Yes.
You know,
and also what happens after, because in the event that there is damage to property, to things that, you know, the very little that you do own, it's the picking up the pieces after that's very difficult to process, and that's very hard when you already don't have much, and you have to, like I said, just hope and pray that the storm has a little bit of mercy on you. It's going back and trying to figure out how can I start over again.
I think in times like these, it's right for us to remind the business community, those businesses that remain open, to be considerate of the consumer, because while it was heartwarming in a sense yesterday when we heard that some businesses were catering to people who couldn't really afford, like in the case of persons who were out to purchase sandbags, but they were short on the money that they needed. Some of the business owners were prepared to work with them in terms of the monies that they had. But I'm saying this, there are going to be other business owners out there, I'm certain, who are going to try to take advantage of the situation. And so we're discouraging them from price gouging or any other activity that would unfairly give them a leg up based on the situation at hand.
Yes.
I know that the Belize Bureau of Standards has issued a statement saying we need to firmly discourage this practice. I know that Minister Orlando Habet as well spoke against this kind of activity at this time. It's a time where even if you're open for the last few hours, please allow people to be able to purchase the items at a reasonable cost, as was prescribed on the shelf. Not because the storm is coming, you're going to automatically raise the price to an exorbitant amount.
Yeah. Well, I guess we could go straight into Paul, which is still out on the field. He has some more interviews for us. Paul?
All right, and we are back this time on Farbers Road in front of St. John's Vianney Catholic School, where this is a hurricane shelter. And I just want to give you a bit of how high the water is right now on Farbers Road in front of St. John's Vianney. This is me standing, and this is only after a short period of rains. And as we can see, we have residents from the area moving into the shelter, seeking higher ground as these floodwaters continue to come in. It's a crazy sight out here because the floodwaters extends along the Farbers Road area for a good distance. I mean, I look up to my left and I see vehicles seeking to traverse these waters, and that gives you an idea of how high the floodwater is right now on Farbers Road. And then I move down to my right where we see one lady escorting an elderly person, and I believe that what they are doing right now is they're attempting to seek shelter, to seek higher ground. As you would imagine, this is only the beginning of the effects of Hurricane Lisa as it continues to barrel towards the coast of Belize City. Mom, you guys are going in to seek shelter? You guys are going in to seek shelter? Oh, wait, why is it that you're only now coming? Let me help you here. Let me help you here, love. Oh, give me a hand. How is it that you guys are only now coming?
I think it's getting dangerous now, so it's best that I take out my elders.
Yeah.
So I think that is the best case for me to do for them.
This is your mom?
This is my aunt.
Okay. And you guys didn't expect it to get this bad?
No.
Yeah. Wow. So what's your thoughts on how the weather is developing right now?
It just got you like in a shock because you're worrying about your loved ones.
Yeah. You think you'll find a space here?
Yeah, we have a space.
Okay. How many of you guys are going to be here?
I got my mom, my dad, my niece, my 2 daughters.
It's emotional for you.
Yeah.
Well, all the best, and you all take care, okay?
Thank you.
No problem. Let me help you. Let me continue to help you. And so as we assist here right now, just to ensure that they get under the dry area, this is the condition that families are facing right now as floodwaters continue to rise along Farbers Road area. All right, and so we have one resident from near the
right on the
that's
back
near
street.
Farbers Road.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
What's the condition of your location right now?
Bedroom flood out, hall flood out, the bathroom flood out. Only the kitchen higher, so I don't get no water up in there. So
Let me ask you something. Were you listening to the warnings? Were you preparing?
yeah, but like I said, my house is on the ground, flat on the ground, so I don't have no secure. You know, nobody on the side try help. Mr. Usher there wrong, then he don't try to do nothing. Because he knew I was dealing with somebody else in the situation, but now he say he don't want to help me. He said, I already don't support him, so he ain't gonna support me, so I can't do nothing.
Early in the day at this point, what are your plans for today?
Man, I try to come sign up, see if I could get a room up here, me and my 2 sons, and that's about it.
Were you able to save or bring anything along with you?
Well, I'm gonna bring what I got. That's all I could say.
Okay, so the process first is for you to sign up, then you have to go back and get stuff.
That's right, that's
Yeah.
right.
So
That's
it's only going to be 2 of you.
3 of us,
Yeah.
2 boys and me.
What's your thoughts on how this weather has developed to this point?
And it's developed, I can't say this nature though, so.
And this is only the beginning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My friend just told me this is only the beginnings. I was thinking it done, but.
Well, take care and all the best, okay?
All right, thank you too.
All right, and so there you had it. We heard from 2 persons right here, St. John's Vianney. We see another elderly person coming in to seek shelter. And this has been the trend, at least to the point that we've reached there, where we're seeing the elderly being evacuated at this point along the Farbers Road area. And if you look at a distance in front of her, you can see that this property at the St. John's Vianney RC School, this property is already underwater. So it's one thing that they're seeking shelter from flooded streets and flooded homes. But then what you see here now is that the property where this shelter is on is also flooded. It's a good thing, however, that this property, that this shelter is on the 2nd floor. So that's a good thing for these residents for this shelter. What we'll do now is we'll move on to another location. From St. John's Vianney, reporting for News 5, I am Paul Lopez.
Right, thank you, Paul, for that coverage from St. John Vianney. I'm made to understand that we have online with us via Zoom the Mayor of Belize City, Mayor Bernard Wagner. Good morning, Mayor Wagner. Are you there? Okay. I believe we're still perhaps waiting to get him online. Nonetheless, Paul was able to share with us the situation on the ground on Fabers Road in front of St. John Vianney, where while people are seeking shelter there, the water is already rising on the street and into the property itself. Perhaps it's an indication that, you know, while the arrival of the hurricane is imminent, you can still take the opportunity to try to get out and seek higher ground at this point. We'll check once again to see if Mayor Wagner has joined us. Good morning, Mayor. Okay, I guess we're not there just as yet. All right, so again, this is our continued coverage of the arrival of Hurricane Lisa, which is set to make landfall in Belize a bit later today. This is your opportunity to get the latest, most up-to-date information from us as we share with you guys in terms of what you need to do to stay safe, in terms of what you need to do to secure your properties and whatever assets you have that are of value to you. All right, so we have a few other interviews that we will be doing this morning. They include a word with the Mayor of San Pedro as well, Gualberto Nunes, who will be joining us via Zoom to discuss with us what's been taking place on the island. And of course, what we're waiting for at present is the link with Mayor Bernard Wagner from Belize City. I know that the City Emergency Management Organization is in full effect. It's in full work mode, and they are working to ensure that persons in the low-lying areas of Belize City are covered. We've identified several communities here in Belize City that are considered flood-prone neighborhoods, and they include the areas of Belama Phase 4. They include that part of Cesar Ridge Road that is abutting the Caribbean Sea. We're also looking at Crewman Lagoon and the area known as Gungulung, that part of Holy Emmanuel Street. And so while we were able to speak with a few of these people yesterday, we just want to again reiterate the fact that there is still a small window of opportunity for persons to get out and seek safety. I want to go back to two stories that were done yesterday. One from Crewman Lagoon. I believe we can pull that up and share that with you guys once again, and then that should be followed by a story I did with the indigent population and what they are doing to seek shelter ahead of this particular weather system. So let's go to the story from Crewman Lagoon.
All right, I think they're here with us.
Okay, wait, hold on.
All right, and so we are live here on Apollo Street in Belize City. This is by the Venice apartment area. Mayor, and we're here with the Mayor, actually the Mayor Bernard Wagner. Mayor, this street, this area is a flood-prone area. It's known to flood. After rainfalls this morning, we're seeing that the area is holding up. Tell us a bit about the works that has happened here.
Again, this has been a challenge for our city, Paul, as you know. But we wanted to get a first-hand view this morning to see how the street was holding up. And so far, so good. But certainly, we will be making our way back this area in the next 2-3 hours to see how this flood-prone area has been impacted by the onset of Hurricane Lisa.
Now, this is one area that is in a much better condition than what we're seeing across the city. Just rainfalls began sometime around 9:30 this morning, and we're seeing streets across the city already underwater and residents having to evacuate. What can you tell us about these shelters right now and how available are rooms and spaces for residents?
Again, from yesterday evening, we have been really imploring to our residents to take use of those shelters. It's very important, especially if your house, you feel that your house can't withstand a hurricane force winds of 75 to 95 miles per hour. I'm very encouraged though by some of the figures coming, and I will quickly share them with you. in respect to Nazarene High School, we have two persons in there. Unity Presbyterian, this morning we had 21, now it's up to 45. Saints Primary, it was 30 before, and now it's at 67. St. Luke Methodist going up from 60 to 68. St. John's Vianney from 18 to 41, and Maud Williams from 23 to 61. So obviously people have taken heed to the warnings, and this is a very serious hurricane. We want to ensure safety of life, safety of property.
What happened last night that the shelters weren't able to open? Because what we saw, and we've done coverage of it this morning, is where residents are walking through floodwaters versus them going into the shelters last night, but it wasn't open.
We had a couple of shelters open or designated opening last night. That was St. Luke's Methodist. That was the one shelter that was designated to open. All those shelters have been open since 6 a.m. this morning, and we are anticipating people to continue to make their way to those shelters.
Let's talk about the preparations for response in the event that residents who do not evacuate find themselves in a troubled situation where they need evacuation when the storm makes landfall, because this is only the beginning of it.
Well, the Emergency Operating Center at City Hall is functioning. It has been open since 6 this morning. We do have search and rescue team there, the police, the BDF, fire, all the other agencies that put together the entire armory of the CMO.
But I would imagine at this point you're telling residents, you're urging them strongly to evacuate if needs be.
Evacuate, ensure that you have your family plan in place, go to those shelters, make use of those shelters. You can always come back to your house later in the day.
What are some of the areas of concern for you?
Obviously, the area between the two canals, that area that has been impacted by the damming of the canal for the pumping station. But we have been reassured by the Ministry of Works and the engineers there that as soon as the storm passes, they'll be opening up that sluice gate to have the water go out to the sea.
Apart from that, what is the other plans when the all clear is given?
Well, again, we work closely with NEMO and all the other agencies to do a wrap-up to ensure that lives, properties are preserved, and there we take it from there.
What's your task on the ground today, Mayor?
I'm the chairman of the Emergency Operating Center for CMO, so I'll be on the ground the entire day. So you'll have access to me throughout the day, throughout the night.
Any further final words to your residents here in Belize City?
My residents, I want you to take care of your families, take usage of those shelters, go into those shelters, spend the time there, be safe, and ensure safety of lives, safety of property.
And of course, these shelters, they will receive resources.
Yeah, we have our supplies unit there. I was reassured this morning that medical kits, food and supplies were put in all of those shelters.
Mayor, thank you so much, sir.
Thanks
Keep
again.
up the good work.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul.
All right. And so there you heard from Mayor Bernard Wagner. The rain is beginning to pick up once again. We're beginning to feel some winds out here. And so we're going to go see some shelter. Reporting for News 5 from Apollo Street here in Balama, I am Paul Lopez.
Excellent coverage of Paul out in Belize City with an interview with the mayor of Belize City as well, Bernard Wagner. He also shared some key details in regards to his involvement out on the field. He will be out there the entire time, or as long as he possibly can, as the chairman of CMO, or as the chairman of operations out there for CMO.
What is interesting, Sabrina, is the fact that that area, Belama Phase 4, which includes Apollo Street, where that interview was just done, according to the Belize City Council, $20 million has been invested in trying to alleviate the flooding situation in Belama Phase 4. And notwithstanding the efforts, this was the flood mitigation project, this was the monies that was pumped in by the Belize City Council, and other efforts to try to fix the situation of flooding. This issue has been persistent, so that it will be interesting to see what, if any, the effect will be of this particular system in that area.
Having invested so much in it.
Yes, and just a few weeks ago, I did a story where it was only the meeting of tides and that entire area was inundated. This wasn't sustained rainfall over a period of time. This was only the rise in the sea level and the high tide, and the entire area was underwater. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. Well, we do have on the line with us, or we should be expecting in a few, a call from the San Pedro mayor. We actually have the call here with us now. So, good morning. Hello.
Good morning, Mayor Nunez.
Good morning.
Okay.
Mayor,
Hi, good morning. Is that Mayor Nunez?
Yes, good morning.
There we go.
Yes. Mayor, can you give us an idea of what it's like currently out there in San Pedro?
Okay, currently at the moment, weather-wise, we have some rain, and we can see some of the storm surge. We see some wave action on the beaches. We can clearly see that some beaches have been affected with erosion. We have all the people that in the different low-lying areas that have been moving out. Some of them are staying in their households, and we're asking them to remain at home and to stay cautious. We have two places, Sagebrush and another one called St. John's Youth Center. At Sagebrush at the moment, we have 132 people who are staying there, and at St. John's Youth Center, we have 6.
So there's definitely persons taking heed and seeking shelter.
Yes, and at the moment, we know that some people are moving out and some people are seeking the shelters. There is another location in the San Mateo area that we informed the local radio station to inform as well, and we can use this medium to your platform to be able to tell our people out there to seek shelter at a building. We can send you a picture of a building at the San Mateo area, which is a 3-story building, which belongs to the 777 store. They are sheltering people there as well. We are sending some police officers to the location so that the people there can be safe.
Is there any contact that you can share with persons that would be interested in seeking refuge at one of the shelters?
Yes, the number for our local NEMO office here is 226-4824 and 226-4821.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, at the moment on the streets, it's quite calm. We don't have much traffic. People are heading home or seeking the shelters. The stores are being closed down. There is no alcohol being sold. The police and the Coast Guard are out there, and they're making sure that everything is clear and people are not out there. So for now, everything is fine. We're just having some rain. It's not too heavy, and just some of the storm surge. But apart from that, it's nothing major. We just ask the public to remain calm, and we know that we're going to get a little bit more later on, but just stay calm and stay safe.
Stay safe as well, Mayor Nunez.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, that was Mayor Gualberto Nunez from San Pedro, where he was sharing with us what is taking place on the island of Amberger Ski ahead of the passage of Hurricane Lisa. I was mentioning earlier, Sabrina, of several stories that were done yesterday that we want to go back to. They include the Crewman Lagoon situation. I say situation because some people are adamant that they will remain in place. Others will proceed to Unity Presbyterian to see how they can get whatever shelter is available, perhaps, right? We also have a story that we want to revisit with the indigent population and what they are doing ahead of the weather system. So I will go back to the Crewman Lagoon story now, and let's have a look. Tropical storm Lisa is approximately 24 hours away from making landfall in Belize. Across the central part of the country, residents and business owners are securing their properties in anticipation of a Category 1 hurricane. While the focus has been on persons who can afford to shutter their homes and seek higher ground, there is an indigent population that is unable to find money or resources necessary to safeguard their belongings.
Right now I'm in a bad state because I catch stroke 6 months ago and I can't walk good, right? And I also blind, you know. Right now we there on this weather they come and I don't really got no preparation and so I going or nothing cause my condition, like I say, I not trust to go to a shelter because I don't want nobody try abstract me and do me fooling like I can't sit right and then I can't move.
Emar Martinez, his wife and his mother-in-law share a small elevated wooden structure just off the George Price Highway. Their living condition is deplorable, but it's the best that can be done given the existing circumstances. Without materials to board up their windows and properly nail down the roof over their heads, they are bracing for a difficult time come Wednesday.
My house that not really nail down good. Cause when they made fix it, the young man never finished. The young man me getting a leave problem and end up the prison, so my house that not finished. But I'm not really afraid thinking that the house that's a blow off because me a man I trust in God, I have faith in God. But at the same time I still worry, main thing I worry about that my food in here.
Across town, just on the waterfront, an elderly couple lives a few feet away from the sea. Lorna Nixon and her husband have been here for decades. The small wooden structure they call home is all the worse for wear.
I've been living here when I'm young. I'm a young girl. And I've been suffering, man. I'm punishing. I'm living in old houses. Nobody come out. Well, everybody come out the other day, yes. They come out and come help me and give me a little things. But, sir, I've been punished without the waters. I do not got the pipe. I do not got, you know. And then my house is leaking, punishment, suffering.
Ivan Swazo is making himself useful by securing the few windows around the house that can be fastened. Along with his wife, he is seeking shelter tonight.
I'm trying to board up the little old house. We don't know if we're going to come back and meet it due to the weather that is coming.
When you wake up tomorrow morning, what are you going to do when the weather gets here? Are you preparing to leave before then, or are you going to try to weather the storm?
Well, we're going to leave before then. We're going to leave this afternoon to go to a shelter.
You've been living here for many years. Has anyone made any attempts to help you guys to try to alleviate your living conditions?
No, none at all. None at all. We live in this little old house. We don't have no one comes to say, well, build up a little house for us.
There is no telling what the couple will return to after tomorrow. Several blocks away, Horace Lord is also making last-minute preparations to safeguard a family of 6 on Crawl Road Extension.
Well, I'm trying to do my best because the house is low, and my wife, since the house won now, we get a lot of things from human development, and we have to put them high because in Jamaica we lose over $18,000 at the barracks. And from then till now, we pay rent. And we not get no help. No help.
Reporting for News 5, I am Isani Cayetano.
Residents of Crewman Lagoon experienced severe flooding. There are instances in the past where Belize Coast Guard officers had to risk their lives to rescue residents from rising waters. Today we met a group of young men clearing a bushy area in the community.
Right now, we chop out and thing, when the spot get dry up and thing, so a lot of snake come out and all kind of, a big crocodile with us kill 8-foot one, yeah, they right in the lake, yeah, yeah. Alone snake and thing when they get dry, then they start come out and go in a people's house and then can't jeopardize people's life like that, so we have to get rid of everything, all the bush and everything in the back here, no?
Flood waters are not the only threat to residents in this area. When the water rises, snakes and crocodiles approach homes, putting the lives of many, including children, at risk. We also spoke to a second resident off camera.
Even crocodiles, all kind of animals are right in the water.
You ever see a crocodile in front of your house?
Yes, right here. I saw a crocodile. And says like that. The children's, they pick up 2 crocodiles back here.
Several of the residents we spoke with in this community informed us that they are evacuating to higher grounds, either inside a hurricane shelter or with family. On the other hand, there are those who have made the decision to weather the incoming storm inside their homes.
Well, to be honest, I don't know yet, sir. I don't know what we are doing. Well, I think we are still back here. But if something happened to us, then we go in our shelter. For this year, this water not gone down for nothing. For nothing. It rain and come up and come up.
What happens if it does flood and you have to move out last minute? You didn't think about that?
Yes, we think about it. But we never come out for right here before anything. We never come out and anything. But once we house get damaged or anything, of course we go into the shelter and anything.
I don't go nowhere. I have to get me out and run like everything and more. Make sure everything's safe and make sure everything's straight.
And what happens if it's so flooded?
Well, maybe all the family might have to go, but I'll stay. I need to take care of the year and take care of the people here back here.
Reporting for News 5, I am Paul Lopez.
So those were 2 stories that we ran yesterday, and I have to say that those stories have received significant traction online based on, you know, in the first instance with those who are in a disadvantaged position. Those stories resonate with people because we're humanizing what the effect of a storm is even before it comes. The fact that they don't have the finances, they don't have the resources to be able to provide the necessary activities or the necessary movement for them to seek higher ground and shelter.
And on the alternative, persons that choose to stay regardless of having the ability to move, for the mere fact of wanting to preserve whatever resources they do have. It's something that you can't force people, you know. You have to just hope and pray that they make do with what they have and that they're safe. We do have another story from Marion where she has been out on the ground as well, and she will be providing us with coverage of what she's seen so far.
Folks, we're here on Seashore Promenade in the Buttonwood Bay area. And if you look behind me, this is how the sea actually looks right now. Okay? So it seems as if though Hurricane Lisa is now starting to bear down upon Belize City. We're starting to see the trees blowing, swaying from side to side. And if you look at the waves, this is surely hurricane strength winds we're starting to feel. So we'd like to repeat what everybody in the, at NEMO have been saying all along. Do not come out at all unless you're trying to seek shelter from your homes, because it's starting to get a little bit risky now. Reporting for News 5, this is Marian Ali.
Marian. All right, that was Marian Ali.
And that's also hurricane force winds.
Yes. Man, I gather it's tough out there at the moment for anyone who is trying to move at the last minute. We're only just covering what is taking place, but those who are actually out there. This is video from Tobacco Key.
Oh, okay.
That was shared with us earlier as well. You see some pretty huge waves crashing against the barrier reef there.
And imagine with a storm surge, how much higher that could look.
Yes.
It's no place to be outside right now. And my thoughts are with persons that feel trapped out on the Keys, you know, as we mentioned earlier, and as Mr. Tench was saying, they are persons that are not experienced.
It looks right now, okay? So it seems as if though Hurricane Lisa is now starting to bear.
There are persons that have not experienced a hurricane on an island, and I can imagine how scary that is. So my thoughts are with everyone out on the Keys, out on the islands. We know that there are persons that are filling up the shelters in San Pedro.
Yes.
We did see on the newscast last night that they mentioned that people in San Pedro, they're taking it seriously. So we know that by all accounts, there are people that are considering the shelters, which is very important. We will move over to take a break, but yes, you were going to say?
No, I was about to echo the sentiment that for persons who haven't experienced any kind of severe weather system who are out on the islands, this is a scary time for them.
Exactly, it
I
really
could only
is.
imagine, right?
And I'm thinking about tourists as well. Imagine this is one of your first trips to Belize and now you're stuck in a hurricane storm.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it's a category 1, you're out on an island.
Indeed, indeed. Well, we're going to take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to have more coverage of Hurricane
Lisa.
Stick around.
My fellow Belizeans, effective midday today, 1st November 2022, I declared a hurricane warning for the nation of Belize. This means that NEMO is fully activated countrywide. Our Chief Met Officer, Mr. Ronald Gordon, advised that as of 3 p.m. today, the center of Tropical Storm Lisa was 330 miles to the east of Belize City. Lisa is moving to the west at 15 miles per hour and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane overnight. By the time it makes landfall tomorrow, anywhere between Dangriga and Belize City, it is expected to strengthen into a strong Category 1 or a minimal Category 2 hurricane. By now, we all should have put our emergency plans into effect. We encourage everyone who feels as if their home is not safe or is at risk to voluntarily relocate to a safe place. Shelters all across the country will be opened at 6 p.m. this evening. The international airport will be closed tonight. Tomorrow, seaports will be closed and bus transportation will stop at midday. I call on all employers to dismiss their employees now so that they can go home or seek shelter. From our public officers who are manning our hurricane shelters to our men and women in uniform already on the ground working, we need your cooperation for us to get everyone to safety and keep order in our shelters. The search and rescue agencies are ready, and our doctors and nurses are fully equipped and supplied to attend to the needs of those who remain in the hospitals or who will need emergency assistance. Remember to stay indoors and out of harm's way until the official all clear is declared. Please only listen to official advisories coming from the National Med Service and NEMO. We have done everything we can to prepare for the arrival of the storm, and I urge all Belizeans to take the warnings and advisories seriously to preserve your life and the lives of your families. Together, and with the guidance of our Creator, we will get through this. God bless you. God bless Belize. I thank you.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the soil, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come. Thriving, abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Good evening, residents of Belize City. By this time, your family plans should have already been activated. Nonetheless, as the mayor of Belize City, I found it necessary to provide you with some important information as Tropical Storm Lisa quickly approaches. This update is based on information recently received from NEMO and the National Meteorological Service. As of 3 p.m. today, Tropical Storm Lisa is currently 327 miles off the coast of Belize City, moving at 15 miles per hour. It has started to move a bit faster, with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, which can be considered a strong tropical storm. It is important to note that this storm is expected to strengthen even further ahead of landfall tomorrow, potentially as a strong Category 1 hurricane. It is also important to note that we could expect tropical storm winds as early as 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning. If the storm keeps its current path, the Belize district is forecasted to get at least 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. These rains will be heavy and continuous after midday Wednesday. Additionally, we are anticipating storm surge of up to 4 to 6 feet, which will be further compounded by the effects of a high tide forecasted for around 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening, when Lisa is expected to make landfall. In light of that, I would like to urge all city residents to evacuate where necessary and make use of the various shelters made available. It is my hope that residents in the following flood-prone areas would have already identified a family member in a more favorable area to take up residence with during the storm, or already have an evacuation plan in place. These areas of major concerns include the Crewman Lagoon area, the Jane Usher area, Yarborough, Belama phases 3, 4, and 5, and the Hone Park area, better known as Hanger. In conjunction with the activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the following 10 shelters will simultaneously open in order to facilitate those residents living in the aforementioned flood-prone areas, as well as other residents of the city. Maud Williams High School, Trinity Methodist Primary School, Unity Presbyterian Primary School, Palote High School, St. Joseph Primary School, All Saints Primary School, St. Martin de Porres, St. Luke Methodist School, St. John Vianney Primary School, and the Inspiration Center for those residents with special needs and diverse abilities. I strongly advise that residents take advantage of these shelters. Please do not wait until the appointed time and it is too late to seek safe shelter. We all know the risks, so let us all work to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Together, let's act early, save lives, and preserve property.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benque Viejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. Buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you.
WestTrac Limited is committed to working hard every day to ensure you get the right products at the most affordable price. We strive to have the greatest selection of quality, affordable, and timely products and services that will enhance your personal or corporate lives. With an extensive line of products, we'll be sure to have what you need. For even faster service, you can contact us on Facebook, WhatsApp, or by email. We look forward to seeing you come through our doors at your nearest WestTrac branch today.
How are we to measure the success of our lives? For many, an ordinary life should have the following: a job, a house, enough money to buy a new car. But what if we threw out the ordinary? What could escaping ordinary at our jobs do? How about for our marriages? What if I told you we could all be escaping ordinary? Join us as we begin our new series.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMA just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RF&G Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RF&G Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RF&G Insurance, a Road Group company.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby, let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby, let's go. We going to the stores, oh, we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light. We going to the stores, oh, we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
The season where allies become rivals is here. Get ready for the FIFA World Cup 2022. Enjoy exclusive discounts on TVs and accessories just in time for the World Cup. Whether you're on the market for a 32 or 65-inch TV or one in between, we have all the sizes in stock now. 32-inch TCL Smart TV start at only $519 and 32-inch Samsung Smart TV at only $599. Love the game even more when you upgrade your entertainment experience with our Premier TV wall mount starting as low as $39 and our affordable surge protectors for only $35. Take advantage of these deals and visit us at any of our Cellular World stores in Belize City, Belmopan, and San Pedro, or shop with us via our virtual store using Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at 615-5141. Promotion ends December 17th.
Do you qualify for Amnesty 2022? This is your opportunity to find out. You qualify if you are registered as an asylum seeker with the Refugee Department before the 31st of March 2020, residing in Belize before the 31st of December 2016, have children born in Belize on or before the 31st of December 2021, completed your education in Belize, married to a citizen of Belize for a year or more, living in a common law union with a citizen of Belize for 5 years or more, referred by the Department of Human Services, gainfully employed in Belize for 5 years. To find out more on how to apply, go online to www.immigration.gov.bz. Be prepared. The registration period will be from the 2nd of August to the 30th of November 2022. Belize Amnesty 2022. Let's continue to build Belize together.
Social Security, transforming service delivery. My Social Security is your secure online account to manage all your Social Security information. My Social Security launched in March 2021 with registration service to apply online for new or replacement Social Security cards. Upgrades to My Social Security continues with a new look, enhanced customer experience, and its newest feature, Sickness Benefit Online application. With My Social Security, you can create your account, log in, and take control of your Social Security information. This includes applying for a new or replacement Social Security card for yourself, child, or dependent, make appointments online, and submit your complete sickness benefit claim package. Our customer care team is here to provide you, our valued customers, with real-time support. Connect with one of our customer care agents through direct messages on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or live chat, or follow our YouTube channel for more information, tutorials, and guides. A complete 360 view of your Social Security information is coming soon, which includes a new employer portal for employers, businesses, and self-employed persons, contributions history and statements, all SSB benefits, medical portal for registered doctors, and fingerprint enrollment all in one place. Social Security at your fingertips. The significant enhancement of service delivery to you is here. My Social Security.
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Sarah.
Hi, Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter about football. iPhone and they make up for Christmas.
Oh, come on. 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number has just been revealed. The number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
My fellow Belizeans, effective midday today, 1st November 2022, I declared a hurricane warning for the nation of Belize. This means that NEMO is fully activated countrywide. Our Chief Met Officer, Mr. Ronald Gordon, advised that as of 3 p.m. today, the center of Tropical Storm Lisa was 330 miles to the east of Belize City. Lisa is moving to the west at 15 miles per hour and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane overnight. By the time it makes landfall tomorrow, anywhere between Dangriga and Belize City, it is expected to strengthen into a strong Category 1 or a minimal Category 2 hurricane. By now, we all should have put our emergency plans into effect. We encourage everyone who feels as if their home is not safe or is at risk to voluntarily relocate to a safe place. Shelters all across the country will be opened at 6 p.m. this evening. The international airport will be closed tonight. Tomorrow, seaports will be closed and bus transportation will stop at midday. I call on all employers to dismiss their employees now so that they can go home or seek shelter. From our public officers who are manning our hurricane shelters to our men and women in uniform already on the ground working, we need your cooperation for us to get everyone to safety and keep order in our shelters. The search and rescue agencies are ready, and our doctors and nurses are fully equipped and supplied to attend to the needs of those who remain in the hospitals or who will need emergency assistance. Remember to stay indoors and out of harm's way until the official all clear is declared. Please only listen to official advisories coming from the National Med Service and NEMO. We have done everything we can to prepare for the arrival of the storm, and I urge all Belizeans to take the warnings and advisories seriously to preserve your life and the lives of your families. Together, and with the guidance of our Creator, we will get through this. God bless you. God bless Belize. I thank you.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the swell, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come. Thriving, abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benque Viejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. Buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
All right, we continue our live coverage here at Channel 5 as we watch and wait for Hurricane Lisa to make landfall in Belize. We're about a few hours away from the hurricane to make landfall, and we have our teams out on the field covering and meeting people, seeing how the shelters are, how persons are taking heed of the situation at hand, and really and truly just trying to make sure that they are safe with their family. We have on standby right now Dwayne Moody, that will be giving us an interview over in Ladyville.
Good morning, guys, in the studio. Good morning, Belize. I am here at the Ladyville Community Center, where the shelter was open from as early as 6 p.m. yesterday. I'm with the chairman of the village, Mr. Bernard Benning. Sir, let's talk about the situation on the ground here. We know people came in from last night, and we're seeing more people coming in today.
Well, as you see, Dwayne, we act on directive. We're working along with NEMO, and we were instructed yesterday to open hurricane shelter from 6 p.m. last night. Shelter managers were here, policemen were here, and we're continuing on this morning to receive shelterees who want to come and shelter.
Sir, let's talk about, we know that Vista Del Mar last hurricane was disaster. Water levels rose so high with the storm surge. That is what is being predicted at this time, that there will be a surge of 5 to 7 feet of water. Get out now?
I don't advise everybody to get out. That was the advice we got from the Meteorological Service based on the briefing from Cabinet yesterday to advise the residents of Vista Del Mar that they will receive storm surge. And storm surge, they're estimated to be between 6, 5, probably even up to 7 feet of water. The last time in Hurricane Earl, it came up about 5 to 6 feet. So we are advising them to try to raise their personal stuff inside their house as high as possible, move away their vehicles to higher grounds, and just try to secure their homes and come to the shelter, or if they want to have another area where they can go, or if they feel like their houses are high enough off ground, above 7 to 8 feet above ground, then I feel like it will be okay, but it's still advised to vacate.
Sir, the last time we saw people on top of their homes trying to escape the rising water. That is not advised at this time. The next step, will you guys be out there getting people to the shelters? What is happening?
That is what we are trying to avoid doing. We're trying to avoid to risk their very own lives and risk the lives of the be there for the personnel who serve us. Will have to be called upon to want to go in the middle of the night to go into an area that is 7 feet high with water and try to move you out from there. It is very dangerous, and we are trying to avoid that to reoccur this time with Lisa 2022.
And how many shelteries at this time?
So far about 15 shelteries, and if you can see more people are coming in.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
Like I said, Ladyville has 3 hurricane shelters, and this one already open. If needs be, we have the Ladyville Evangelical School, Ladyville Evangelical School will be open, and if needs be, we're going to open the Tubal Vocational Training School.
All right, there you had it, guys. That was the chairman of the village of Ladyville telling people to get out now. The impending storm, it's here. It's going to make landfall sometime this afternoon. So they're saying for people to get out to the shelters as quickly as possible. Let me see if I can get a quick interview with one of the shelterees. Miss Judith? Miss Judith? Yeah, I'm here with Miss Judith Henry. She lives in the Paris Road area, you said, right? And she left home with her entire family and came to the shelter. Miss Judith, let's talk about it. Coming out.
Coming out, it's kind of stressful because no one wants to leave their home, but we have to.
How many of you guys are here right now?
Overall, I would say roughly between 10 to 12 of us.
You were telling me,
including kids and adults.
you were telling me earlier that while you guys are here, your loved ones are also out working, right? They work for the security services, or what?
Yes, they do. Soldier and prison officer.
So, what next? You guys are here for 24 hours until the storm passes. How long will you guys be here?
Until the storm passes. Hopefully it's quick.
All right, thank you so much. There you have it, guys. That's what's happening here on the ground in Ladyville at the center. Back to the studios.
We are looking at families having to seek refuge at shelters. That was Dwayne Moody over in Ladyville. We do know that Ladyville is a very flood-prone area, and it's good to know that there are persons seeking refuge in the shelters there and not doing so too late before the hurricane does make landfall. We will continue with an interview over from Paul Lopez, but I do want to make mention of what the Prime Minister said earlier, that in the event that it does get worse, there is the possibility of a state of emergency being established. We will continue over to Paul Lopez here in Belize City that is doing another interview.
In front of St. Luke's Methodist, where we see one family being turned back, and because the hurricane shelter here at St. John's Vianney is at capacity, and so they are unable to St. Luke's Methodist is at capacity, and so they are unable to get shelter here. I just spoke with them, and because of that now they'll have to walk a distance, and they told me that they're going somewhere else to seek shelter. And it's a huge concern out here right now, and we see different individuals approaching them, trying to speak with them to ask them where they're going, and of course they're giving the same answer to everyone else, that they tell me, miss.
It doesn't make any sense. They go all the way in Kings Park when we have modern school right there. We have St. Vernon, we have St. Ellington building that they could open for us. We went there early and they didn't even have any space. They have 18 family of 18, family of 13, and it's frustrating. And we need help out here. We need help. The place is getting full, and that's so sad. Leaving that family that only have one small umbrella and a big one, and it's almost 7 of them, 8 of them going that way. That is so sad. Even if somebody could come from watching this live and come and pick them up in a van or something to take them to a shelter, that would be so generosity of you guys in this weather right now. And right now for me, I need somewhere to stay for myself either. And I went here from 8 this morning. I came back now, and they need to come and open the other classroom and the office, even if it's in principal office and stuff. Come on, clear out this one. We know this was going to happen. They should have cleared out the place from yesterday for us to have more space in the classroom. Half of the classroom is taken up by the chairs and stuff like that, and they should have already taken out those things and put them in one classroom, so we could have
going right now, miss?
Well, I'm going back here because I came here about 8 this morning, and the young lady, she write down our name, so I hope my space is there. Well, yeah, that space, that spot that there, but we're going, yeah, you understand, it's really crazy, and we already flat out home. I don't want my home. Yeah, it's already flat out in the yard. We aren't safe. Then the next thing, when the flood, all the animals comes up, and we don't want to get caught by the snakes. Come on, man, we need help. We need the government to come in. We need help, and we can't have one bag per 18 family. We need to get more food. We need to get more groceries. People never have enough time or get money to get their stuff yesterday. Today they close the stores. Everything is closed. Come on, we need help, people. We need help. We don't need help after this. We need help before, so we could secure and be prepared after this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You say something? All right. And so there we heard from one concerned resident in this area near St. Luke's Methodist. This is the Lake Eye area. And as we saw earlier, a sad sight where a family was turned back because the place is at capacity. They had one small umbrella. I mean, my gosh, that's heartbreaking to see. And they now have to go and find shelter somewhere else. They're walking in this rain. And let me tell you something, guys. It's very dangerous to walk right now in this rain, and the winds are picking up. If you could look at the coconut trees behind me or the ones directly in front of me, it will give you a good indication of how much winds are picking up out here in Belize City. We understand that hurricane force winds are expected to make landfall along Belize's coast within an hour. And so I want to inform residents, I want to plead and urge with residents along the coast to get to shelter, to get to safe grounds, to hunker down, because this storm is serious. What we're feeling right now is the effects of some rainfall and slight winds, but this is only the beginning of what we are going to experience. Winds are picking up. We saw from our colleague over there, Marian, when she was at Dolphins Park, and we saw the sea conditions, we saw the winds, and so that's my plea right now. Get to safer grounds. 3, 2, 1. All right, and so we are here at St. Luke's Methodist with the shelter manager, Miss Vaughn. Miss Vaughn, give us an update. Let's hear basically what's happening here at the St. Luke's Methodist. Are you guys at capacity at this point?
We're at capacity, and we're telling people to go to St. Martin's. They have space there that they can go to. Here is full at the moment. So St. Martin's have space. So we are having the police officer stay downstairs just to tell them to go to St. Martin.
How are you organizing people? Like, what's the arrangement per rooms?
Well, per rooms, I'm only having 3 families per room, and it depends on how much people is in the family, because some of the families are big and they have a lot of kids. So I'm telling them, 3 families per room. If it's a single person or if it's a 2 person, then it's 4. But we're not packing up the rooms, and then we have furnitures in the room too that is taking up a lot of space.
I don't know if there was a miscommunication, but we saw where one family of 7 with a Hispanic family with only the young boy able to speak English, that they were turned back, and they're telling me that they're walking somewhere across the bridge. What sort of miscommunication?
No, I told him, I gave him the direction to go to St. Martin's because we're full, and you notice there are a lot of them, and the capacity in the room they can hold. So I told him to go to St. Martin's. I showed him where, but I don't think he understands English too well.
At this point, is it safe to be turning people back, given the fact that the winds are picking up and the rain?
Well, we can't pack up the room, and then the room having the furniture too, so that's taking up space. We don't want nobody to punish. So St. Martin's, the rooms are bigger, and they have space there. They have 2 buildings that is available.
All right, Ms. Vaughn, well, keep up the good work and all the best, okay?
Thank you.
We are here in front of the Belize City Civic Center, and winds are picking up. Remember that Lisa is 80 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane, and what we're feeling here right now in front of the Belize City Civic Center is intensified winds. At the moment, this wind is at least, if I could estimate, some 20 to 30 miles per hour winds. This is tropical storm force wind that we are experiencing here in Belize City, and this will only increase as Hurricane Lisa continues to make its way towards the coast of the Belize. The eye hasn't even made landfall as yet. That is expected to happen sometime around 5 to 6 p.m. later this evening. But at this time, what we're experiencing is heavy winds, and we're encouraging residents in Belize City along the coast to take shelter. This is no time for you to be moving around, whether by foot, whether by bicycle, whether by vehicle, because what we still see a lot of traffic. We still see a lot of people moving around. Right in front of me, we see a guy riding his bicycle as he comes towards this direction. But this is no time for you to take chances. This is no time for you to take risks as the wind speed picks up along the coast. And of course, right now we're in the open, and so you get a better sense of what the wind is like out here at this moment, this is minutes to 12. This is just before midday, and this is the type of wind we're experiencing. It's not that hard where someone with my body structure would be blown away, but I would imagine if this picks up just 10 or 20 miles more, then I myself will have struggles standing up. I'm already having struggles keeping my balance because of how strong the winds are coming right now, and that will only increase. And so just wanted to come out and I wanted to show you guys exactly what's happening at this moment with these winds, the rain. It's beating in my face. You see that guy here as he struggles to make it up the hill because of the wind speed, and that's what we're talking about. He's riding into the winds, and so that's what we're seeing out here. We want to urge people to take shelter and to remain safe.
Thank you, Paul. Guys, thanks for having me, Sabrina.
Dwayne, you are dressed the part. You are dressed for the weather. Thank you so much for being here in the studios with us. Guys, you just saw several stories, several coverages of our reporters out on the field. We just witnessed Paul Lopez in several locations witnessing families being turned around because the shelters are filled to capacity.
Sabrina, it's so shocking. I think it's something that was expected. Well, we were warned that this was going to happen, that similarly to what happened with Earl, that is what we're seeing. They're expecting that our storm surge is going to affect Belize City and north of the eye of Hurricane Lisa, and so people need to prepare. And I hate to say that sometimes if you fail to prepare, you're going to be in these positions. And one of the comments that has been coming from our officials from NEMA and all of that is that you needed to get out early so that you don't put these public officers at risk who would have to go out and try and save people. But that aside, guys, as you can see, there is going to be landfall made sometime this afternoon.
In the next few hours.
Yeah, in the next few hours. And the Prime Minister has really sent out an issue. I can tell you guys about it. The Prime Minister has said that the Attorney General has been given instructions and a state of emergency will be issued for Belize District and Stan Creek. Effective 3 o'clock. Well, it's effective, and then 3 o'clock, obviously, the curfew is in place. And they're saying that, you know what, it's about trying to save lives. People are advised not to move around, to get to higher ground if possible, but to you know what, weather this storm, or be careful as they weather this storm, Sabs.
You know, I do have to touch, Dwayne, on what an impactful experience this is like for you reporters being out on the field. We saw several stories so far since morning. But for me, what I think I am looking at right now is a state of panic in regards to some of these persons that are being turned around. We saw a story just moments ago where a woman told Paul that they were not able to prepare in advance because they did not have the means to do so. Yeah. So I think that begs the question of, is it completely just a lack of preparation by them, by their own free will, or is it because they had no other option? We also saw stories from Paul where persons were at the 88 shopping center trying to gather last-minute supplies. And then we see families that you have interacted with at the shelters so far. And you could really feel the emotion in these stories. You can feel the desperation from these families, not knowing what will happen to their belongings back home. Yeah. But they have to make sure that life is saved first and foremost.
You know, it's interesting because we were able to capture them, these shelterees, at the Ladyville Community Center that was open. That was the only shelter that was opened up until 10 a.m. today for that community. But I did go into Vista Del Mar because back then with Hurricane Earl, Vista Del Mar was one of the areas
that is one of that's a flood-prone area.
It was, and I've been able to document from some residents. Really, most of them were closed up, but I was able to document from some of those residents that, you know what, we're not taking any chances.
Yeah.
We're boarding up where we can. We're removing our major whites or big appliances, and we're going to higher ground. The last time they said that our water rose as high as almost to their roofs, and they had to get on top of the roof to save their lives. Back then, there was this young boy that I spoke to. He's 8 now. Back then, he was only 2.
Wow.
And he's like, he can't remember all of it, but he could only remember being in his mom's arms on top of a roof. And so those are some of the stories that we got out there. And people are prepared, at least in Vista Del Mar, but it's frightening what can happen.
Yes.
I literally I was on my phone just now, I literally got some images from the CEO in the Ministry of Blue Economy, Kennedy Carrillo, she said Hurricane Lisa has reached Calabash Key. They got images from Coast Guard out there, and it's there at this point in time.
Well, you do know that we will be sharing that with our viewers momentarily, but I still want to go back, Dwayne, before we show these stories. You were there firsthand with these people. Talk to me about Ladyville, the Ladyville community. We know that persons are now filling up the community centers there. What is it like? What is the capacity like? What is the feeling like in there?
Well, for the most part, there were about maybe like 30 persons in there at that moment, with more persons coming. They were just taking a spot and spreading a blanket or a rug, and entire families. The one that I spoke to, Miss Henry, they were about 50. There were about 15 of them.
Yes.
10 were kids, and their thing was that, our loved ones, they work in the security services, so they're at work for BDF and at the prison, and so they're worried. They're worried about themselves, but then they're also worried about their loved ones who are out there working,
who have to still be
working. And so it's just interesting, the dynamic and how stressful it can be. Entire families there. There was one family that it was the first time that they came out. They just did not trust that this time around they'll be able to weather the storm at home. And so they came out. And it's interesting because we also have NEMO persons there already prepared. You know what, you bring in your stuff, we're going to be here with you throughout the storm until the all clear is given, and they're making sure that they document everybody that is that's entered there. But in the process of being in Ladyville, guys, I did stop at the National Met Service, because I think oftentimes we worry about what is happening on the ground, but not realize that these persons are there. While they do work 24/7, in times of storms, they're there.
Gathering the information that we will be getting.
And literally they're working around the clock, and it's more high pressured.
Yes.
And so I have an interview that I did with Miss Shayna Young, who is the chief climatologist there with the National Meteorological Service. And so we have that interview with her.
Okay, well, let's go to that interview now.
Have several things going on. Each person here at the Met office has a role to play during storms, and we normally double up because it's a lot more work. So both on the forecasting and observing side of the department, we have 2 forecasters and 2 observers working at all time until the all clear is given. And we have already started to experience rainfall from the first bands. And as many have already been aware, a lot of flooding has already started to occur in the Belize City area of the country. And as we previously said before, this is expected to become worse and deteriorate as the day progresses, and also as the hurricane moves closer to Belize before it makes landfall. So whether or not it makes landfall between 3 to 6, that's not of importance right now, because most areas, especially those central and north, has already started to receive the effects of the hurricane. And the winds have already started to pick up. I think in San Pedro, about 30 knots have already been observed, and this will continue to progressively increase during the course of today.
I think we're seeing some inches of rainfall in Belize City, as well as far west, right?
North. Yeah, so in terms of rainfall, near the Little Belize area, about 60 millimeters, which is slightly more than 2 inches, has already fell since midnight this morning in Belize City area, both on the south side near port and also where we have our station near the municipal airport. Almost 2 inches have already fell since this morning. Out west, not much in terms of rain has fallen over Belmopan, but near the western border, San Ignacio, about 1 inch has already fallen. So, like I said, the central locations would have been central Belize, northwards, and so far that has been what is happening. And the storm will move straight through and still maintain currently hurricane strength when it reaches near Belmopan this evening at around 6 p.m. So it seems to be consistent with the last truck that was given 9 a.m. this morning, and the next update will be done soon at 12. So it seems to be slowing down also because previously it was moving at 50 miles per hour and to the west, but as of the 9 o'clock update, it has been moving 40 miles per hour and it continues to make a west on. Each person here at the Met office has a role to play during storms, and we normally double up because it's a lot more work. So both on the forecasting and observing side of the department, we have 2 forecasters and 2 observers working at all time until the all clear is given. And we have already started to experience rainfall from the first bands, and as many have already been aware, a lot of flooding has already started to occur in the Belize City area of the country. And as we previously said before, this is expected to become worse and deteriorate as the day progresses, and also as the hurricane moves closer to Belize before it makes landfall. So whether or not it makes landfall between 3 to 6, that's not of importance right now, because most areas, especially those central and north, has already started to receive the effects of the hurricane. And the winds have already started to pick up. I think in San Pedro, about 30 knots have already been observed, and this will continue to progressively increase during the course of today.
You know, I think we're seeing some inches of rainfall in Belize City as well as far west, right?
North. Yeah, so in terms of rainfall, near the Little Belize area, about 60 millimeters, which is slightly more than 2 inches, has already fell since midnight this morning. In Belize City area, both on the south side near port and also where we have our station near the municipal airport, almost 2 inches have already fell since this morning. Out west, not much in terms of rain has fallen over Belmopan, but near the western border, San Ignacio, about 1 inch has already fallen. So, like I said, the central locations would have been central Belize, northwards, and so far that has been what is happening. And the storm will move straight through and still maintain currently hurricane strength when it reaches near Belmopan this evening at around 6 p.m. So it seems to be consistent with the last truck that was given 9 a.m. this morning, and the next update will be done soon at 12. So it seems to be slowing down also because previously it was moving at 50 miles per hour and to the west, but as of the 9 o'clock update, it has been moving 40 miles per hour and it continues to make a westward path towards Belize.
The advice for people at this time, I know you guys were saying from early, you know, if you have to, if you live in a low-lying area, get out now because the water will rise. I know the last time we saw storm surge in Vista Del Mar and Ladyville. Is that expected this time around as well?
Based on the current path and with Belize City and also Ladyville being on the northeastern side, just slightly north of where the storm makes landfall, that is where you normally expect the highest surge. And as we said, surge can be between 4 to 7 feet and higher in certain areas. And in terms of the rainfall, again, Belize City area and also the Belize district on a whole is the location where majority of the rainfall is forecasted to occur and can go as high as 8 to 12 inches. And if I'm not mistaken, there has already been an issuance by CMO for residents, especially those in flood-prone areas, but mostly those in phase 3, 4, and 5 of Belama to move and evacuate. And if they haven't done so already, they have very limited time because flooding has already started to occur and it will be more difficult for them to move out of that area. So it's just best for them to stay there because it wouldn't be safe for them to venture out and just wait until the storm has passed. If they are close to somebody, maybe a neighbor who has a higher house, if they haven't moved already, but it will become very extremely difficult to be moving around for the rest of today.
So
Excellent job, Dwayne, in including the National Meteorological Service in the coverage, getting a first-hand view from them of what it takes to capture the details and the data of a storm like this.
And the advice that they're giving. And guys, as you can see right now, these people are there, they're working. They're the ones that are keeping government officials, keeping the country informed as to what is happening on the ground. There's also an interview that I did with a young lady, a meteorological officer, who she every 6 hours has to blow up a balloon and send a monitor up into the air so they can check the temperature, the pressure, you know, what is going on up up in the sky, in the atmosphere. And we have that interview too. It's an interview with Miss Jamie Lopez. She's there right now. She's the one that is launching off the balloon.
What does the balloon do?
It's not the balloon itself. It's a monitor that is attached to it, an equipment that is attached to the balloon that goes up into the air. Let's go to that interview.
Okay.
As she started the whole process. So what how is it supposed to? I know you said it was atmospheric readings, but what kind of things will you be testing? Checking for temperature. What else?
We do temperature, the RH, the pressure, and the winds.
And what is that information is used to guide, I guess, the meteorologists to guide.
And the forecasters to see what's going on above us and around us. With the turn on the hydrogen, so we could inflate the balloon. The string is what we attach to the balloon and to the radioson instrument that will record the readings.
How high is it going to go? How high is it going to go?
Well, the balloon goes until it bursts. I'm not sure at what pressure it does burst, but it goes until the balloon, yeah.
All right, guys, there you had it. That was meteorological officer Jamie Lopez, and she was just explaining to us exactly what the process is. They're testing, checking what the atmospheric readings are currently in Belize. They do this every 6 hours, and so to make sure that they have that data by 12 midday, by 6 p.m. You know, every 6 hours. And so it's interesting because they're doing all of this and people don't know that.
Yes, I was going to say the same thing. I think having a visual idea of what these officers over at the Met Lab have to do to gather these information for us really gives us a sense of appreciation, because we're at home sheltering and watching live to know the updates about the storm, but they're the ones gathering these information. And a lot of people might assume they're just sitting behind a screen and writing down, but no, they're outside.
Yeah, and then their families are also there.
Their families are sheltered there as well.
Out from yesterday, and they're going to go until they're all clear. You know, and so that's interesting. We will be touching base with them later on in the day, but I guess we should go back out to the streets where that is what's happening on the ground, so that people can understand what is happening on the ground. We do have Marianne that is ready. She is across from Seaside in Yabra.
Yes.
Right? Let's go to that.
You guys are sitting right across from where the sea is here in the Yarborough area.
Yeah, well, we're fishermen, you know. And for years we do this. We all here captains, and we're ready for action. We got to be prepared to nail, brace, ties, swim. Whatever.
You haven't done so yet?
We haven't done all of that already, but we got boats out there. We got things out. And we got rescue ropes. If anybody need help in the neighborhood, we go get them.
You think you might need to rescue a few people?
Well, every year it happens. Sometimes we got to go down the street with ropes and bring people all the way down to the house.
Okay.
We got to help people.
You're not afraid?
Well, we're seamen. We're pirates. You know?
You're pirates?
Yeah, well, that's what they call us. They know we're high seas boys.
Okay.
We got 1, 2, 3, we got 5 men here.
Yes,
we
five of you.
All the ladies, we got secured upstairs. We got ropes, we got empty containers, we got no groceries, we're fighting it.
All right.
We know it's not easy.
Well,
but we're ready.
Stay safe, okay?
All right, and you know what?
All right.
That was Marion in Yabra. And I have to say again, Dwayne, I think there's a real sense of appreciation for the jobs that we do in times like these because of how much we have to really love what we do to go out there in the field. And I say we loosely because I am here, but
it's something that we signed up for basically,
yes.
Because at the end of the day, we just ensure that our families are safe at home. And then we're out here, we have to keep people informed because we don't want anybody to panic, but we want them to be as cautious, you know, and understand this is a situation on the ground. And you know what? Please, we need to protect lives, protect, you know, your property. I think that's what we're trying to get here.
I feel like the heart of the coverage is in the stories of the people that are out there. We are here. Those that are sheltering wherever they are, they want to know what is happening. What can they expect? What is the worst case scenario? What is the best case scenario? They want to know that people are sheltering and are finding safety. But I think it's also a humbling experience, like I mentioned, seeing other families that are really just trying to find a place and hearing the stories like the ones that was covered by Paul, where we're looking at families saying like, we didn't have the money and time to get what we needed.
Yeah, which is the reality on the ground, and which is sad, but I think that, like you said it right, it's these stories that people need to hear.
These are the stories.
Yeah, these are the stories. As you can see right now on the screen, though, guys, it's right from here, from our studios here in Coney Drive. You can see how the wind is blowing the trees and all of that, and how it has intensified from this morning, where it really wasn't raining and the wind wasn't as intense as we're seeing it right now. We also have another interview. We have Paul. Paul is currently in front of the Radisson, where obviously that's a seaside. And we're going to see what's happening out there. Let's go to Paul.
Marine Parade, so this entire area is flooded. This entire street is underwater in the Radisson and George. So it take a while.
And we're downtown.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Guys, that is in front of Radisson. That's Marine Parade right there.
Yes.
In front of the Radisson by the Belize sign, by the lighthouse. Wow.
And that
I've
was
never
Paul,
seen it like that before.
That was Paul's attempt at trying to cover that area.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was no audio because of the water, because of the rain. But I think it really paints a picture of areas that were not flood prone, what will happen. I think we need to use this opportunity to remind persons that you should be inside right now. We have our team outside that are covering the scenes, but it's not an invitation to invite others out there. We are essentially trying to showcase what is happening and why you should be inside.
Yeah, and just for you guys to get an update, the storm, Hurricane Lisa, has reached Turneff. It is has sustained winds of 80 miles per hour. It is moving at 14 miles per hour west. It is going to make landfall on Belize mainland within 3 hours. Stay inside. We are here, like Sabrina said, we are here to provide you with all the coverage. We're out there giving you exactly what is happening on the ground. You do not need to come outside. It's about staying safe at this time. Sabrina, we also have CIMO. Marian is with CIMO right now, the CIMO coordinator at this time. So please, with Ms. Melanie Dawson, let's go to Marian with that interview. What did you say?
Actually, right in front of the Belize City Council's headquarters, across from the Belize Bank. And we're here with Ms. Melanie Dawson. She is the CIMO liaison officer. Ms. Dawson, in terms of shelters, if I could ask you, can you give us an idea which of the shelters are getting the most persons right now for rescue?
Well, at this moment right now, we have St. Luke that has approximately 105 persons in that shelter, along with Unity Presbyterian and then St. Martin's de Porres. That right now, I think everyone at this time, they should be making final arrangements to be going in the shelter. I know EOC is activated right now, and we've helped a lot of families to seek shelter with transportation.
I note that the 3 shelters you mentioned are all on the south side of Belize City.
Yes.
Does this mean that the shelters on the north side are not being utilized?
They are being utilized, but we are seeing majority using the shelter on the south side.
Have any of those persons needed food or anything in particular?
We've got calls and complaints, yes, of persons needing food and rations and stuff like that. But our relief and supplies team went out and they supplied the shelters with food and supplies.
Okay. Earlier, we also heard people calling for help because, well, a tree was in their way or it's hanging on a line. Do you know if the council was able to assist them in any way at that 11th hour?
Well, in the EOC, we didn't get any calls of those reports. But in the event we do have our heavy equipment to assist with those, with the blockage of the roads.
Thank you so much for talking to us. And as you can see, right behind us, we have some trees right in the in front of the Belize Bank, and those trees have been swaying as the winds and the rains are all again bearing down as this hurricane nears Belize City, or the eye wall nears Belize City. Reporting for News 5, I am Marion Ali.
Yes, that was Marion with the CIMO coordinator there in that I believe is Albert Street.
Yeah, that was Albert Street, right in front of the City Hall. That was Miss Melanie Dawson from CIMO, the CIMO coordinator, giving a full update as to what is happening on the ground in terms of shelters and all of that. There is, guys, of course, the National NEMO, the National Emergency Management Organization, has issued its advisory number 5.
Yes, and
go ahead.
If you'd like, I will pull out some of the general information. One of them we did mention moments ago, which is that the Prime Minister has declared a state of emergency,
yes.
And a curfew is also being established as well. So I will read a couple of the statements from it. State of emergency will be declared for Belize and Stan Creek districts from 3 p.m. today until the all clear is given. A curfew will go into effect from dusk today until dawn on Thursday, November 3rd, 2022. only emergency and security agencies are allowed to be on the roads and streets during this period.
Yeah.
I will also go on to say, in accordance with the Disaster Preparedness and Response Act to safeguard persons, employers are strongly urged to release non-essential staff so that they may make preparations to secure themselves, their families, and property prior to the arrival of the storm. And we have also established that the storm should be here in about 3 hours or less.
Yeah.
I was also made to understand that it's about the eye of the storm is about 30 miles out.
Yes, according to that same release, it is saying that advisory, it is saying that Hurricane Lisa is currently located at latitude 17.3 north, longitude 87.7 west, or about 35 miles southeast of Belize City. And it, like we said earlier, it is moving at 14 miles per hour in a westward direction.
Yes.
And it is expected to remain at 80 miles per hour or increase maybe slightly before it makes landfall. Something to note, guys, is that the release is also advising the public that borders will close at 2 p.m. today. As you know, airports, water taxis, and public bus transportations have ceased operations from earlier. And so movement on the highways today is also to be kept as at a minimum. And it's only by essential workers that they're expecting will be
Or
out
for
there.
emergencies.
Yeah, for emergencies, yeah.
So it's definitely getting very intense now. This is the time where we are going to experience the worst of the storm. We have been experiencing heavy showers. We're seeing that the streets are becoming flooded. Of course, here you are seeing live coverage from our studio here at Coney Drive, just showcasing that the winds are picking up. The trees are starting to bend, and we're also seeing less traffic on the streets. We highly advise that persons should stay indoors.
Yeah.
With winds of 80 miles an hour, Mr. Tench explained to us that that's enough to pick up a car.
Oh, wow, wow. And of course, guys, we also have images from the Keys. Like we said earlier, it is on Turnef Calabash Key. And so the islands have been feeling it. And we are going to go to images from Key Cocker and San Pedro. Yeah,
what was interesting was the comment from Mayor of the mayor from San Pedro, Mayor Nunes, where he explained that the island is experiencing erosion now. Yeah. And I think that we should expect several of those comments after a storm like this. I can imagine the debris that we will be seeing after this, after we share the all clear.
You know, Sabrina, I remember working Hurricane Earl, and the devastation on the island was bad. Piers were destroyed. I remember the Palapa bar was flattened. It was in the water, and there was a lot of effort to rebuild. I think there's some places that still have not recovered completely from that hurricane, and for another one to hit, the devastation is going to be real, and we'll have to prepare for it. And of course, we'll be here to document as much as we can. I think back then with Earl, you could have seen that the foliage was pushed back along the coast, and we're battling even sargassum, all of these things, and so it's just interesting what is happening here. But it's part of what happens with climate or these natural disasters like these, no?
Isani and I were discussing this morning as well what may be going through the minds of tourists that are stuck on the islands, that may have not anticipated in their itinerary that there would be a hurricane in Belize. Of course, that is out of our control, but I can imagine what they are feeling, you know, trying to find the safest hotel, not being sure what will happen.
You know, it's I think on the newscast last night, or sorry, it was on Monday night, we had an interview with the Minister of Tourism, where he was also talking about, you know what, ensuring that the tourism industry is able to is resilient against something like this. The fact that those tourists who are here, the hotels will have to make sure that they're safe during this time as well. And so those are things that I know that how these hoteliers, these property owners are ensuring that all their guests are safe. While we, obviously the Hopkins Placencia is south of where the storm is going to make landfall. Yesterday when I did speak with the NEMA coordinators down there, one of the things was that they were making sure that their services are available for these people if they decide that they want to come off the peninsula and things like that. Those services were there. And so for right now, I know that it's all about just staying inside and staying dry and as safe as possible so that the storm can pass. And then we look at the damage afterwards.
The damage after, you know? which tells its own story, if you ask me, because we're looking at a couple days from now, persons coming out, and really that's the time where you see the community come alive, because your heart will go out to your neighbor that may no longer have basic things that they need. You know, we also witnessed Good Samaritans this morning, where there was a man offering his service of his vehicle in picking up people and taking them to the shelters. So for me personally, and I was told from our studios here that there may be a bright side for me, but that's my own personal wanting, where there was a little girl in her own way describing what a storm is. And I think that while we are experiencing what is considered in its own way a tragedy, we have to find the bright side of that too. And that's communities coming together. That's people helping each other. And for me, I'm hoping that we can experience that in a time like now.
Yeah, I hear you completely. I worry about those farmers as well who have their livestock, and if they were able to get it out in time.
Yes.
I could remember also from our land. The thing is, guys, we can only reflect or at least compare to what happened with a similar category 1 Earl back in 2016. I remember it did damage, a lot of damage in rural Belize.
Yes.
There were livestock, I remember in May Pen, that they could not get access to remove out. There were a lot that died in the storm, and that loss, it's in the millions, you know. And so we know that Dana is going to be out after the storm. That's the damage assessment committee. They will be out afterwards to look at what the situation is on the ground. My fear is that we are still, Belize Rural was still battling with saturated soil as a result of the floods that happened just, 2-3 weeks ago, and now we're having more water, more rains on top of it. So we have an interview.
Yes.
We have the Regional South Coordinator, Charles Leslie. I believe we have him by phone.
Yes, he was on phone for a second ago. I do believe that the call will be back in a moment, though. So yes, we do have Charles Leslie, the Regional South Coordinator, and you know, this is a time to just make sure that everyone is secured, is safe, and if they're not, to find out how we can help.
Yeah, agreed,
how we can help. The good news is that we still have power. So we urge persons to stay close to their devices. If you don't have a radio, stay close to your devices and keep abreast with what's happening. We are here trying to give you real-time coverage of this storm. We've been providing that for you as early as 6:30 this morning, and we will go as long as we possibly can. So yes, stay close to your device, real-time information.
Now, BL has also issued an update speaking to the fact that its teams continue to monitor the power system as Hurricane Lisa approaches Belize.
Yes.
They're saying that they've completely addressed reports of major hazards, and the team is now taking precautions for their personal safety and continue to take note of reports of hazards that will require their attention.
Yes. So we have Mr. Leslie with us. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Leslie.
Yes, good afternoon.
Talk to us about what is happening in the south right now.
Okay, currently we have people moving into shelters. We are not seeing any major effects from the storm at this point, but we do have people moving into shelters. And just for your information, I do have Dr. Nunes sitting next to me, who is the represents the Education and Information Committee for the Stan Creek District Emergency Committee.
Okay.
Dr. Tanya.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
How are you? I had said that I'd be in contact with you exactly about what's going on the ground. Let's talk about it. Give us an update.
Okay, I want to start off by telling you about the shelters that we have open and the people that we have in there, if you don't mind. While we don't have any significant effects in terms of the weather at this point in time, we still want to ask people to exercise extreme caution. We don't want to take anything for granted because the weather has not yet landed, no? So shelters are currently open. We have shelteries at Ecumenical. We have shelteries at 4 locations in the village of Gales Point. I do need to mention that we had sent transportation to the village this morning that was there for an hour so that villagers could take advantage of the opportunity to come out to Hope Creek Methodist, that's the shelter designated specifically for that village. But unfortunately, they declined that offer and they decided to weather the storm in the village. So presently, we have the villagers occupying this community center, the church, the school, as well as downstairs of the police station. We have shelteries at St. Holy Family in Hopkins Village. We have shelteries at Independence High School, the church at Light of the Valley Baptist. We evacuated 4 bus loads of people, equivalent to 176 persons, from St. Vibe Village to Georgetown Technical. St. Augustine RC School has shelteries, that's in Middlesex Village. Alta Vista Community Center has shelteries. Hope Creek Methodist School still has 14 from the surrounding areas. Siltgrass Methodist School, St. John's Memorial Anglican in Placentia Village, as well as the Sarawee Community Center. Because we have shelters filled with people, the Relief and Supplies Committee has gone out to deliver packages to all of these shelters so that they would be able to weather the storm if the need be.
Wow.
Yes. I'd just like to add that we, as Dr. Nunes said earlier, we must caution people that they must be alert that we can experience flash flood.
Okay.
So if they're in a low-lying area and there's a situation where that area is prone to flash flooding or flooding in general, please move to a shelter or please move to a family or friend on higher ground. We really want to stress that.
That was going to be my next question in terms of, is there any area that we're already seeing water levels rising?
No, nothing yet. We do have a river monitoring all the rivers in the Stan Creek district. And so far, we are not getting any reports of any of the rivers reaching levels that are concerning.
Okay.
So far, there's no concern. But again, we have to stress, if you're in a flood-prone area, move.
Yeah. As it relates to these shelteries, were these persons, did these persons decide to seek shelter early, or were they last-minute shelteries?
There start shelter early because of all the caution and the advices that we gave out. They decided that it was safer for them to be at a shelter than in the homes that they presently occupy, and we're grateful for that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. We will continue to follow the developments over there in the south. Is there a number that you would like to share in the event that someone would like to reach out to you to go over at the shelter?
Sure, they can call 936, which is the hotline, or they can call myself as the regional coordinator, 610-1733, and you can call Dr. Nunez at
615-0536.
Just before we go, in regards to the other shelters available, I know that you said that there were some persons that decided to shelter in their own villages, but are all the shelters mentioned available and accessible for persons? And I am referencing Ecumenical, Alexa, Noberto, Holy Ghost Primary, Delila Academy. Are all those shelters available and accessible for persons to go?
They are available, and we have shelter teams on standby. But so far, the only shelter that has been accessed is Ecumenical High School.
Okay.
So once the need arises, that's when we will put those into effect.
Would you be able to say if Ecumenical High School is soon about to reach capacity?
It is not at capacity as yet. Presently, we only have 37 people in the shelter at St. Creek Ecumenical.
Okay. So there's still space. Well, that's good for persons that would like to know if they can go over there. Thank you so much.
Yes, and if they cannot physically get there on their own and they need our assistance, we are prepared to do so. So, Mr. Leslie, share the numbers that they can call and we can transport them there.
All right, perfect. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, viewers. Well, to our viewers in the south, if you are interested in seeking shelter, you are short for time, but they will still get you. And if you are listening, they also shared their numbers that you can get in touch with them. If you are not able to go yourself, they will come to you.
Yeah, it's interesting, Sabrina, because I was there yesterday. Because remember, guys, yesterday morning, the press conference that the National Meteorological Services and NEMO had, the projection was for the storm to go through Dangriga.
Yes, we were talking about that this morning
so
too.
We headed there and to look at the preparation on the ground and all of that, and this team was actually, they were activated from early, and they weren't playing. They were making sure that they went out and notified people that, hey, get out early and get to the shelters. They opened their shelters from 6 o'clock yesterday.
Okay.
And they had pickup points across the municipality where people could have gone. They knew Gales Point would have been an issue because people didn't want to leave their homes, and so and that's what happened, right? But yeah, they had a contingency plans in place, which is always good, and they were ready. And we did get to speak to Miss Maria Monima, who is the regional health manager there at the Southern Health Regional, and they were talking also about, you know what, they're prepared if they're to lose power. The generator was intact and ready to go, so that they can do anything, still provide that primary and secondary care that is needed at these health facilities. So Dangriga, we're ready.
Well, you know what, Dwayne, being proactive and prepared is the key in a time like now, and Dangriga is a perfect example of that. So we are happy to know that they have their people sheltered and safe, and we only hope to continue to get updates like that for the rest of the country. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we will continue with our coverage on Hurricane Lisa.
Good residents of Belize City. By this time, your family plans should have already been activated. Nonetheless, as the mayor of Belize City, I found it necessary to provide you with some important information as Tropical Storm Lisa quickly approaches. This update is based on information recently received from NEMO and the National Meteorological Service. As of 3 p.m. today, Tropical Storm Lisa is currently 327 miles off the coast of Belize City, moving at 15 miles per hour. It has started to move a bit faster, with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, which can be considered a strong tropical storm. It is important to note that this storm is expected to strengthen even further ahead of landfall tomorrow, potentially as a strong Category 1 hurricane. It is also important to note that we could expect tropical storm winds as early as 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning. If the storm keeps its current path, the Belize district is forecasted to get at least 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. These rains will be heavy and continuous after midday Wednesday. Additionally, we are anticipating storm surge of up to 4 to 6 feet, which will be further compounded by the effects of a high tide forecasted for around 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening, when Lisa is expected to make landfall. In light of that, I would like to urge all city residents to evacuate where necessary and make use of the various shelters made available. It is my hope that residents in the following flood-prone areas would have already identified a family member in a more favorable area to take up residence with during the storm, or already have an evacuation plan in place. These areas of major concerns include the Crewman Lagoon area, the Jane Usher area, Yarborough, Belama phases 3, 4, and 5, and the Hone Park area, better known as Hangar. In conjunction with the activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the following 10 shelters will simultaneously open in order to facilitate those residents living in the aforementioned flood-prone areas, as well as other residents of the city. Maud Williams High School, Trinity Methodist Primary School, Unity Presbyterian Primary School, Palote High School, St. Joseph Primary School, All Saints Primary School, St. Martin de Porres, St. Luke Methodist School, St. John Vianney Primary School, and the Inspiration Center for those residents with special needs and diverse abilities. I strongly advise that residents take advantage of these shelters. Please do not wait until the appointed time and it is too late to seek safe shelter. We all know the risks, so let us all work to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Together, let's act early, save lives, and preserve property.
Westtrac Limited is committed to working hard every day to ensure you get the right products at the most affordable price. We strive to have the greatest selection of quality, affordable, and timely products and services that will enhance your personal or corporate lives. With an extensive line of products, we'll be sure to have what you need. For even faster service, you can contact us on Facebook, WhatsApp, or by email. We look forward to seeing you come through our doors at your nearest Westtrac branch today.
How are we to measure the success of our lives? For many, an ordinary life should have the following: a job, a house, enough money to buy a new car. But what if we threw out the ordinary? What could escaping ordinary at our jobs do? How about for our marriages? What if I told you we could all be escaping ordinary? Join us as we begin our new series.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMA just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RFNG Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RFNG Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RFNG Insurance, a Road Group company.
My fellow Belizeans, effective midday today, 1st November 2022, I declared a hurricane warning for the nation of Belize. This means that NEMO is fully activated countrywide. Our Chief Met Officer, Mr. Ronald Gordon, advised that as of 3 p.m. today, the center of Tropical Storm Lisa was 330 miles to the east of Belize City. Lisa is moving to the west at 15 miles per hour and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane overnight. By the time it makes landfall tomorrow, anywhere between Dangriga and Belize City, it is expected to strengthen into a strong Category 1 or a minimal Category 2 hurricane. By now, we all should have put our emergency plans into effect. We encourage everyone who feels as if their home is not safe or is at risk to voluntarily relocate to a safe place. Shelters all across the country will be opened at 6 p.m. this evening. The international airport will be closed tonight. Tomorrow, seaports will be closed and bus transportation will stop at midday. I call on all employers to dismiss their employees now so that they can go home or seek shelter. From our public officers who are manning our hurricane shelters to our men and women in uniform already on the ground working, we need your cooperation for us to get everyone to safety and keep order in our shelters. The search and rescue agencies are ready, and our doctors and nurses are fully equipped and supplied to attend to the needs of those who remain in the hospitals or who will need emergency assistance. Remember to stay indoors and out of harm's way until the official all clear is declared. Please only listen to official advisories coming from the National Med Service and NEMO. We have done everything we can to prepare for the arrival of the storm, and I urge all Belizeans to take the warnings and advisories seriously to preserve your life and the lives of your families. Together, and with the guidance of our Creator, we will get through this. God bless you. God bless Belize. I thank you.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up, and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. We going to the store, but we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light. We going to the store, but we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
Rivals is here. Get ready for the FIFA World Cup 2022. Enjoy exclusive discounts on TVs and accessories just in time for the World Cup. Whether you're on the market for a 32 or 65-inch TV or one in between, we have all the sizes in stock now. 32-inch TCL Smart TV start at only $519 and 32-inch Samsung Smart TV at only $599. Love the game even more when you upgrade your entertainment experience with our Premier TV wall mount starting as low as $39 and our affordable surge protectors for only $35. Take advantage of these deals and visit us at any of our Cellular World stores in Belize City, Belmopan, and San Pedro, or shop with us via our virtual store using Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at 615-5141. Promotion ends December 17th.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to both of you. Hi, good morning. Good morning to both of you. And as always, thank you so much for keeping people or citizens informed. I know it takes a lot from you all because I know that everybody wants to be with their families. So, you know, you're doing this to a great sacrifice to yourself and to your loved ones. So certainly on behalf of everyone, thank you so much.
PM, I wanted to begin first of all by perhaps getting some info from you regarding yesterday's meeting with NEMO. I know this is all a part of the overall preparation and state of readiness of not only your administration, but the agencies that are working in tandem to keep Belize aware and informed of what's taking place.
Well, certainly, yesterday after Cabinet, I met with all the line ministries, with their CEOs, and for us to be able to find out from them their state of readiness. I must commend all the CEOs. They pretty much seem to have everything in order, in place. And so, including the foreign ministry that have already been alerting our friends of Belize from abroad. So everybody says, you know, our friends from abroad, the different governments are already sending, you know, hoping and praying for us, but at the same time saying that they're on standby, ready to assist in any way that they can. As to, you know, to the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, the NEMO, they've been doing a really, really good job. They've been able to move very quickly. Captain Colonel Defoe and the people at the Met Department, Chief Met Officer, Mr. Gordon, and his staff, the people at Carthusia Hospital, they already have everything in place. They had an issue with a generator that they felt was a little bit too low, so they have already set up another standby to ensure that if something is wrong, that they can be ever ready. They have pretty much all the supplies that they need. I know they were as an attempt at trying to make an issue earlier this week, but they were telling me about 80% of the supplies have come in since last week, so they've been quickly delivering supplies to all the hospitals in the country. We still have a few things that are not in place, but we have the vast majority of of them. So we're doing everything possible. Belize City, the mayor has been on the move from early, from Sunday. He has gotten his team ready. I know there's an issue with the canal. I remember they're building so that they could be able to pump out water.
Yes.
But they did not want to open it because if they open it, water is going to flood in and it could pretty much destroy a lot of the work that has been done. But now that we know that the hurricane is coming in, when I spoke with the mayor, I think it was yesterday, was it on Sunday? Oh, sorry, Monday. He assured me that should the need arise, they are going to open it up so that the water can flow. So we're doing everything that we can. We're doing everything that we can. Again, because of technology, we can move much quicker. And as opposed to in 1998, when I was the head of government, the acting prime minister, with Mitch, it took a lot more work to get things going.
Can you give us perhaps an idea of where we are in terms of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing? I know they normally respond in the wake of a natural disaster in terms of dealing with roads and drainage and what have you. What was that discussion like yesterday? I know CEO Espat was in attendance of that meeting as well.
He was, but also Minister Julius Espat, he was also in cabinet assuring us that they have everything in order. They have already deployed people. And then those that have not deployed, they're on standby. They have already, since the last flooding, they were already working and putting up a lot of drains. If you notice, especially in the Northern Highway, there are a lot of areas where they've been digging out and putting out much bigger drains. They've done that in the Kaya district. In Benke, the minister said that they issued about 30 plus culverts. So they're already starting to put it so that the water can flow rapidly. His staff is ready. CEO Victor Espat assured us that their staff is ready. They have the necessary material and equipment to move as soon as they get a call that they're needed. They're ready.
Prime Minister, would you say that we are confidently waiting for the arrival of Hurricane Lisa in terms of preparedness?
Well, I think we are as best as we could possibly get. You can never tell, you can never predict with these with hurricanes. We've done everything that we possibly humanly can do. As it is, because of the previous flooding and so forth, Nemo is already in tip-top shape. Actually, just on yesterday, the minister was telling us that they have depleted their budget, and so we were releasing another $500,000 for them to be able to just get food supplies. And so we stand ready to be able to provide what we can. But because of these floodings and so forth that we've been having, Nemo has been activated. They've already been, for want of a better word, I mean, you don't do a practice run.
Yeah.
And so I feel that we're in a better position right now. Right. Obviously, we did not expect it to come to Belize City. We are looking at Dangriga, and then we saw it moving a little bit more to past Dangriga, between Dangriga and I think Gales Point. It is only this morning when they took the last at 6 o'clock. They saw the ship coming up even a little bit more north. So it's going to be passing a little south of Hattieville, but Belize City will get some strong winds because the northern quadrant of the hurricane is where you have the stronger winds. I think we need to thank our Creator. We need to thank our Lord for the blessings because the hurricane is moving so fast, it will not be able to have enough time to strengthen more, and two, it will not be able to have and also to be able to organize into a tighter knit hurricane. So you're going to be spread out some more, so you'll not be getting that intensity that you usually get in hurricanes. Now, 80 miles is 80 miles. 80 miles is bad, it's dangerous, and especially at Belize City. Belize City is just about a foot probably over the sea and over water, and the surge is going to be between 2 and 5 feet. So I'm begging people that to move right now to higher places. If you could get out of Belize City, better. But if not, go to a safe place. If you're in a cement house and you're above the street, you're going to be fine. I think generally so. But I appeal and I beg people, especially those that in the areas that are prone to flooding, the area of Southside, Belize City, Belama, where we always have these floodings. We have to be able to do, I'm appealing, try to move. And certainly we also have to do some more work in trying to ensure that we can alleviate the issues with flooding. Unfortunately, for the past 13 years, the last time the rivers were really dredged out in a serious manner was when the previous PP government was in place. So there is an issue of the sea siltation and also the Borden Canal, and that slows down the water that causes a backup, and that's why we tend to have these big flooding. So I just spoke with Minister Habet this morning, and I said, once the rains are over, and hopefully early next year, once we pass the hurricane season, we need to do a priority to ensure that we can dredge out these areas so that the water can flow quicker out to sea.
PM, it seems as if though you're in somewhat of a situation room at home there in Orange Walk. Have you had a chance to kind of come out and look around in your constituency to see what preparations, if any, are taking place there?
Well, if I was not speaking to you right now, I would have been on CTV3 and then go to San Esteban. But from all indications I know my people at CTVC must have vexed me right now that I have to try to find first.
Thanks for giving us the priority.
But seriously, I think that in Orange Walk, from all indications, we're going to be fine. We don't have serious flooding. We had already, again, when I was in our first PUP government, we built a big drain going from south to west, south to north to the back of Orange Walk town. And that has managed to alleviate considerably the flooding. And we just finished right now linking this, we have this pond in Orange Walk East and Orange Walk town. If you guys have been in Orange Walk, you know what I'm talking about. And we just dug a canal, and I want to thank Mr. Albert Burns, who gave us permission to cut out a canal to connect that, because his land is high. So we had to dig a canal probably between 5 and 10 feet deep, so that water, when it fills up, it will run into this canal, go into the other pond across, then to the drain that we just built, then it will go all the way through to the back of our drop town and goes out by Mamayal, where the dangerous crops are, and going to Horizon, right? Yeah, so yes. And there we're putting even some bigger drains so that the water can run out. So I don't expect much. In San Esteban, we've already put in a lot of drains since the last flooding that we had. So I think that's going to elevate us somewhat. So I am feeling confident that we will be able to do something shortly.
PM, is there any final word you'd like to share aside from your statement to the nation yesterday, your televised statement?
Well, again, just appealing to everyone to please be careful. Please make sure that if you feel that you're not safe, go to one of the houses, some of the hurricane shelters that we have. And if you do go to the hurricane shelter, please cooperate with everyone. Don't take your TV. Don't expect to be able to take your TV and stereo and liquor and cigarettes, because you're sharing a space with other Belizeans. Cooperate with the officials that we have there. We need your cooperation so that we can help you. We will do everything that we can, that we could possibly can to be able to help. And we are looking and we might, looking at if we need to call a state of emergency. If we do that, then we will be announcing that shortly. And if we do that, then that will require people to leave the streets. Everybody will have to be able to
stay indoors, right?
Stay indoors. I'm sorry, but I was getting a call from one of my senior ministers. I'll tell him that I will call him back. He's advising me on something very important that we have to get to.
What's your name,
Prime Minister,
okay.
Prime Minister, is there any closing message of comfort that you'd like to share with the Belizean people that are currently in shelters right now, waiting for the storm to pass?
What? Ms. Garbutt?
I think despite everything, despite that there is this hurricane that's coming to Belize, I think we need to count our blessings. I think that we need to thank our Lord, our God, our Creator, for the blessings that He has bestowed on Belize, because it could have been far worse. 80 miles is still dangerous, the flooding is still dangerous, but it could have been over 100 plus miles per hour per hour. That would have destroyed large parts of Belize City. So let's look at our blessings. Let's be thankful for what we have, and then let's help one another. We are our brothers and sisters keepers, and reach out a helping hand. If you have an extra plate of food and somebody doesn't have, let's share it. You will be blessed and be paid in multiple times. So, and again, please, let's be safe. Don't listen to rumors. Listen to the official statements that is issued out by NEMO. I know you all in the media are being very, very helpful, but sometimes get excited and say, oh, we hear so, and please don't give out no year so, because then people hear that and they will not say it was year so. They're saying it's the gospel truth because the media is saying it. So I'm also appealing to you all at the media to be extremely careful in what you're saying about the hurricane, and just please don't look at the internet. Listen to what Chief Met Gordon is telling us, because they are the ones that are closely monitoring this to ensure that we can get the best information and for us able to be prepared.
I give you our utmost assurances that we are being as responsible as we possibly can in the delivery of accurate information to our public. Thanks again, PM, for having joined us to share some words with our viewers this morning. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you to your reporters who are out on the streets, and please, you guys be safe. I know you want to be the first to cover, but you also have to remember that you also have to stay safe to be able to inform the rest of the public.
Thank you very much.
Thanks once more. God bless Belize. God bless everyone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good evening, residents of Belize City. By this time, your family plans should have already been activated. Nonetheless, as the mayor of Belize City, I found it necessary to provide you with some important information as Tropical Storm Lisa quickly approaches. This update is based on information recently received from NEMO and the National Meteorological Service. As of 3 p.m. today, Tropical Storm Lisa is currently 327 miles off the coast of Belize City, moving at 15 miles per hour. It has started to move a bit faster, with maximum sustained winds of 65 miles per hour, which can be considered a strong tropical storm. It is important to note that this storm is expected to strengthen even further ahead of landfall tomorrow, potentially as a strong Category 1 hurricane. It is also important to note that we could expect tropical storm winds as early as 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning. If the storm keeps its current path, the Belize district is forecasted to get at least 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. These rains will be heavy and continuous after midday Wednesday. Additionally, we are anticipating storm surge of up to 4 to 6 feet, which will be further compounded by the effects of a high tide forecasted for around 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening, when Lisa is expected to make landfall. In light of that, I would like to urge all city residents to evacuate where necessary and make use of the various shelters made available. It is my hope that residents in the following flood-prone areas would have already identified a family member in a more favorable area to take up residence with during the storm, or already have an evacuation plan in place. These areas of major concerns include the Crewman Lagoon area, the Jane Usher area, Yarborough, Belama phases 3, 4, and 5, and the Hoan Park area better known as Hangar. In conjunction with the activation of the Emergency Operations Center, the following 10 shelters will simultaneously open in order to facilitate those residents living in the aforementioned flood-prone areas as well as other residents of the city. Maud Williams High School, Trinity Methodist Primary School, Unity Presbyterian Primary School, Palote High School, St. Joseph Primary School, All Saints Primary School, St. Martin de Porres, St. Luke Methodist School, St. John Vianney Primary School, and the Inspiration Center for those residents with special needs and diverse abilities. I strongly advise that residents take advantage of these shelters. Please do not wait until the appointed time and it is too late to seek safe shelter. We all know the risks, so let us all work to mitigate those risks as best as we can. Together, let's act early, save lives, and preserve property.
And welcome back. Glad to have returned to the set this afternoon. I'm joined by my colleague from the newsroom, Dwayne Moody. And on the line with us is Chief Met Officer Ronald Gordon.
Yes.
Earlier this morning, he was joined by the head of the National Emergency Management Organization as they gave us an 8:30 briefing as to what's taking place. It has been several hours later, Dwayne, and from all indications, looking outside and from the video that we've been getting into our newsroom, quite a lot has been happening with the weather. Yeah. And with that, we'll throw it over to the Chief Met Officer to give us a synopsis of what's taking place presently. Good afternoon once again, Chief Met Officer Gordon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Talk to us about what we're experiencing at present.
Okay, we're experiencing the eye wall of Hurricane Lisa making its way on shore. Currently, our radar imagery is showing the outer parts of the eye wall progressing onshore and impacting the Belize City area in all the way down into Ladyville and parts of Hatteville. We have had gusts in Belize City of up to 51 knots. Yeah, that's about almost 50 miles per hour. Strong tropical storm force winds moving onshore. And we expect it to get even worse as the inner part of the eye wall moves across the shoreline. The system is still projected to make landfall south of Belize City, between the southern and northern lagoon, pretty much in the middle of those two lagoons. And that will occur in about an hour or so. And then it will move inland and begin to weaken. We are expecting still a storm surge of about 4 to 7 feet, primarily in the areas to the north of Belize City, including the Vista Del Mar area, Ladyville area, and also in the southern parts of the
or to the south of the city. The peninsula itself of Belize City doesn't seem to have had, in terms of the model, a significant storm surge. However, we do caution residents that you will experience storm surge still, and combine that with the fact that we're having heavy rainfall as Lisa makes landfall. There will be coastal inundation from the system. So strong, very strong and dangerous winds coupled with heavy rainfall, possible storm surge, will certainly mean that the system is very hazardous and that residents should remain in shelter. Do not venture out if you do not have to. And I don't see any reason persons should be out except for emergency workers if necessary. So that is pretty much what is occurring right now. As the system moves further inland, we expect tropical storm force winds to move across the country. The system is going to move generally west with a little bit north of west direction across Belize, and eventually move across the border in about 6 hours or so. Many folks may be wondering when will the bulk of the strong winds or how long it will take to cross. In my estimate, it will be about 2 hours. There will be a calm, relative calm in a while, especially if you're living in the Belize City area southward. We see a clear area, which is indicative of an eye, although it's not clear on satellite imagery. It is very clear on the radar. After that eye has passed, in about probably an hour, the winds will return from the southeast, very strong, very gusty, with intense rainfall and thunderstorms once more. So residents, once you get that calm, you're advised not to venture outside. That is just simply the eye passing, and the winds and the rains will return from an opposite direction.
This is somewhat reminiscent of what took place with Hurricane Earl
in
2016 with the storm surge being predicted for the outlying areas of Belize City, including Vista Del Mar and Ladyville, correct?
Yes, certainly. For the very shape of the of that area will lend it will support storm surge, especially the system passing to the south of it. I mentioned southern Belize just now, the south of Belize, but the winds are actually offshore in that area, so the storm surge will not be felt until after the system has moved further inland, and it will be a weaker storm surge.
If we are saying that, for all intents and purposes, this system may pass within the next 6 hours, how long thereafter, in your approximation, would it be considered an all clear?
Well, it certainly will be dependent on a lot of factors. We need, I think, the emergency workers need to go out and see that everything is okay. The rainfall will need to abate, and of course, the tropical storm force winds will have to have died down. So I will not probably be able to give you an exact time, more or less perhaps by midday tomorrow, but it could be earlier. We need to see first what's going on in terms of what are the impacts before I think NEMO will declare the all clear. It's certainly not in my, it is not my responsibility or my purview to do that, no? So that will come more from the National Emergency Management Organization, who will determine when an all clear can be declared for the country.
Describe for us the communication apparatus at this point between your office, which is the National Met Service, and NEMO.
We are in constant communication, thanks to new technology such as WhatsApp and those type of things. We are certainly in constant communication. We have backup communication also if we have internet failure, telephone failure. So we are in communication certainly in order to coordinate this emergency.
Sir, in terms of the hurricane weakening, is that going to happen while it's over Belize? I think there's some indication to suggest that it won't. It would go back to a tropical storm until it reaches almost near Mexico, right?
And well, actually, while it's over Belize, the first thing that will happen is that those hurricane forces will die off really rapidly. So it will weaken to a tropical storm before it crosses the border into Guatemala.
Okay.
And after that, I think it's going to dissipate, or if there is indications it may emerge into the Gulf of Mexico, but from what I have read, it will not be, that the environment will not be supportive for development at that time.
Sir, in terms of what is happening out at on the Keys, we've seen the images. Everything is really it's rough out there. Can you give us an idea of what is happening on the Keys in terms of the winds that they're experiencing and all of that?
Yes, they will experience, of course, stronger winds than we experience inland or on the shore because they're more exposed out there, no? And I saw images from Turnif with the very strong winds and battering waves and that type of thing. So certainly that is what they have experienced and will continue to experience. It has the Turnif itself has the system has passed there. The outer Iowa that crossed earlier. That is what is affecting the Belize City area now. So they are within the relative calm area for now. However, they will experience again the other side of the storm when the winds shift to the southeast in maybe an hour or less. The other keys to the north, Key Carter, San Pedro, fortunately they are a bit farther away from the center, so they will not have been experiencing the hurricane force winds, but they certainly are and will continue to experience tropical storm force winds from this system, along with heavy rainfall. Also, let me bring that up before. The rainfall is one of the main factors that we need to consider, and that is not only confined to areas where the center is making landfall, but it is spread across the entire country. I'm seeing rainfall affecting as far as Punta Gorda right now. So, important to note.
So we are looking at footage on screen and very strong winds. It's torrential downpour, and this is only a Category 1 classification. I can only imagine, Chief Med Officer, how much more devastating or destructive this would be were it to be a strong Category 2, for instance, or anything upwards of that.
Exactly, certainly. So again, I believe these systems give us perspective of what to look for if we were to experience a Category 2, Category 3, God forbid, a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. No, that would be massive destruction and catastrophic destruction. So indeed, you're right. This is just a Category 1, and we are certainly experiencing very strong winds from it. And I'm certain that there will be significant damage to structures, especially in Belize City and the surrounding areas, no? And then, of course, the inconvenience of losing power for a while. So, again, important for residents to realize the gravity of hurricanes and not to take these things lightly.
What is equally interesting is the predicted rainfall that comes along with this storm. While we're seeing the heavy downpour, and in some places they are already underwater, it probably wouldn't be until the rain subsides a little bit that you could get a proper appreciation of how much rainfall has happened within the intervening time, correct?
Yeah, so what we have our weather stations across the country already doing automatic measurement of how many inches of rainfall is falling. And then, of course, we will compile that information at the end of the storm for us to determine how much had fallen. I will repeat that the prediction was for there to be about 4 to 6 inches of rainfall for the duration of the storm, with isolated maximum of 8 to 12 inches. So that is a significant amount of rainfall for a short period of time. So certainly, like I mentioned before, one of the main results of that will be flooding across the country of Belize. In perspective, Belize City Municipal Airstrip has recorded over 3 inches of rainfall since midnight, and that's a lot of rainfall, and there's much more to come. The Port of Belize Station has recorded almost 4 inches. So again, we're already seeing that the prediction of 4 to 6 inches on average will be exceeded in these areas, and they may be more on the end of the 8 to 12 isolated maxima.
Okay. We have been joined on set once again by my colleague, my news anchor, Sabrina Daly.
Hi, good afternoon. I have to say, Isani, nothing beats
being out there firsthand and
being
seeing
out
it
there
for yourself.
firsthand and having to come back and completely change. Guys, I only went outside to get something from my house and come back in my car, and I was completely soaked.
Yeah.
Completely soaked. I will say,
Sabrina, stay safe. Don't be out there.
I trust me, I did not want to be out there. I did not want to be out there. But I have to reiterate, guys, please stay inside. In a matter of just moving in just a couple of seconds, so many things can happen. I could tell you firsthand, I was looking at trees already falling across the street as well, trees falling across the street. You really do not want to be close to these power lines. Yeah. That is extremely risky. I've seen windows already broken, or maybe they were already broken, I don't know. But it's really no place outside to be right now. We should not be outside.
There's a report of a electrical pole, a lamp post, falling on a house in the Pickstock Street area.
Okay.
I guess it's just an indication of how strong the winds are.
No, it's very strong.
At the moment, no?
It's very strong. Isani, I'm telling you, I was trying to get back in my car, and I'm not very light, but I'm also not very heavy. And I had to brace myself to open the car, to try to put whatever I was trying to put in my car. So it's definitely heavy winds out there. And it makes me wonder, I mean, if this is only the tropical storm, imagine when we're getting actual hurricane winds. Look at that over there.
Yes.
I mean, guys, if that is not an indication of why you should be inside.
This is that area of Mahogany Street, actually. It looks like Mahogany Street where,
the project,
it is, where the Ministry of Tourism
is the project for the tourism strip, right?
If I'm not mistaken, that was the meat pie shop that was right next door. I had done a story there recently on the upgrade that's happening there. And so that was what was the meat pie shop. And right adjacent to it is Lake Eye Baptist, right? So, yeah, this is just an example of what we're seeing in terms of the winds. Is the Chief Med Officer still on the line?
Yes, he is.
Okay, Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
Let's fast forward a bit. So, around 7 o'clock tonight, around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight, what are we to expect? Because we're saying that the eye will pass over the country in a few hours, and it's already 2 o'clock. We're still about a few hours outside of that particular passage, correct?
Yes. In terms of, like I said, we are on the border of the Iowa now, so in a few hours or less, let me bring this image up again. Let me just refresh. So the latest I have here is at 1:38, which is about 18 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Sorry, about 22 minutes ago. I am seeing that Belize City is about around the middle of that thick. I'm looking at my radar image with a 50-kilometer radius, and Belize City. Sorry, Belize City was on the center of the thick green reflectivity part of the image, which means that we are in the center of the eye wall, and then we are going to be moving into the calm area of the eye, no?
Yeah.
That will probably take about maybe an hour or less from now, and after that it will probably be calm for maybe an hour, and after that we'll return to the other side of the eye wall, which will not be as strong as this one, but will still be relatively strong. And then after that, you'll start having the winds gradually decreasing, a more southeasterly wind. And so you asked me about 7 o'clock tonight, and what I've described there probably will cover about maybe 3 to 4 hours. So that takes up to about 6 this evening. So 7 tonight, we're still going to be having definitely strong gusty winds coming from the southeast with very intense rainfall activity across the country.
Mm-hmm. And there's a likelihood that perhaps this portion of the country, the central part of Belize, would be under a blackout too.
Sorry?
It would be without electricity.
It is very likely. I mean, we were having serious fluctuation in power surges at the moment, which indicates that very soon we're likely to be able to get power. Unfortunately, we have a backup generator here that we expect will provide us with power at least through the rest of the system, no?
Yeah.
But certainly we expect that the Belize district perhaps even the Corozal or Juak district may be affected, depending on the connectivity with BL. I mean, I'm not a BL personnel, so I wouldn't be sure how
Understood.
That impact will occur across the country in terms of power outage, but I would venture to say that certainly the Belize City area will be without power for a while.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chief Med. We expect to speak with you perhaps a few hours from now as we head nearer to the 6 o'clock hour.
Sure. Okay. All right.
All right. Thanks again and stay safe.
You're welcome. Okay.
So yes, Sabrina, it is pretty serious stuff outside.
No, it is.
We're looking at some of the footage that was sent into the newsroom earlier, and when you look at the Lake Independence area, for instance, signs being toppled, the shop, the little makeshift stand that was there, and perhaps in other parts of the city, they're experiencing the same thing. When Paul visited the area of Port Loyola near Fabers Road earlier, in front of St. John Vianney, the water was already going up. And it wasn't raining as hard and as long as it is now. That was earlier this morning.
We also witnessed the area by Radisson, which is not known to be flood prone, actually having several inches of water. So I think that speaks to the intensity of flood water that we will be experiencing across Belize, across the district of Belize. And it basically only gets worse for a few more hours, and we'll just have to see the aftermath of it tomorrow.
I'll say this, perhaps it's the first that I'm experiencing a weather system during the day.
Yes.
While we've spoken with the chief NEMO officer, the chief med officer, and all of those people, and they can describe other past events that have perhaps happened in the course of the day. This is the first one that I'm taking note of, because the previous weather systems that I recall were all at nighttime.
Yes, yes.
Right? And so much so that this one catches us at work.
Yes.
as opposed to anywhere else.
And I think it's such a unique experience, Isani, because we are now given the opportunity to really provide visual footage of what that looks like. We've been covering the grounds as early as this morning up until later this afternoon. And that, as you mentioned, is not a regular dynamic when we're dealing with hurricanes, at least here in Belize. It's usually something that you try to sleep off and you just wake up in the morning and see the damage. And I suppose there's good and bad of that. There's pros and cons of that. For sure, during the night, you're hearing things flying and you can't exactly see, and you're worrying about what's happening outside.
Perhaps it's scarier.
It's for sure a lot scarier, but also watching it yourself, I would assume that that's almost or maybe equally as scary, watching debris fly around you. So I definitely think that there's pros and cons to it, but what is important is that we have people out there that will help you in the event that you need shelter, that you need to seek refuge. We have our NEMO personnel outside. We do also have CEMA. In fact, we do have Miss Melanie Dawson from CEMA on the line with us, and she will be providing us with the current update out in the city.
Good afternoon, Melanie.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, guys.
Give us an idea of the work that CEMA is presently on on the ground in Belize City.
Yes. Can you please repeat that?
Give us an idea of the work that CEMA is presently doing on the ground in Belize City.
Well, currently, right now, we are in the EOC. We've been doing search and rescue since morning. People have been calling in, needing assistance, transportation, and all of that to shelters. We've been assisting, some disabled, elderly as well. So far, but we've reached our cutoff point at this time. So right now, we're just basically weathering the storm. I've been calling in regards to shelter in specific, though. We've got information that they were saying that St. Luke was full and it had reached its capacity, which wasn't true. And a lot of people took that information and, you know, they were turning back. But I just wanted to make it clear that St. Luke shelter is not full. We are still accepting shelterees in there. And we've even opened up an extra classroom to accommodate these people.
Wow. So,
and the shelters also have been stocked with relief supplies.
Okay.
What happens in a case where a shelter for a particular constituency, if I could use that description, or perhaps a community, is at capacity? Do you find elsewhere where these individuals can seek refuge?
Yes. What we do is, if a shelter reaches capacity, we would open a next shelter in that same area.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. So far, our shelters, you know, residents have been going in. They have been using it. I mean, Unity Presbyterian, for instance, we have 180 persons in there.
Wow.
Miss Dawson, you mentioned that you guys are currently not out because of how bad the storm is. Could you speak to why it is so important that persons should have, or perhaps after, they should have tried to get to the shelters as early as possible, because in a time like now, you guys cannot go and get them if they are in need of help.
I mean, our duty is to save lives, but you know, we do not want to put our people's lives into danger as well. But what I can say is, we've here at the EOC, we've reached our cutoff point. But residents can also communicate or get in contact with the police. But I do know they have their cutoff point as well.
Okay.
And so far, we do have a representative from the police department in our EOC, and they have reached their cutoff point. But depending on the situation, and they call, you know, the emergency number for the police department, then police will use their discretion and maybe provide assistance.
At this present moment, while you're in the Emergency Operations Center, what is perhaps the most pressing concern or issue that you guys are dealing with coming from the populace?
Can you please repeat that? I didn't hear.
At present, while you're at the EOC, what is the most pressing concern that you guys are dealing with coming from the populace?
All right. I would say the persons that are moving last minute, the ones that we have to do our search and rescue. I mean, that was one of our major issues here, receiving calls of people needing assistance at last minute.
Yes.
I think the challenge or the difficulty with that is that, notwithstanding how early you've put out the notice and the advisory and the warning for people to start seeking high ground or move out of low-lying areas, or if your house or structure is compromised, you should find shelter elsewhere. Despite all of those efforts, some people just, you know, won't move for whatever reason, and then they wait until the very last minute, putting you guys in jeopardy as well.
Yes. I mean, we've got situations today whereby we've reached the location of these people's houses, you know, trying to get them, to transport them to shelter, and they're like, you know what, we're not going.
Only for you to get a call sometime later to go back.
We've worked, we did our best to assist the residents.
All right, Melanie, is there anything else you can share with us, well, with the public as well, that, you know, is of critical importance?
Well, at this point, no, that is basically everything, but I can give an update after the all clear. Maybe, you know, after we've done our damage assessment on ground.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Dawson, and we will keep in touch.
All right. Okay, then. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Bye.
It's always a challenge dealing with moving people at the 11th hour, and how much that stretches your resources and how much it puts other people's lives in jeopardy, particularly when you're dealing with torrential rains and heavy winds. You were out there. I was out there briefly. It's not yet the full brunt of the system, and we're dealing with some serious winds. So one can only imagine any responder going back out there to rescue or to search for persons.
Essentially, I mean, we're talking, we were examples of just going outside to come back in, but going to rescue individuals, they're trying to bring their belongings with them. You know, and I mean, we have to call it what it is. It would be much easier to get these things when it's dry, when it's not raining, when we're not in the middle of the storm already. And having to do that at this particular time, it's a lot.
What we will seek to do at some point in our conversation this afternoon is to get back in touch with the respective community leaders in San Pedro and in Key Caulker. I know we have Gualberto Nunes, the mayor of San Pedro, who we'll be touching base with.
And
we also have Selene Villanueva Pot out in Key Caulker. The reason I'm bringing that up is because if Belize City is feeling these strong winds and rains, the islands that are out there that are just in front of Belize City are equally feeling these strong and heavy winds.
Which naturally are experiencing the worst part of it right now because it's before us. So we are here talking about how crazy it feels while they've already passed this phase of the storm. So I agree. I think it would be interesting to hear their perspective since they would be the first ones to be impacted from Lisa at this hour.
So yes, I'm thinking to myself, you know, you mentioned something earlier that struck a chord with me. And it's not because I don't know better, it's just that we take certain things for granted.
Yeah.
To say that this is the final month of the hurricane season, and from the beginning, we hadn't really had a direct threat that would have impacted our country or our district in this case in such a way. Not that we've done a damage assessment to realize what we've actually lost or what have you, but the simple fact that we carried as if though all was well and that we're out, you know, of the danger zone, so to speak. And this is a stark reminder that, you know, from June to November, this is what is to be expected.
You know, I'll even go further than that because, and I won't reference being young, but I'm also doing that while saying I'm not referencing being young, but there were interesting perspectives on social media because persons were saying, you know, how could you say that you did not have time to prepare or you do not have the finances to secure yourself for the hurricane when you were enjoying yourself, your leisure time during the September festivities, but now it's like a hurricane is here, so we don't have the finances. And I think that really supports the notion of what you were saying, that perhaps we do take it for granted and think that Belize will always be spared. We've seen at several occasions where storms pass directly around us, just on the margin, you know, and we only get showers, but not the exact storm itself. So I think this is a perfect example of to not take things for granted and to always be vigilant, because we could be in this situation at any point. We could be in this situation in December.
Yes, yes. And because of our geographic location, we're forever going to be exposed to these kinds of weather phenomenons, right?
Yeah.
If it doesn't come at us directly, we've felt the after effects of weather systems that pass through other countries.
Exactly.
The other day, when there was the severe flooding experience that we had, when the actual system did not pass through Belize, it was only what we would call like the residual rains and what have you that resulted in this much water coming down from the mountains in the west. In this case, we are getting the brunt of Hurricane Lisa.
The direct impact of the storm, yes. No, I completely agree with you. I mean, like I said, we've always been spared, and I think it's easy to think after so many times that, oh, it'll be another sparing. We just have to wait. They're going up in the Gulf of Mexico, you know, in a few hours. But no, it could be totally different.
We're on the second floor of a rather secure building. But I don't know about you. I'm hearing the wind howling against the windows and the rain.
Okay.
It's quite an experience.
No, it totally is. But we have on the line with us Miss Selene Pott from Keycocker. She is the chair lady, and we spoke to her this morning. But it will be great to hear from her the current update as it relates to what is happening in Keycocker right now. Hi, Miss Pott.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How is it going over that side?
We are as best as can be. We're seeing a lot of wind action right now. We're not getting a lot of rain.
Okay.
It's more so the wind.
Okay.
And every now and then it comes in gusts.
Can you give us an update? I mean, I know that it would be hard to think that persons would be rushing out right now to get to a shelter, but can you give us an update on what that looks like in Keycocker?
I just came in because we were out doing a patrol and everything seems to be in order. Everybody seemed to be locked in by now. All the grocery stores are closed.
Okay.
And when I last checked with the shelter about an hour ago, there were only 2 male adults that had reached the shelter at that time.
How many shelters is currently open? Is it only one?
Yes, we have only one shelter, so that's the only one that's open.
Have you guys been getting any calls, say, from persons that are interested to go to a shelter now?
Not as yet. Thankfully, we haven't gotten any call as yet. The police are on standby, so if needs be, they will assist whoever needs to get to a shelter.
Can you give us an idea of what it looks outside as it relates to the impact of the winds? Are there any fallen trees? Can you paint a picture of what it looks like?
Yes, we have a couple fallen trees. I can share those with Dwayne afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot of wave action going on. And along the shore, we've noticed that a couple of coconut trees have fallen, and there are a couple of zinc roofs that are beginning to flap up. While we were on patrol in the Bahia area, we noticed a resident's window that blew open, so we made contact and picked up that person and have them close back their window. Probably half an hour later, another resident's door blew open and we did the same thing. We're currently without power. It's been about maybe half hour since the entire island is without power already.
Okay.
I would gather it's the same for certain parts of Belize district that is without electricity at the moment as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Pott.
Go ahead, Selena.
All right, no problem.
Is there anything else that you needed to share with us as it relates to the current situation out there in Keycocker?
Yes, if people do not feel safe where they are, please call any of the numbers that we've shared for shelter, and we'd be happy to make arrangements to pick you up. Now, we ask that, you be considerate only in an extreme situation that you reach out.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Take care. Be safe.
Thank you. You too. Okay. All right, guys, there you have it. That's the situation out in Keycocker. It's looking very windy. The chair lady, Ms. Villanueva Pott, told us that they are not really having so much heavy showers, but a lot of heavy winds. And that could be an indication of them just being ahead of us, because right now, if you look outside, we are experiencing heavy, heavy rain. But we're not in the same exact location as Keycocker. They are before us, so they would be experiencing perhaps closer to the eye right now, since it's a little bit...
I understand that is on Pickstock Street.
Wow.
That image, and that is obviously behind the building, behind our building right
Yes.
now. Right. We have our colleague Paul out there. We also have Marian and Dwayne as well, who are back in the field. First of all, I want to remind them to stay safe. Notwithstanding the job that we're presently doing, they still need to ensure that they are safe and secure wherever they are, in the vehicles or what have you. But they have been providing us with footage from across Belize City since the beginning of our coverage this morning, and they continue to do so. I know that Paul went back out there, and he will be sending back some video shortly of certain areas of Belize City. Now, just looking at these images, this is obviously the shoreline near the Sunlighters Promenade. That is in the area of the Princess Hotel.
Yes.
Where there's serious wave action taking place out there. The waves are crashing onto the shoreline there, right?
And of course, we encourage our viewers, you can also send us footage as well. We do have our tip line. The number is, I believe it's 627-5555.
Yeah.
672, that is 5555.
So can we cue another image from Paul, perhaps where he is at the moment? Or perhaps this is the most recent one? Okay, so we are being told that this is the most
This
recent
is
image.
Albert Street, right?
Yes, it is. This is Albert Street at the corners of King and Albert. Right?
Wow.
Yeah. So this continues for the next couple of hours, Sabrina. As the Chief Met Officer mentioned earlier, this will go through for a period of time. There will be a relative calm, and then the second half of it passes over.
Yes.
Right, and that's because landfall proper is expected later on this evening. It is only just 2:30, or just about, and this is what we're facing at the moment.
Which feels like, oh, this is Paul coming
We have
on?
Paul. Yes, this is the most recent one from Paul now. Can we go to this video?
Over, and the problem right now is those heavy gusts. And there again, you had it. The problem is those heavy gusts, and those gusts, what they do is they're a threat to power lines, they're a threat to roofs and zinc roofs, sorry. And so definitely, this is no time for people to be out to seek shelter. That time has passed. Right now, what people need to do is to hunker down, to be safe, and to ensure that they remain dry as best as possible. As the mayor said, there are some flood-prone areas that are of great concern, and so I'm hoping while I'm here looking at all of this, that those persons are remaining safe. Once again, this is Paul Lopez reporting from Albert Street, and we'll be continue to be bringing you these types of reports from across different areas in Belize City as Hurricane Lisa barrels its way towards Belize City as a Category 1 hurricane.
Also being told is that we have area representative for Belize Rural South, Andre Perez. We also have the mayor for San Pedro, Gualberto Nunez, who will be joining us as well to give us an update from La Isla Bonita. And as soon as we're able to get them up, we will be having a conversation with them to find out exactly what's taking place in their corner.
Yeah, if you could see over there, this is just around Pound Yard area. Where this is an area that is prone to flooding, but in just a matter of hours, look at that.
Yes, yes. And I think the same can be said for majority of the areas across the city, that because we're below sea level, that most everywhere is inundated by now.
Yeah.
It's an interesting sight. I keep saying that because on days when it is bright and sunny, Belize City is beautiful. On days when we're experiencing this kind of rainfall,
we're an island.
An island to ourselves.
We are an island to ourselves, indeed. Again, though, we advise our viewers to stay indoors. We do have our team outside that is getting coverage of the situation out there, but outside is nowhere anyone should be. And of course, even though we are outside, we still reiterate you should not be outside.
Yes.
These types of waters are not water that you should be walking through either. There are so many things that could be crawling in those waters.
Plus the risk of waterborne diseases as well.
Exactly.
It's a very real thing, you know. Most people have been advised, and I'll say this, earlier when I went out, Belize City was a virtual ghost town.
Yeah.
Most people were indoors, save for the police officers on duty, save for the personnel from the National Fire Service, those persons who qualify as essential services. Those were the only people that you would see out and about. Here and there, a few stores were still open, but I believe that at the time when we did our rounds, they were winding down as well, right? So I think by now, most of those places are closed.
All right, we have online with us.
Okay, we will be having online with us shortly.
I can hear loud and clear.
Okay, is this?
We have online with us Roni Hernandez, the Corozal Nemo coordinator. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Please paint us. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you good.
I was going to say, paint us a picture of what it is like currently in the Corozal district.
Okay, perfect. Currently, the Corozal Emergency Operations Committee remains activated, no? Prior to the 5 other shelters that we have now 13 more shelters. And initial activation took place, we had 5, as I mentioned, but now we have 13.
Okay.
These shelters were open to the advice of NEMO chairperson in the Village Emergency Committee. So we are here fully activated in the Corozal district now, awaiting, we have our shelteries. I can give you a rundown of how many people, we have in the shelters itself,
Okay.
and the different shelters that we have. Currently, the Housing and Shelter Committee and the Education and Warning Committee, the Relief and Supplies Management Committee, Transport and Evacuation, all of us are here, working as a team.
Can you give us a number of what the shelteries look like over that side?
Currently, up to now, we have 96 shelteries. We have, as I mentioned, the shelters that have opened in total giving us 17. So I can give you the rundown.
Okay.
Libertad Methodist School, we have 17 shelteries. Corozal Junior College, 4. Our Lady of Guadalupe, 10. Sartene RC School, 0. San Narciso RC School, 3. Escuela Secundaria Sextica Maycos, 0. Caledonia RC, 0. Chunos St. Beata High School, 7. San Pedro Community Center, 4. Chanchen Government School, 0. Louisville RC School, 29. Concepcion Presbyterian, 18. Escuela Mexico, 0. Santa Clara RC School, 0. Ranchito Government School, 0. Buenavista RC School, 0. So that is my report when it comes to the housing and shelter.
As it relates to the shelteries, can you tell us if these were persons that accessed the shelters early in advance, or were these persons that came trickling in just before the storm started?
Well, actually, people came bunching out, and they saw they were alarmed, and of course, we're humans, and the system, we know that is currently hitting another area, but nevertheless, I think they did the right choice to be prepared. Nevertheless, we cannot close the shelter for these persons.
Right.
We started at a low number, but now we have this current number, as I said, a total of 96 shelteries in the Corozal district.
Were there any Were there any cases where you guys went to visit people that refused to come to the shelters?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Luckily for Corozal, that is not the case. People made their way to go to the shelter, and we applaud them for that.
Okay, thank
I
you
think
very much.
at the end of the day, they just want to preserve life
Yes.
than property.
Would you be willing to share the numbers with us that persons could get in contact with you in the event that they would like to access the shelters?
Sure, that's not a problem for me. If you would like to access the shelter, then you can call our EOC. I can give you the EOC number if that's not a problem.
Okay.
We have the 422-0262, which would be the direct EOC Corozal landline. And we have the 614-7140, which would be the district coordinator myself number. So you can just call us, and you can be readily fitted in a shelter.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir, and we will keep in touch while we continue the coverage of tracking and watching for Hurricane Lisa.
Thank you very much. No problem.
Thank you.
So there's a third advisory that has been issued by the Ministry of Health and Wellness regarding Hurricane Lisa. It says here, and I'll read verbatim, at midday today, the Ministry of Health and Wellness officially activated its Emergency Operations Center in Belmopan. The ministry has been closely monitoring the developments of Hurricane Lisa through its liaison officer who sits on the National Emergency Management Organization's board. Our primary objective is to safeguard the uninterrupted management of essential and emergency services countrywide and to ensure that patients and staff at our healthcare facilities are safe during and after the passage of Hurricane Lisa. The public is advised that at this time, only emergency services will be attended to at the regional and community hospitals countrywide. We strongly advise persons to access the medical care they may need and to call the ministry at the toll-free number 0800 MOH CARE, that's 0800 664 2273 or 828-2224 for medical emergencies in your respective district. There is a list of numbers by regions, right, that goes from Corozal Community Hospital all the way down to Punta Gorda Hospital. And it says here, we urge the public to continue to listen and follow the advice of the National Emergency Meteorological Service and NEMO.
All right, and that was a memo from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Now we have on the line with us Mayor Gualberto Nunes of San Pedro. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Well, we're dry over this side, but we really want to know, how are things over in San Pedro?
Yes, the wind has picked up. It's very strong.
Okay.
We were, the winds are like roughly around 43 miles per hour. We have some more wave action, and we can clearly see that there is a lot of beach erosion. We were out recently with the minister and the NEMO director at the local radio station to inform the people. We also have about 168 persons at the Sagebrush shelter, and
Okay,
about
that's a good
7
amount.
at the St. John's Youth Center, which is another shelter that we have. There is another shelter that was opened at San Mateo from the assistance of a local business person, and they have a little over 50 persons in that shelter.
Mayor, I love that you mentioned that the business community has seemed to be working with the other community members in this instance. Can you talk to us about what that has been like?
Yes, so we are very grateful to the different businesses who have been assisting, both our EOC and the community in general. We were out, myself and the minister, we were out in the different areas earlier today. We went to the areas to ask the people to come out and to seek shelter at the various places that we have available. And we were
quite impressed that most of them were aware of the ones that were available already, and they were already preparing themselves to leave their homes to go to heat shelter. So we're very happy that these people were very cooperating with us and getting out of their homes to go to the shelter.
I would assume that you have had an opportunity to interact with some of the shelterees, Mayor. Could you give us an idea of what their emotions are like while seeking refuge right now?
Yes, we, as myself and the minister, also went to visit the shelters personally, and we went to talk to the people at the shelters. They're very calm.
Okay.
They are very comfortable in the areas where we have them designated, and the shelter volunteers are very helpful as well.
Okay.
We have police and Coast Guard in the different shelters to make sure everything is safe and to maintain peace.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mayor. Would you also share a contact number with us in the event that persons would like to reach out to still get access to the shelter?
Yes, it's 226-4824 and 226-4821. These are the EOC numbers.
All right.
For San Pedro.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor, and we will keep in touch.
Yes, thank you very much.
You too.
Sorry. That was Mayor Gualberto Nunez of San Pedro. We do have another call on the line. Okay, but that was Mayor Gualberto Nunez painting us a picture of what it's like in San Pedro. We do know that San Pedro and Keycocker are two of the places of concern for Hurricane Lisa because of the situation of it being an island, you know?
Yes.
Persons evacuated yesterday, almost 2,000 we reported on our newscast, and now they are weathering the storm. We do have another call on the line though, and that is Mr. Javier Castellanos of Belmopan. He is the coordinator for NEMO.
Good afternoon, Mr. Castellanos.
Good afternoon.
Share with us what's taking place in the capital city right now. You're stationed in Belmopan, are you?
Right now, I'm holding over as the regional coordinator central, so I'm working out of San Ignacio right now. So if you want to have a different interview with Mr. Smith,
that's okay.
Over in Belmopan.
We'll go ahead with you from San Ignacio.
Hello?
Yes, we will proceed with you from San Ignacio. Kindly paint us that picture as to what's taking place on the ground there.
Okay, at this time, as of yesterday evening, 2 days ago, we activated our Emergency Operation Center. And as of last night, we are prepared to open shelters. Our first shelters opened this morning, and so now we have shelters open in San Ignacio, in the rural communities, and in Benque. So our shelters are presently open and being monitored by personnel from NEMO. The shelter managers and wardens are out there at the shelters, different shelters which have been opened.
Okay. What is the weather like in San Ignacio at present? Is it raining? Is it gloomy and bleak over there? Paint us that picture.
Right now, it is not raining. There's no wind, and it is just a bit dark and gloomy, but absolutely no rain and very, very minimum wind. Minimal, almost none.
Have you seen perhaps an influx of Belizeans from other parts of the country in San Ignacio at this point? I know some people came from the island. Some people may have left out of the city earlier today or yesterday. Have you seen perhaps a swell of persons from elsewhere in San Ignacio?
Very few, hardly anyone. We received reports that there was a small amount, but they were because the island would be looked after in Belmopan City, so Belmopan would have more information in regards to that. So we have a very limited influx of outsiders from the other parts of the country arriving here in San Ignacio and Santa Elena and surrounding villages.
Is there any advisory at this point with regards to the river and the dam and those kinds of infrastructures or the waterways that we're supposed to keep an eye on?
Well, surprisingly so, no rain. We had very minimum rain. I was just speaking to the mayor that 3 weeks ago was much more concerned than we are at this moment. We have seen very limited activity along the river banks, very minimal rising of waters, and we have received no warning from the dam. So right now, at present, we are not really seeing in the immediate area of San Ignacio and Santa Elena and communities along the upper part of the Macal River and Mopan River, no great concern as yet.
How carefully would you say that residents of San Ignacio have been able to abide by the instructions being given to them in terms of adhering to and following certain measures that the government is putting in place?
Right. I think they have been doing a good job, and then those that have been concerned and saw the need to relocate to a shelter, and so I think that they have been very cautious and are abiding by instructions issued by the government of Belize and NEMO.
Is there anything else you want to share with us, Mr. Castellanos?
Well, I would just say for us to remain alert, to remain vigilant, and not to lower guard. There could always be the worst case scenario. It's not over as yet. We are not getting affected too much, but let us be on the alert space.
Right.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot for having joined us, Mr. Castellanos. Take care.
You too. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
All right, that was Javier Castellanos from NEMO San Ignacio. He gave us an idea of what's taking place in the West. There really isn't much to report on just yet, considering the fact that it's Belize City and its environs that are currently being battered by the rains and the wind associated with Hurricane Lisa.
Yes, definitely. Well, at this point, we are now receiving another call from Lionel Smith. He is the coordinator for NEMO in the Belize Rural North. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
I am okay, but we want to know, how are things in the Rural North?
Belize Rural North is okay so far. We have a total blackout for over an hour now.
Okay. Can you paint us a picture of what the rains are like, what the shelters are like?
Okay, sure. All right, am I live?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, hi. Yes, Mr. Smith, District Coordinator, Belize Rural North. Well, currently right now we have out in the Rancho Dolores, we have like 6 shelteries there in the shelter in Rancho Dolores village.
Okay.
And also in Permanent Landing, the Bell Rib Center, we have 12 shelteries there.
Okay.
And then in the Cooking Tree Disaster Shelter, we have 24 shelteries there. And then we have the King College Shelter. Between Boston and Lucky Strike Village, we have a total of 62 shelteries there.
Okay.
And then in the Mascal Community Center, we have 34 shelteries. And then in the Boyle Boom, we have the St. Therese RT School. In Boyle Boom, we have 4 shelteries there. And then in Sun Hill Community Center, we have 2 shelteries only.
Okay. I do know, Mr. Smith, that one of the things we can expect in the rural north is concern of livestock. Are there any talks from residents within that region as it relates to concerns of their livestock being affected by the weather?
Well, so far we haven't gotten any calls in as yet. We did put out advisories along with agriculture department that we encourage the farmers that have livestock in the low-lying areas and the flood-prone areas to try to move their livestock to higher ground. Some of the farmers' concern was that they recently did the same exercise not even a month ago. But we tried to emphasize on them, along with the agriculture department, that it's for their own benefit and the preservation of their livestock industry now. So,
are there any flooding concerns around that area?
Well, not at this point. We're not able to go out and do any assessments. The storm is still bearing down upon us that we could have started. So I haven't gotten any concerns so far from any area residents in any of the respective villages so far about any major flooding.
Okay. As it relates to the shelterees, were these persons that accessed the shelters early in advance, or were they like last minute?
No, some of them went into shelter from since yesterday evening after the shelter was announced that it's officially open. No?
Okay, excellent. Well, can you share your contact number with us in the event that a viewer may need to access the shelter in the Belize Rural North?
Okay, the numbers for the shelter. I don't have all the numbers for the shelters at hand right now.
That's fine.
But I can give you my contact number.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my contact number is 614-4735.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and we will keep in touch. That is the Belize Rural North coordinator for NEMO, giving us an update on the Belize Rural North. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you too. Bye-bye.
That's my area.
There is a countdown, so to speak. We are just about 11 minutes away from the enactment of a state of public emergency for Belize District and Stan Creek District as declared by Governor General Furlat Salam earlier. This, of course, has become imminent because of the passage of Hurricane Lisa. So along with that state of public emergency comes a restriction on movement. We alluded to this earlier, but at 3 o'clock this comes into force. Persons who are not considered essential services will be prohibited from being out on the streets. This is now reserved only for persons who are either in the armed forces or nurses and doctors who are on the front line. This is now going into a state of public emergency.
I think what should be mentioned, though, is that goes with the exception of emergencies. So if you feel like there's a serious situation at hand and you need to go to the hospital or go to the police station, you are permitted to do so. The state of emergency simply means that we are trying to put a control on persons moving around because it's not safe to be out there.
So we'll take a break.
Yes.
And then we will come back in a few with more sights and sounds and interviews from the field. So we'll take a commercial break and we will be back.
fellow Belizeans, effective midday today, 1st November 2022, I declared a hurricane warning for the nation of Belize. This means that NEMO is fully activated countrywide. Our Chief Met Officer, Mr. Ronald Gordon, advised that as of 3 p.m. today, the center of Tropical Storm Lisa was 330 miles to the east of Belize City. Lisa is moving to the west at 15 miles per hour and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane overnight. By the time it makes landfall tomorrow, anywhere between Dangriga and Belize City, it is expected to strengthen into a strong Category 1 or a minimal Category 2 hurricane. By now, we all should have put our emergency plans into effect. We encourage everyone who feels as if their home is not safe or is at risk to voluntarily relocate to a safe place. Shelters all across the country will be opened at 6 p.m. this evening. The international airport will be closed tonight. Tomorrow, seaports will be closed and bus transportation will stop at midday. I call on all employers to dismiss their employees now so that they can go home or seek shelter. From our public officers who are manning our hurricane shelters to our men and women in uniform already on the ground working, we need your cooperation for us to get everyone to safety and keep order in our shelters. The search and rescue agencies are ready, and our doctors and nurses are fully equipped and supplied to attend to the needs of those who remain in the hospitals or who will need emergency assistance. Remember to stay indoors and out of harm's way until the official all clear is declared. Please only listen to official advisories coming from the National Med Service and NEMO. We have done everything we can to prepare for the arrival of the storm, and I urge all Belizeans to take the warnings and advisories seriously to preserve your life and the lives of your families. Together, and with the guidance of our Creator, we will get through this. God bless you. God bless Belize. I thank you.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMO just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RFNG Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RFNG Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RFNG Insurance, a Road Group company.
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Santa.
Hi, Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter, a football. iPhone and the makeup for Christmas.
Oh, come on. 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number has just been revealed. The number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the soil, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come, thriving abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benqueviejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. Buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
Westtrac Limited is committed to working hard every day to ensure you get the right products at the most affordable price. We strive to have the greatest selection of quality, affordable, and timely products and services that will enhance your personal or corporate lives. With an extensive line of products, we'll be sure to have what you need. For even faster service, you can contact us on Facebook, WhatsApp, or by email. We look forward to seeing you come through our doors at your nearest Westtrac branch today.
How are we to measure the success of our lives? For many, an ordinary life should have the following: a job, a house, enough money to buy a new car. But what if we threw out the ordinary? What could escaping ordinary at our jobs do? How about for our marriages? What if I told you we could all be escaping ordinary? Join us as we begin our new series.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up, and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. We going to the store, but we gon' do right. We gon' light up life, only with my light. We going to the store, but we gon' do right. We gon' light up life, only with my light.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
The season where allies become rivals is here. Get ready for the FIFA World Cup 2022. Enjoy exclusive discounts on TVs and accessories just in time for the World Cup. Whether you're on the market for a 32 or 65-inch TV or one in between, we have all the sizes in stock now. 32-inch TCL Smart TV start at only $519 and 32-inch Samsung Smart TV at only $599. Love the game even more when you upgrade your entertainment experience with our Premier TV wall mount starting as low as $39 and our affordable surge protectors for only $35. Take advantage of these deals and visit us at any of our Cellular World stores in Belize City, Belmopan, and San Pedro, or shop with us via our virtual store using Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at 615-5141. Promotion ends December 17th.
Do you qualify for Amnesty 2022? This is your opportunity to find out. You qualify if you are registered as an asylum seeker with the Refugee Department before the 31st of March 2020, residing in Belize before the 31st of December 2016, have children born in Belize on or before the 31st of December 2021, completed your education in Belize, married to a citizen of Belize for a year or more, living in a common law union with a citizen of Belize for 5 years or more, referred by the Department of Human Services, gainfully employed in Belize for 5 years. To find out more on how to apply, go online to www.immigration.gov.bz. Be prepared. The registration period will be from the 2nd of August to the 30th of November 2022. Belize Amnesty 2022. Let's continue to build Belize together.
Social Security, transforming service delivery. My Social Security is your secure online account to manage all your Social Security information. My Social Security launched in March 2021 with registration service to apply online for new or replacement Social Security cards. Upgrades to My Social Security continues with a new look, enhanced customer experience, and its newest feature, Sickness Benefit Online application. With My Social Security, you can create your account, log in, and take control of your Social Security information. This includes applying for a new or replacement Social Security card for yourself, child, or dependent, make appointments online, and submit your complete sickness benefit claim package. Our customer care team is here to provide you, our valued customers, with real-time support. Connect with one of our customer care agents through direct messages on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or live chat, or follow our YouTube channel for more information, tutorials, and guides. A complete 360 view of your Social Security information is coming soon, which includes a new employer portal for employers, businesses, and self-employed persons, contributions history and statements, all SSB benefits, medical portal for registered doctors, and fingerprint enrollment all in one place. Social Security at your fingertips. The significant enhancement of service delivery to you is here. My Social Security.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price but stay for the service.
welcome back. We have with us on set Paul Lopez, a familiar face in today's coverage. He's been out on the field getting the sights and sounds of Hurricane Lisa. Paul, talk to me. I know you kind of already gave your perspective, but I was not here and I want to know again. What is it like to be out there right now?
Well, I'm still trying to catch my breath, and I'm still trying to process all that we experienced out there. It's good that I'm on set live to show people that I'm safe, that I'm sound, and that I'm sheltered, because I know there were some concerns following that last live broadcast we did,
that one
which
right
is
there.
right there on Albert Street, where the gust was picking up and the winds were very strong. I know you can't really see it from the video, but it's intermediate, where there's gust and then it calms and then there's another gust of wind, and that's really what gust, what you described to be gust. After we finished shooting that video, this is about 10 minutes to 2, we decided that we would go to another location, and so this is on Albert Street. We drove down through where Smart is. I can't remember what that intersection is, and we drove on to Dame Melita Gordon, and that's when we saw the true reality of what the winds are like out there. To describe it, I'm not sure I can, just to say that the winds were so strong that it was shaking the vehicle that we were in. And it was 3 of us in the vehicle: our driver, Stephen Ferguson, the cameraman, Kenroy, we call him Dreams. Forgive me for not remembering his last name clearly. And then myself. And when we began to feel the vehicle shaking, those are some footage that Kenroy took down Cemetery. And so we were driving down Cemetery Road, going on to Orange Street, and we recognized how flooded the area was. And I would imagine that that flood water has increased since then, because we were out there at around 2 p.m. So an hour has passed and the rain has not subsided. The winds remain strong. And so those are some images, some videos that he took. But I was going back to what I was saying, the gusts and the winds were so strong that we said, you know what? It makes no sense for us to risk our lives and remain out there, because visibility was next to none inside the vehicle.
Wow.
We began to see roofs flying, so zinc roofs flying from one direction to the next, right in our paths. We began to see one of my colleagues described, we began to see the power lines shaking. One of my colleagues described it as they're dancing Macarena, because of how much they were shaking. And some of the poles, they were also swaying to the point where we got concerned that they may fall over and fall onto the vehicle, and it's something that we were concerned about. We began to see that trees were beginning to topple over as well. And we said, you know what? The best thing to do is to preserve life at this point and to head back to the office. Heading back to the office was a scary ride, because, like I said, visibility was next to none inside the vehicle because of the strong gusts. And there you see, that's us heading up Albert Street with all that gust behind us, all that wind behind us. I mean, it's hard to describe. You have to be there, and I would encourage no one to put themselves in that position to be out there right now. But I'm sure that what we were experiencing was some at least 50 to 60 miles wind strength. It was moving that fast and that hard.
I see a person there walking, Paul. At what point was like the last viewing of an individual walking the street?
You know, that was someone we saw as we entered onto Cemetery. And further down, we saw another individual.
I saw one by Pound Yard.
So we saw another individual by Pound Yard. I'm not sure what they were doing out there, and we didn't stop to ask. And then this is the courthouse. This is I mean, look at those roofs, and the zincs. They're being flown around or tossed around as if they're twigs, as if they're leaves, as if they're tree branches. And then that's of course somewhere around near that area as well. And so definitely, I wouldn't encourage anyone being out there at this time. And it's my understanding, as you guys have been reiterating, that we haven't even gotten to the eye of the storm as yet. And I know that when we get to that point, that's when you'll really get those strong 80 miles per hour gusts. That's when you'll really see the strength of this storm and the strength of what Lisa really is bringing to Belize and the destruction. What we see there, Sabrina, we see Pier 1. That's Pier 1, well, what was formerly known as Pier 1, and then it was recently reopened under new management and a new brand. But I can't remember what's the name of the brand, but I think they had closed down moments before that was reopened. That's at BTL Park.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. This is an indication of what floodwaters will be looking like on,
so yeah,
on BTL Park.
So you're looking at the floodwaters.
You're looking at a pond.
But what also that image is showing you is that the roof has collapsed over that structure, and then that the portion of the structure is in the water. So a portion of what we knew to be Pier 1 is in the water. This is the strength of the wind. This is the storm surge, the increased waves that we're talking about. This is near Joe's Pizza.
Wow.
So this is going towards Princess Casino. There's, there's that
Moe's Pizza.
Moe's Pizza,
Yes.
sorry. This is near Moe's Pizza. This is that little stretch there where people would normally sit down and relax there. People would be exercising. Now what you're getting there is you're getting waves that are crashing onto the shore and going over the seawall.
And here we have a map that really depicts where we are as it relates to Hurricane Lisa crossing its path over Belize. If you can see, and I'm no meteorologist, but it looks like we are experiencing what will be the most of the storm, at least. We have a large part of Lisa over the central coast of Belize,
So,
as well as going up north.
If I'm not mistaken, what our cursor is doing right now is showing
That
us
is the eye, yes.
So I laugh because we've already been experiencing some strong winds, and it's safe to say that we have not experienced the brunt of it, or the strongest winds or strongest rains as yet, because if you look at what the timing of our timing is telling us, is that the eye will cross over Belize. It's estimated to cross over Belize sometime around
well, we did get word from Chief Met Officer that it would be 3 o'clock. So based on the time that we have right now, it should be at any point. It should be crossing.
Okay, so there you have it, the eye. And it's interesting that the eye shifted from earlier today, shifted from somewhere south of Belize to exactly over Belize City. Sabrina, what I'm concerned about most is the devastation that is being caused right now as we speak outside of these four walls, with roofs, with people losing the roofs of their homes, with houses being flooded. I mean, the recovery effort will be significant. It will require all hands on deck after this storm passes. I know we spoke to the mayor earlier, who said that NEMO and SEMA, that they are prepared, they're on the ground ready and waiting to get their people out there as soon as the all clear is given. And of course, we will be out there as well as soon as the all clear is given, to kind of get an idea of what it is like out there. And so we're seeing more images. This looks like the coast. I would imagine this is near some sort of resort along the coast of and so you see heavy winds there.
This is in Keycocker.
This is in Keycocker, okay. So we're showing some images, video, sorry, of Keycocker and what's that like, the flooding in Keycocker. Again, you see strong winds. again, you see, and the way that these coconut trees are blowing, it kind of gives
fighting
you
for their lives.
Fighting for their lives. It kind of gives you a sense of how strong the winds are out there and what those residents on Keycaulker are experiencing.
Paul, I really want to go back to one of your previous stories that you did, or one of your previous interviews that you did this morning, where you were interacting with residents that were really and truly trying to find a place to seek refuge. And were being told that is Spanish Lookout over there. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But yes, I really want to touch on that. Looks unreal.
Yeah, and that's why I'm going silent.
Wow.
I'm going silent because it's hard to imagine.
That reminds me of that story that you did in the past where persons were saying that a tornado happened.
That was in Duck Run 2. And so here we have in Spanish Lookout what seems to be a tornado.
It looks like you can lift it up and
it's
move
a water spout, a huge water spout. A huge water spout. That's incredible. That's incredible, Sabrina. All of this caused, of course, by Hurricane Lisa. And that's really what our meteorologists and our weather people, they attempt to explain.
Yes.
That even though the eye may pass over a certain area, these outer bands, they come with a lot of different weather activities that's unpredictable. You're unable to say how is it that your community will be affected, and that's why the advice is to remain hunkered down. The advice is to remain inside and to ensure that you preserve life first and foremost, and then go on and preserve property, because it's a hard time, and a lot of people, you don't want to lose your property.
Yes.
Because then you'll have to reel back from all of that, and so to see that is quite incredible. We got some footage or some image from earlier today where about 2 o'clock where San Ignacio and Santa Elena were yet to experience some of these rains, and I would imagine that by now, based on information I'm receiving, that they're already getting some rains. And this is San Pedro.
We were also speaking, Paul, about the situation currently over at the Sister Cecilia home.
Yes.
Can you shed some light on that?
Well, I don't have much information on what's happening at Sister Cecilia's home. I was just made to understand that there may be an emergency out there, and that NEMO and other personnel are headed out there to assess reports of a need or a cry for help.
Okay.
And so we're seeking some updates in terms of what's happening at the Sister Cecilia's house. But we know that's one of the places that shelters our elderly people. And so I'm not sure what's the extent of the need there or the damage there, but we'll try to get an update on the information there, as I'm certain that NEMO personnel are headed out there to assess and assist in whatever way they need for us to, they need assistance.
Yes. You know, Paul, really and truly, we have to commend the efforts of our reporters like yourself out there, gathering the information, gathering the footage that we need to really depict what it's like facing a hurricane. Isania and I were discussing, as well as Dwayne, the fact that it's not very often that we're able to have a visual viewing of a hurricane during the day, and you were firsthand outside during a hurricane.
This is the first time as a reporter that I'm getting the opportunity to be out there and inform our viewers and keep our viewers updated on the activities of such a hurricane or for such a weather system. And I count it a privilege. I know that there are people whose view or whose opinion is that we are risking our lives, but we try our best to remain safe while we do what we do. So we don't put our lives at risk, but we find that it's important for people to have this information so that they can make informed decision in terms of their movements, in terms of the whereabouts of the storm, in terms of the strength of the storm. When they see us out there, we're representing everyone that's watching so that they are aware of what is happening and what's going on. That's earlier today.
That
I'm
was
sure you guys
by the
spoke
Radisson.
about this. This is in front of the Radisson.
Your audio at that point was completely gone.
Yeah, because of the wind.
Yes.
The wind was strong and some of the equipment got wet, but we still tried our best to do some recording to get an
Was
idea
that
of
you
what's
trying
happening.
to wade through the water or
That
just trying
was
to
me.
get through the wind gust?
So there comes a point in these flood waters where you have to navigate carefully, and this is what I'm talking about being careful and not risking your lives. So when I move carefully that way, I'm actually reaching to ensure that there's no dip in the road, that there's no potholes, that there's no compromise in the road, so that I don't put my life at risk. This is near the coast, and so sometimes what you have culverts that are compromised sometimes, and so you're not sure what's happening. But then when we got closer, that the winds began to come and the winds began to hit us. And when you, like me right there, when I put my face towards the coast, and my face was towards the coast, the rains, it's the strength of the wind. Because of the strength of the wind, it felt like pellets hitting my face. And so I had to turn around and be like, tell my cameraman, all right, let's shoot from another angle, because of how it was actually causing some sort of pain to my face. So yeah.
Look at that over there, a person on the top of their roof trying to secure their zinc.
Now is not the time to do that.
Was this a shot that you guys took?
I think this is a shot that we got from a viewer that sent this shot in to us. This shot is actually, as I was made to understand earlier, this is in Belize City. This is sometime earlier in Belize City, where one resident sought to secure their house. Now, Sabrina, you can imagine, right? You're in your home, the wind is strong, your zinc is lifting, you have your family inside. The adrenaline, because you're thinking, what happens if this roof flies away? Then my entire family stands to be in danger.
Yes.
And my property remains at risk. And so that person perhaps felt like it's the only thing that they could have done to preserve their life and that of their family or that of their home. Now, of course, it's clear that this is something you do not want to be doing right now, because then what you end up doing is putting your own life at risk. I talk about those gusts, I talk about those strong winds, could easily topple someone from off their rooftop, and they could fall down to the ground and get severe injuries. And so that's definitely something I wouldn't encourage, but there it shows the reality of what some people are facing out there right now. And I note that social media is flooded with thoughts and prayers for people going through this right now in Belize City. This is actually, Sabrina, this is actually Punta Gorda.
This is Punta Gorda.
This is Punta
right
Gorda. This is about a half hour ago. This is about 3 o'clock in Punta Gorda.
Could this be what the eye would look like?
That's a good question, you know.
Because if I mean, it looks like a beautiful day in Punta Gorda.
It looks like Punta Gorda is another country, April.
It really does. It looks like we could go and take a stroll.
Right? I mean, I know there's a lot of people in Belize City right now that wish the weather would look like the way it looks in Punta Gorda. But that's exactly what we saw in Punta Gorda earlier today. And remember that Punta Gorda is now is south of the storm. And so based on the explanation we've received over the past few days, the south of the storm is not where the strongest winds and the strongest rains are carried. In fact, it's where the weakest part of the storm is. And so it's no surprise that that's what we're seeing in Punta Gorda. That's what we're seeing from Punta Gorda. And so there we have another image. We have the live video feed of Hurricane Lisa. as it continues to make its way towards Belize City.
Paul, take me to, I know we've covered extensively the streets, the downpour of the rain. Oh my goodness.
Oh
Someone's
my gosh.
roof completely gone.
Can we play that again? Can we take another look at
What part
that?
of Belize City is this?
This is Belama.
Oh my goodness.
That is surreal. Wow. I hope that no one was inside that home at that time.
I was going to get to that. This is the reason why we go to shelters. Paul, tell me about the interaction with persons at the shelters while you were out on the field.
Well, one of the things that the mayor pointed out to me earlier, and that I have noted, in fact, since yesterday, is that Belize City residents are taking the storm seriously.
Okay.
Is that Belize City residents have been adhering to the call for them to seek shelter, have been adhering to the calls for them to find higher ground. If we were out there right now, perhaps we would have been able to tell you whether or not there's homes and persons that remain at home and are currently compromised. But what I can tell you from the shelters is that there's a lot of people in shelters right now in Belize City. We know of a few of these shelters that are already at capacity and that they've sought to make room in these shelters. Unfortunately, people seeking shelter can't take all their belongings with them. And so what we saw this morning is that for the most part, people are taking their clothing. We saw a couple of people walking with their dogs, trying to find shelter for their dogs. And we saw where 1 or 2 shelters made accommodations somewhere downstairs in the gated area for people to put 1 and 2 animals. But for the most part, a lot of people are seeking shelter, and it's a good thing. People are saying that they're taking the storm seriously. People are saying that we met a lot of a few people on Fabers Road going to seek shelter probably like 9-10 this morning, which is a bit late, right? But for those persons that were going late to seek shelter, it's because they weren't so sure that the storm would be as strong as it is. But as soon as those waters began to raise, they realized, all right.
We also saw a coverage of an interview that you did with an individual that said, well, you know, we did not have the money to prepare ourselves in advance. So this is a result of us getting the resources that we need to move at this time. How could you respond to that?
Repeat that again?
I mentioned that you did an interview with a lady that said that, well, we never have the money in advance. We can't necessarily be proactive when we don't have anything to go and buy, to go and move, you know? How could you respond to that?
I mean, Sabrina, a lot of people that are seeking shelters are people that live in impoverished communities. And while many of us may have the opportunity and the means and the resources to prepare ourselves for a storm like this, there are those persons who are unable to find the means to do such a thing. The good thing is, as I learned from the mayor this morning, is that most of these shelters, they have the resources to provide them with the food, with water, and of course with the shelter.
Yes.
And so that's an added benefit for people to go to shelter, especially people without resources. They would be fed and they would be provided for. There's provision in shelters, and so it's unfortunate that you have people that don't have the resources.
Well, we are looking here on the screen at Price Barracks, the current state over in Price Barracks,
this is
where
Price
winds
Barracks.
are picking up.
And then we see a tree topple over. I think we always pause when we watch these videos because it's crazy to see. All right, so clearly this is somewhere where there isn't a lot of winds or rains. This is in Belmopan. Okay. So Sabrina, we see there that Belmopan is not yet experiencing the type of winds and rains. But that's not for them to let their guards down.
Yes,
because
exactly.
this is not necessarily a storm that will go over Belize and then just dissolve.
Forget Belmopan.
No. They may not experience the level of winds and the strength of those winds and the rains that we're experiencing in Belize City, but nonetheless, you folks in Belmopan, you will get a lot of rain, and you will. This is the JNW area, right? And with that JNW area is known to flood. You will get a lot of rain. You will get a lot of winds, and so you need to be safe. You need to be on your guard, and you need to ensure that you are prepared as well, because it is coming your way. That is without a doubt.
I know that you have family members in Belmopan as well. Have you gotten any word from them?
Well,
Safe?
I spoke to them earlier, and thankfully they are safe. I left Belmopan to come and work in Belize City, so I put myself in harm's way. There are days like these, I wish I was still living in Belmopan.
Yeah.
Because that's why Belmopan was created, right? Belmopan was created because it's away from the coast.
Yeah.
Belmopan was created as a result of preventative measures for these types of weather system. And so I'm sure that there's a lot of people from Belize City that also made their way down to Belmopan. But my family, as far as I'm aware, they are safe and protected.
I think the same goes for me over in Borrolboom, which would typically be an area where we would try to go to seek higher ground. But over that side, over in the Belize Rural North, we spoke to Mr. Smith, and he gave us an update in saying that everyone is safe that side. There are persons seeking shelter in the Belize Rural North, but so far it's on the calmer side.
Yeah.
But we are anticipating floods, and hopefully everyone is okay.
You know, I think later on we'll talk to a representative from the Belize Police Department. Yeah. But I do want to say kudos to, well, look at that before we even say anything. I think we'll bring that up on the screen. That's by Palote. And that's at this moment. This is footage at this moment in Belize City. That's signed. This is by the Sir Manuel Esquivel cross. This is where they cross by that Sir Manuel Esquivel path. And we see how those signs are toppled down. We see zinc on the ground. They're driving along. Branches, trees, debris on the ground. That's by Save You. Continuing the journey on to a bridge. And we'll just follow along with them.
Yes. We do have we have on the line with us Dr. Richard Rosado. He is the new Deputy Commissioner of Police. Good afternoon, Dr. Rosado.
Good afternoon.
Tell us about the state of the police department. How are you guys presenting yourself as it relates to aiding the public?
First of all, if you can give me the opportunity, I would like to acknowledge that managing and responding to any storm or any hurricane has always been a shared responsibility. And collectively, as a people, as a country, we have recognized that it takes a team effort to keep the community safe. And thus I want to applaud all those volunteers, those agencies, those organizations who have been assisting throughout this storm. The police department, from the onset of the storm, we have launched our department Hurricane Preparedness Operational Plan, Hurricane Operational Plan. and our officers have been out on the grounds on full force. All our officers that were on reserve and on leave had to resume duty, and they were posted and deployed across the country. We had our foot patrols, our mobile patrols out in full force also, and our police officers were also posted on the shelters, in the different shelters across the country. And I must say we had over 70 shelters open and over 3,000 people in all the shelters across the country.
Wow.
Deputy, go ahead.
Our main responsibility still, while we have additional responsibilities during the storm, our main responsibility still continue to be to maintain overall public safety within the different communities. And my officers have been on the ground throughout the storm, trying to assure the public and the community that we are out there to ensure the safety of the community.
Are you, Doc? Are you go ahead?
No, I just wanted to say, if you could give me the opportunity to thank the family of all our police officers for their understanding, for having their family member who are police officers to be out during this storm away from home. Yes. I am truly thankful. The department is truly thankful for the families of the police officers who have been understanding during this critical time.
Yes.
Are you aware as to whether or not police have had to respond to any sort of calls for emergency rescue within Belize City or those in the path of this storm?
Yes, we have been coordinating with FEMA in the Belize City and the different agencies. We have to respond during the storm to a number of calls from members of the public for assistance. We had a few of them who had damaged roof. I believe one of them, the house collapsed. So we had, during the storm, our officers along with the agency had to be engaged. But I must also add it was difficult for us to be able to respond in time in the time that we wanted to all the different calls, because it was numerous.
And not only that, but we're talking about strong winds and the heavy rainfall, which makes visibility almost impossible when you're going out there. What do you tell your officers as they go out there to brave this sort of weather in their response to these emergency calls?
The thing is that the police officers, they recognize that one of their primary responsibilities is the prevention of life and property. So that's one of their primary rules. So they know that they have to take the necessary risks in order to ensure the safety of the public. And I want to applaud our police officers across the country for an excellent job that they have been doing throughout the storm so far.
Doctor, can you speak to us about the steps being taken by the Belize Police Department as we are currently under a state of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
Can you talk to us about the steps being taken by the Belize Police Department now that we are under a state of emergency?
Well, I know the proclamation was passed, and the legal office presently are preparing and going over the regulations for the proclamation. And as soon as that is out, we will put out a notice from the legal office. Mr. Bar Jones and his team will put out a notice to the public as it relates to the regulation and the proclamation that has been made.
We had heard some reports, and I just wanted to clarify as to whether or not an emergency call came from Sister Cecilia home. Are you aware?
I do believe that we did receive an emergency call from one of the
elderly homes.
It is, if I can recall correctly, but from one of the shelters from the elderly. If I can recall correctly.
Okay. So at this point, now, what do you anticipate will be the role of your police officers? Will they remain out, and for how long will they remain on active duty?
Well, our police officers remain on duty until even after the NEMO has given the all clear. The police officers still have a role to play. To play in ensuring the public safety, ensuring the smooth flow of traffic. So we still continue our role even when after the RTR has been given. So our role does not finish after the RTR is given.
So just to give us a sense of what your police officers are doing on the ground, we know that they're responding to emergency calls. Do you have like police officers? I know police officers are also stationed at shelters. Do you have like police officers patrolling the streets in this weather? Do you have police officers also stationed at different locations across the streets, the different streets and locations?
Well, we still have police officers posted at a strategic location across the country, inclusive of Belize City. Now, as the storm passed through, we had to withdraw some of the personnel then, and we had to, as soon as it calmed down, the police officers had to return back to their regular patrols. But we do have police officers across the country in strategic locations, especially Belize City.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, Dr. Rosado, thank you so much for your information that you are providing as it relates to the work that the Belize Police Department is doing. We will keep in touch as we continue to cover the hurricane watch of Lisa.
Yes, and I also want to thank the media houses for the wonderful job they have been doing, informing the public on the update of the storm and advising them as well. So I thank you also for the wonderful job the media houses have been doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
All right. Well, there we heard from Dr. Rosado, Deputy Commissioner of Police, and as he's telling us, you know, April, these police officers are still on patrol during a storm.
Yeah.
And they're still on active duty. This is the Belize Elementary. You know where the Belize Elementary is, right?
This is our neighbor.
This is our neighbor. Our neighbor. We're on Coney Drive, and this is behind Coney Drive. Of course, it's also.
It's across from the cancer center.
It's across from the cancer center. This is Belize Elementary. I think that's their palapa to the back. We see roof. We see
a couple zincs.
Wow. That's crazy. You can see the pole. The electricity pole is leaning, almost toppled over. And again, as I said earlier, I reiterate, it will take some time for the cleanup efforts to be completed. And so this is Belize Elementary, and it's quite shocking to see what's happening there. And this footage is captured from our building where we are hunkered down, safe and secure inside our building. This is also in Belize. It is Freetown, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, this is over.
Yes, IT Vet.
By IT Vet.
So this is over by IT Vet.
Where you can see
Freetown.
water completely covering the street at this
Water
point.
is completely covering, and that's another one of the dangers of driving in these systems. You know, April. Sorry, Sabrina. You're not fully cognizant of how deep the water is on these streets, and so you really have to take your time and drive these streets because you don't know the depth of the flood waters on the street.
Then there are potholes, of course. You're not able to notice that because of the water.
This is still on Freetown with those strong winds. Flooded streets. And this area is a flood-prone area.
Yes, and with, already having water covering the street like this is bad, but that with the gusty winds just makes it feel like the water has a strong current as well.
Yeah, you know what I like about being on set is that what I actually like about these footage coming into us is that we could actually see what's happening, because on set we're not fully aware that this is exactly what's happening outside. You see all the debris thrown across the street. And as Dr. Rosado made mention to us, this is the type of weather that our police officers are out patrolling. This is the type of weather that they are out manning to ensure that peace is maintained, because you don't want thieves to take this as an opportunity This is also Belize City.
This is the front of the Belize Elementary.
Oh, this is the roof.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Belize Elementary is a private school.
Yes.
Fully funded by the parents of the students that attend the school. And so this is the roof of Belize Elementary. And it's okay. And it's crazy to see how much damage that rooftop has received.
And it will continue like this for a few more hours. The bad part of this is, and the same goes for every other structure that experiences lifting and damage from the roof, is the items inside, you know? The roof itself is only one thing, but everything else inside will be completely destroyed by water.
And what's even worse, April, is that we have Sabrina, I'm sorry, I keep saying April, and you know why I keep saying April.
I know.
But what's even worse, Sabrina, is that we haven't even experienced the eye of the storm this year.
Yes.
So a lot of these structures that have been compromised, there is no time to go and fix them, to go and try and make any repairs before the eye of the storm has crossed. And so those will remain as they are for the next few hours while rains continue, while winds continue to come on shore. And there again we see a live track of where Hurricane Lisa is, and it shows that across Belize City we are experiencing those hurricane force winds, and that they're coming in slowly. I believe that the Hurricane Lisa is moving at 14 miles per hour the last time I checked, and this is what the residents of Belize City have to continue to hunker down and remain safe, because this is exactly what's coming and what will continue to come. So I hope that you at home, that your batteries are charged, that you have backup batteries. We're heading into evening now, so late into the evening now. We anticipate that sometime soon the wall of this hurricane will reach the coast of Belize City. So your batteries are charged, that you have, that you're safe. You have a candle perhaps, because I know that there's power outages across different parts of Belize City and different parts of the country, so that you have your candles, and that those candles are monitored, and that they remain that you remain safe with those on as well. That if you have your radios or your TV, that you continue to stay tuned in to us as we continue to bring you this type of coverage. But as Dr. Rosado said earlier, you have police officers across the country monitoring and manning these areas to ensure that things remain safe. This, I'm trying to ascertain where this image is coming from. I believe this is Belize City.
This is by Ponyard.
No.
That's not by Ponyard?
Right, this is Buttonwood Bay.
Oh.
Yes, this is Buttonwood Bay. This is by Love Park.
Oh, wow.
If I understand correctly. I remember the basketball park, the basketball court. So you know that's another coastal area.
Yes.
So I think what we're seeing there,
that
Sabrina,
looks, Paul, that looks like over a foot of water.
All right, so we have Chief Met Ronald Gordon on the line.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Hi, good afternoon.
We are about facing, I would say, the worst of it. Could you say that?
We are looking at the data.
Yeah.
And we have been facing the worst of it for some while now, according to what I'm seeing. System officially made landfall at 3:15.
Okay.
About 10 miles south of Belize City. Of course, 10 miles south of Belize City means that we are within Belize City and Ladyville, actually, where I am, are within the IOL of the system. So we've been having winds of near hurricane strength sustained and certainly gusting to above hurricane strength. We have had gusts at the municipal airstrip in Belize City, of 85 miles per hour. Actually,
85 miles?
At 3:15, came in at 92 miles per hour. So well into the category 1. Category 1 is not in North Dakota.
Oh, wow.
Looking at the radar, I'm seeing a clear spot over Belize City at the moment, and that clear spot is approaching us here at the airport as well. What I'm beginning to know or realize about this clear spot is that it's not calm in terms of wind. It's most likely just a reduction in terms of rain within that spot, but the winds are not completely calm.
So
I presume that it has to be at direct center for it to be the calm, the real calm that we would want. Go ahead.
Chief, so you are saying that there are slight bits of calmness, but it's still not without the wind, correct?
Yes, the clearness or the clear spot that I'm seeing on the radar imagery is an indication of reduced rainfall.
Okay.
But the winds are still strong, because I'm looking at municipal at the moment, and at 3:30, you are having 55 knot sustained winds, which is about 50 miles per hour, just about 50 miles per hour. So even within that clear area on the radar, there's still very strong winds going on there.
In terms of the eye, where is the eye at this point in time?
Sorry?
Where is the eye of the storm at this point in time?
Where is the storm?
Where is the eye of the Hurricane Lisa at this point in time? The eye.
If you can bring up the radar, are you able to bring up a radar image? Because I'm looking at a radar image right in front of me.
Yes, we are.
The whole clear spot that you're seeing there is the eye. That is the eye of the storm.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that we are on the periphery of that eye, the center of that eye, and that's the reason why we don't have that calm winds that you would want to have. It's still very strong because we're on the boundary. Belize City is on another boundary. So within that area, there's still some very strong winds.
But there are areas that are experiencing some calm right now, but it's just that they're in the eye. Not Belize City.
Would be at the center of that eye.
Yeah.
The very, very center is where you'll probably have calmer winds, maybe 10 knots the most or something, but we are not there.
Okay.
We're on the boundary.
Would you
the edge of it.
Would you say that the Keys are or perhaps already have experienced the eye?
The southern is about to be Keys south of Belize City.
Okay.
So those Keys south of Belize City, maybe Turnip, part of Turnip experienced it earlier. Or anyway, south of Belize City would have experienced the very calm area or the relatively calm area at the center of that eye that you're seeing on radar.
How fast is this hurricane moving at this point?
It is moving to the west at 12 miles per hour based on the latest bulletin from the National Hurricane Center. Let me just confirm that I'm saying it's true. Yes, west at 12 miles per hour.
We see...
So it has slowed down somewhat compared to this morning.
We see flooding, significant flooding along the coast. We see it in Buttonwood Bay. We see it along the coast of Belize City. Is that as a result of the storm surge that's coming with this hurricane?
It is certainly a combination of both storm surge as well as the intense rainfall that we've had. My observations are showing me that we have had 5 inches of rainfall in Belize City at the municipal airstrip since midnight.
Okay.
And then at the port of Belize, we've had about 6 inches. So that's a lot of rainfall to have fallen. So that in combination along with the surge is what is creating that flooding at the moment that you're talking about.
How long would you say Belize City residents and those along the coast, but particularly Belize City residents, can expect to experience this type of weather before it passes over us?
Okay, so the relatively clear conditions that you're experiencing at the moment, and I say relatively clear because, again, I must reiterate, I'm seeing strong winds still within that area, but that is moving to the west at 12 miles per hour, as indicated by the bulletin. So that will pass probably within an hour or so, and then we will be receiving the other side of the storm, where the winds come from the southeast. They will shift direction. In fact, Belize City average has shifted to the southeast. I'm looking at Port of Belize, and they are experiencing winds out of the southeast, 47 knots from the southeast. So you're already on the other side of the system. However, you're not yet in the most intense part of the other side, which will bring stronger winds along with more rain coming up from the southeast. That will cross, will take about 3 hours or so to cross, similar to how the other part crossed, no? So, and after that crosses you, then eventually it will be on the dying side of the system, I should say, or the weakening side, where you'll start to get gusty winds, but then reducing in intensity. So I am certainly looking at about at least 4 more hours of us going through this sort of weather, 3 to 4 more hours of us going through this sort of weather at the moment.
Okay.
Your advice to those inland?
To those inland, of course, is to be prepared that these winds are coming your way, not as intense as we've had them, of course, because as the storm moves inland, it will weaken. And then, of course, we are seeing that by 2 hours or so time as it moves inland, it will become more like a tropical storm. The hurricane forces will die off, and after that, those winds will persist as it moves across into Guatemala, no?
Yes.
So the strong winds, strong gusty winds, tropical storm force winds are coming inland. So areas such as the Cayo district and the Ridgewater district and parts of Corozal district, and of course heavy rainfall as well. So those are what we expect, the conditions that we are expecting inland, and therefore residents in those areas should be prepared, and of course should have been prepared long ago and should be sheltered, because even though you're not going to get as significant or as strong winds as we have received here along the coastal parts of the country, you will still be getting very relatively strong winds. That can cause damage, can uplift your roof, can topple trees over and that type of thing. So be safe, everyone.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much, Chief, for your timely update.
We'll keep in touch.
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
All right, that was Chief Met Officer Ronald Gordon giving us an update on where Lisa is over Belize. We understand that if you are in the Belize City area, we should be in, I would say, about the next hour or so, or the next 30 minutes.
Of the stronger winds.
Leading to the eye of the storm, which is supposed to be the calmer parts of Hurricane Lisa as well. But it's not over. We will be experiencing Hurricane Lisa for at least the next few hours going into the night. But we do want to say to everyone that is at home, that is at the shelters, that's the best place to be right now, to stay safe, to stay dry. We have been showing all day visual footage of what it is like outside. We had our colleagues here from the newsroom also giving us timely updates, timely interviews of what it has been like from preparation to where we are now as we are facing Hurricane Lisa. So we want to say again, thank you so much to our reporters. We will continue to provide a comprehensive report of this storm here in Belize. And yes, we're taking the ride with everyone.
We are.
Yeah, we really are.
Well, I mean, I can only hope for the best, Sabrina.
Yes,
I can only hope for the best.
So we will take a short break, and when we come back, we will continue with the coverage of Hurricane Lisa.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that Nemo just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RF&G Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RF&G Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RF&G Insurance, a Road Group company.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benque Viejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. Buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you.
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Santa.
Hi, Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter, a football. iPhone and a makeup for Christmas.
Oh, Ramon, 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number has just been revealed. The number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the soil, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come. Thriving, abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
WestTrac Limited is committed to working hard every day to ensure you get the right products at the most affordable price. We strive to have the greatest selection of quality, affordable, and timely products and services that will enhance your personal or corporate lives. With an extensive line of products, we'll be sure to have what you need. For even faster service, you can contact us on Facebook, WhatsApp, or by email. We look forward to seeing you come through our doors at your nearest WestTrac branch today.
How are we to measure the success of our lives? For many, an ordinary life should have the following: a job, a house, enough money to buy a new car. But what if we threw out the ordinary? What could escaping ordinary at our jobs do? How about for our marriages? What if I told you we could all be escaping ordinary? Join us as we begin our new series.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up, and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. We going to the stores, but we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light. We going to the stores, but we gon' do right. We gon' light a life, only with my light.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
The season where allies become rivals is here. Get ready for the FIFA World Cup 2022. Enjoy exclusive discounts on TVs and accessories just in time for the World Cup. Whether you're on the market for a 32 or 65-inch TV or one in between, we have all the sizes in stock now. 32-inch TCL Smart TV start at only $519 and 32-inch Samsung Smart TV at only $599. Love the game even more when you upgrade your entertainment experience with our Premier TV wall mount starting as low as $39 and our affordable surge protectors for only $35. Take advantage of these deals and visit us at any of our Cellular World stores in Belize City, Belmopan, and San Pedro, or shop with us via our virtual store using Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at 615-5141. Promotion ends December 17th.
Do you qualify for Amnesty 2022? This is your opportunity to find out. You qualify if you are registered as an asylum seeker with the Refugee Department before the 31st of March 2020, residing in Belize before the 31st of December 2016, have children born in Belize on or before the 31st of December 2021, completed your education in Belize, married to a citizen of Belize for a year or more, living in a common law union with a citizen of Belize for 5 years or more, referred by the Department of Human Services, gainfully employed in Belize for 5 years. To find out more on how to apply, go online to www.immigration.gov.bz. Be prepared. The registration period will be from the 2nd of August to the 30th of November 2022. Belize Amnesty 2022. Let's continue to build Belize together.
Social Security, transforming service delivery. My Social Security is your secure online account to manage all your Social Security information. My Social Security launched in March 2021 with registration service to apply online for new or replacement Social Security cards. Upgrades to My Social Security continues with a new look, enhanced customer experience, and its newest feature, Sickness Benefit Online application. With My Social Security, you can create your account, log in, and take control of your Social Security information. This includes applying for a new or replacement Social Security card for yourself, child, or dependent. Make appointments online and submit your complete sickness benefit claim package. Our customer care team is here to provide you, our valued customers, with real-time support. Connect with one of our customer care agents through direct messages on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or live chat, or follow our YouTube channel for more information, tutorials, and guides. A complete 360 view of your Social Security information is coming soon, which includes a new employer portal for employers, businesses, and self-employed persons, contributions history and statements, all SSB benefits, medical portal for registered doctors, and fingerprint enrollment all in one place. Social Security at your fingertips. The significant enhancement of service delivery to you is here. My Social Security.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price, but stay for the service.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMA just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RF&G Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RF&G Insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RF&G Insurance, a Road Group company.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benqueviejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you. So I was out earlier using my hat as essential services.
Yes.
For the purpose of keeping our viewers informed and aware of what's taking place outside. So I was out earlier and a couple of observations, right? A number of the billboards in and around Belize City have been toppled as a result of the hurricane force winds we are experiencing. And rooftops along Mahogany Street and, well, leaving from here, from Coney Drive and making our way down Princess Margaret Drive onto the Belcan, right?
Right.
So by observation, we saw that the rooftop for Belize Elementary School, and I know Paul mentioned this earlier, but just to kind of recap, a number of roofs, the zincs have been lifted.
Yeah.
So there's damage to several of these school buildings.
We also saw billboard signs along the line of the Palote stretch,
yes, by the
completely
roundabout.
toppled over.
Yes.
And I think it really shows the strength of the winds that we are experiencing. We also spoke with Chief Met Officer that explained to us that we have already, well, the eye has officially passed, but essentially because of the location of the storm, we did not experience the center of the eye, but more so the periphery of it.
Which is the eye wall.
Basically. And also he kind of gave us an explanation of what the eye is, because there's this idea that it's supposed to be completely quiet, no rain, no wind, but that's not exactly the case. It will be calmer, but it won't necessarily be completely dry. So that was an interesting fact as well. But I think the gist of it is that we are we can say that we have experienced what is the worst of it.
Yeah.
And the rest of the next few hours, it's just to get through what is left.
I think it's going to be quite interesting when we wake up tomorrow morning and the storm has passed and we begin to do the damage assessments in and around Belize City, and of course the actual area where the system passed, where it made landfall, right? We were being told earlier 10 miles south of Belize City, so we have to look at that entire area, which would include 8 miles, which would include perhaps all the way down to Tropical Park and Hattieville, to see the extent of damages to structures within that radius.
I will say, though, there are parts of the country that are now experiencing heavier winds. We got an update from persons that are in Belmopan saying that the winds have picked up. We will be speaking to the assistant coordinator for NEMO over in Belmopan, Mr. Dudley Smith. So we will be getting an update from them over that side in a few, but we do know that certain parts of the country are either experiencing hurricane force winds or tropical storm winds. Either way, it's still important to be inside.
For the most part, Belize district is without electricity. I was out and about earlier, as I mentioned, and there seems to be no power.
Yeah. So we have on the line with us Mr. Dudley Smith. He is the assistant coordinator for Belmopan with NEMO. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Good evening.
Tell me, how's it going? How's it going over that side in Belmopan? We got word that the wind is picking up over there. Can you paint us a picture of what it's like over there in Belmopan right now?
Okay, currently it's raining. It's not raining hard, but and the wind is blowing. We have shelters open in the different villages, and here in Belmopan we have 3 shelters open.
Okay.
Which is the comprehensive high school. We have Koshlin Primary School, and we also have the St. Michael's RC School. Those are 3 shelters we have open.
In terms of capacity, can you give us an idea of how many persons are accessing the shelters currently?
Could you repeat, please?
In terms of capacity, can you tell us how many persons are accessing the shelters currently?
Okay, in the shelter of, let me see, we have like 29 people in the shelter of Comprehensive High School. In the one in Kushlinha, which is the Mayamopan area, we have about 15 to 16 people. And the one at St. Michael RC School, we have a family of 2 families, which is equivalent to 12 people.
Okay. Can you give us an idea of what the mood is like over at the shelters right now?
Well, everybody is working at the moment. We're trying to locate the exact location of the hurricane. We are working hand in hand with each other.
Okay. Describe for us the general atmosphere in the city, in Belmopan. You've mentioned the shelters. You've given us an idea of what it is that you guys are doing in respect of tracking the system heading in that direction, perhaps. But give us a description.
I'm not hearing you clearly.
Give us a description of the general atmosphere around Belmopan. You've shared with us a description of what takes place at the shelters. You've also mentioned to us that you guys are keeping a close eye at the path of the hurricane at this point. But describe what is the general vibe or feeling around Belmopan at the moment.
Okay. Firstly, I'd like to say we are located at the fire station, and as of what I'm seeing, it's calm. Nobody is outside. The wind is blowing. It's very cloudy, and it's a dark gray color in looking.
Did you observe earlier perhaps people boarding up their properties or shuttering?
Could you repeat again?
Did you observe earlier people boarding up their homes or shuttering their businesses and what have you? Was that level of precaution taken?
Yes, while approaching shelters, everybody was boarding up their house. People were kneeling down roofs and getting prepared for the shelters. Even earlier in the morning, you can see the shops were crowded. People were getting groceries and so forth.
Did you guys experience any emergency calls from persons that were requesting shelter at the last minute?
Yes, we requested a lot of calls requesting shelters. At the moment, we didn't think we would have opened any shelter, and we decided to open Comprehensive High School because of the lot of calls that we were receiving. So we opened the Comprehensive High School, and then people were calling in the area of Las Flores, so we opened the St. Michael's RC School, St. Michael RC School, and also in Kushlinha.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us?
No, that's it.
All right.
Thank you, too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
All right, that was the assistant coordinator in Belmopan for NEMO, Mr. Dudley Smith, painting a picture for us as it relates to the situation over in Belmopan while they are currently facing some increase in winds over that side. He did mention that 3 of their shelters are currently activated with some families seeking refuge over there. We would like to reiterate again, if you feel like you would like to access any of these shelters, you can access the NEMO Facebook page, and they have a full breakdown of all the shelters available in different parts of the country as it relates to the districts, the Keys, and Belize City as well.
Well, I'm looking at an image. I don't know that we have it up just yet, but I don't know if you're familiar with Admirals over at the municipal airstrip. That has also been destroyed by hurricane force winds.
Wow.
the entire roof, as far as I'm looking at here, of that structure has been torn off. Yeah, this is one of those. It's a popular location for persons in transit heading out to the islands or other parts of the country because it's at the municipal airstrip.
Yeah. Yeah, we've definitely seen several structures that you would not expect to see damage actually having face damages from the heavy winds, you know. So I think this is an example of what it means to prepare yourself.
There
And
it is.
wow.
So yes, that's Admirals that has been destroyed by Hurricane Lisa. There are a number of other locations for those of us who are socialites, so to speak, people who go out and enjoy themselves on the entertainment strip and what have you. A number of these locations have sustained structural damages as a result of the hurricane.
We saw what was formerly known as Pier 1.
Yes, that has collapsed into the sea as well.
Yes.
That was closed for a while. Nonetheless, it was a landmark location because of where it is in the BTL park, right?
Yes.
And so that too has taken a hit as well.
I think for me, what was the most surprising was the structure of Belize High School. To see that a large part of the building completely, the roof completely gone. So that was surprising for me, at least. And just seeing completely how billboards could be toppled over by a Category 1.
Yeah, man, this is amazing. This is...
We also saw footage, Isani, of a person on top of their roof trying to secure it while, you know, being out there in the hard rain and wind.
That's foolhardy, though. It's dangerous, it's risky, it's the kind of thing that we would discourage. I mean, to get up on one's roof in the middle of a storm trying to nail down or secure. If you look at this, the entire roof from the opposite building, this is on Blue Marlin Drive, a few blocks away, right? The entire roof of this building, look there,
Wow.
has been torn off.
Completely
Right,
lifted like a
completely.
feather.
Yeah. So this is, wow. It's only a Category 1 storm and we're seeing this kind of devastation, right?
Yes.
Where roofs are being torn off buildings. And this is across Belize City, as I've mentioned to you. I was only moving in one direction earlier and I was able to observe several buildings and structures that have been damaged that way. And this is another area of Belize City where you're seeing the same thing taking place, right? So.
And we continue to monitor what is left of the weather. We do know that we will still continue to experience heavy rainfall all through the night. So we just wait for tomorrow to see and assess the damages. But from what we can see right now, and this is a viewing from our roof over on Coney Drive, it's a gray blanket over Belize right now.
Yeah.
And this is just us experiencing what is considered the hurricane season at the end of the hurricane season.
The damage assessment that will be done by the municipal body, by the central government, and where the Briceño administration goes from here in terms of relief effort and being able to rebuild in some cases. We'll wait and see what the Prime Minister, after having gathered all the information on the extent of the damages, what he has to say to the nation at that point. I'm pretty certain it's several $1 million in damages that we have experienced so far.
Yes.
We don't know the extent at this point. We're still very much in the hurricane. I guess tomorrow morning, when the weather has subsided and subsequently when an all clear has been given, then the department that is tasked with actually going out and gathering the information on the extent of the damages, that's when we'll get a true picture of how devastating this storm would have been.
And you know, the sad part of it, Isani, is the fact that we're in November, and essentially in December is where, you know, all your little change you would be saving up for the year is for Christmas. It's for family. And to think that that monies would have to be put into salvaging and repairing what you can, you know?
Yes.
Christmas 2022 might not be.
So over at BTL Park there, you see a couple of the stalls have been toppled over as well by the hurricane winds. Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of water.
Yeah. So the
It looks
park
like
is
you can't
essentially
even
inundated. You can't see the greenery that's
not only the greenery, but you can't even see the break between the land and the sea.
Yeah, yeah. It's all enveloped in water, it's engulfed in water.
You know, you really can't see the divide of land and sea right now. It's completely over, and I think this is an example of what it means to say we are below sea level. Because essentially,
we'll have some serious cleaning up to do as well. When driving about the city, the amount of debris from leaf, from branch, from roof, you name it, the amount of debris that has been strewn across the streets in Belize City, this will take a massive cleanup effort as well to be able to regain some sense of normalcy about the city.
And it will also take a while to do that too. This will not be a one-day thing.
Yeah, wow. Do we have anyone that we're waiting for in terms of other officials to speak with us from their location? Okay, at this point as well, our news teams have officially been recalled. We have, for the most part, done what we thought was necessary in a safe manner to be able to be out there and provide the interviews. We're looking at a clip from Vista Del Mar here.
Wow.
Where water is taking over several of the properties that are at the seafront. So yeah.
That is a lot of
sometimes the visuals speak for themselves without necessarily having to, you know, go the extra mile and verbalize what you're seeing. These are powerful images in and of themselves.
No, I was thinking to myself, I cannot imagine persons trying to shelter in their own home knowing that they would be surrounded by water like this.
Yeah, this would have effectively, like as you mentioned earlier, thrown off a lot of people who were perhaps saving their monies for Christmas expenses.
For sure, and that's what I was going to say. That's what I was saying indeed, that I can imagine what Christmas will be like for several families.
They'd have to repurpose those Christmas loans if that's what they were going for, to be able to deal with repair, urgent repair, because in some cases where entire roofs have been torn off buildings, that is a matter of extreme urgency to be able to repair if you're going to inhabit that property again, you know? So there was an image from the Price Barracks earlier. I'm not sure if you saw that as well, where you had some Belize Defense Force soldiers who were basically evacuating from one building that had lost its roof and making their way over to another building. It was tagged
I don't know if we have that
305
footage
today.
here. Do we have that here of Price Barracks?
It should have been sent over earlier. I'm not sure if they were able to pull that up, but that was there. Like I said, Price Barracks has been one of those compounds, those facilities that over time there are certain buildings that have become dilapidated, right? And in some cases attention has been given to some of the structures, but not all.
Yeah.
And when I look at that video earlier with the 2 BDF soldiers lugging a metal bed frame and going from one building to another, it kind of reminds me of the fact that indeed some focus, some attention has to be placed on refurbishing a number of those buildings, if not completely rebuilding those structures.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a drive-through. I'm trying to see exactly where in Belize
This
City
is over at Biltmore Plaza.
Okay, this is by the Biltmore. Wow. All right, so what we'll do, we'll take a brief break. When we come back, we should have some more interviews lined up for our viewers.
Yes.
And we will be able to bring you perhaps new information as to what's taking place in and about the country where Hurricane Lisa continues to make its landfall. We'll take a break and come back shortly.
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Santa.
Hi, Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter, a football. iPhone and a makeup for Christmas.
Oh, come on. 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number has just been revealed. The number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the soil, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come. Thriving, abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
Westtrac Limited is committed to working hard every day to ensure you get the right products at the most affordable price. We strive to have the greatest selection of quality, affordable, and timely products and services that will enhance your personal or corporate lives. With an extensive line of products, we'll be sure to have what you need. For even faster service, you can contact us on Facebook, WhatsApp, or by email. We look forward to seeing you come through our doors at your nearest Westtrac branch today.
How are we to measure the success of our lives? For many, an ordinary life should have the following: a job, a house, enough money to buy a new car. But what if we threw out the ordinary? What could escaping ordinary at our jobs do? How about for our marriages? What if I told you we could all be escaping ordinary? Join us as we begin our new series.
My name is Leah Espinal. I am in Standard 6 and I attend Saddle Rock Christian Academy. Drivers should obey all safety rules. It doesn't matter if in a driver's opinion the rules are good, bad, fair or unfair. They should be followed and respected. If we don't follow them, we are not only putting ourselves at risk, but other innocent people as well. Precious lives can be preserved on the road by being responsible, being alert, buckling up, and obeying safety rules.
The monies will be used to fix classroom buildings, to paint the buildings as well in and outside of the classrooms.
I would like to thank BEL for reminding us that we need to learn about road safety and that everyone's life counts.
My lights, yeah. Go to my lights, go to my lights. You gotta go to my lights, yeah. I wanna shine, 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 shine. I hit my lights cause that's my plan, 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 plan. My lights have your favorite brand, 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 brand. Just come with nothing in your hands, 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 hands. My lights, and it goes on and on and on. It goes on and on and on, yeah. I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. My lights, I wanna celebrate with my lights, sing yeah, yo, baby let's go. We going to the stores, oh we gon' do right, we gon' light up life, only with my light. We going to the stores, oh we gon' do right, we gon' light up life, only with my light.
Everyone, including our elderly, needs to stay connected with their loved ones. With Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program, senior citizens can sign up for 10 megabytes of unlimited internet at a low monthly cost of $25. Citizens over 65 can sign up with a valid ID and receive free installation plus 1 month free on selected broadband plans. Visit a Smart showroom near you for more information on how you can enjoy Smart's Golden Citizen broadband program. Smart, bringing people together.
And we are back. We are about concluding our watch for Hurricane Lisa. We do have on the line though the mayor of San Pedro, Mayor Wally Nunez, on the line with us.
Good evening once again, Mayor.
Hello?
Hi, Mayor Nunez. I guess we lost him.
But it shows that he's still on the line. Hello? Yeah, it looks like It looks like we lost him, but we were
We have a few more images. This is the swing bridge right here, right? Near the Belize Commercial Center. And
look at that current.
yes, the amount of water that's coming in.
This is just around City Hall, actually.
Yes. Yes.
We can see boats literally crashing together because of the strong currents from the...
This is at the foot of the City Hall building, right?
Yes.
Where Rustic once was.
Yes, that's correct.
That's at the back.
We do have on the line with us Mayor Wally Nunes. Mayor?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. How is everything over in San Pedro?
Well, everything is calming down. We have any tide that is high.
Okay.
Everything looks clear and calm. There is some debris on the streets. We do see some limbs and
based on your assessment so far, what would you say is the most extensive damages? Hello? It looks like we lost the call with the mayor, but we will continue the conversation with him after. Hopefully we can get him back on the line. But that's good to know that so far San Pedro has not been severely impacted by the storm. We definitely expect debris. We do expect some water. So in fact, we expected a lot of water. So if that is as far as it goes, then that is a good sign. Over in Belize City, we cannot exactly say the same though, just by footage that we've seen so far.
I'd like to ask Rick to pull up an image that was shown before the mayor from San Pedro joined us earlier. One where one of our towers at Regent Street has also been tipped over by, there we go.
Wow.
So this is one of Channel 5's towers on Regent Street at the old building. And if you see there, it has been folded like a paper clip, we'd say.
That is definitely the case. It looks completely bent.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there are a lot of structural damages as we're experiencing and we're observing them all over Belize City at this point. There was a video that was shown earlier from Caribbean Tires, there we go, right, where their property is inundated by water and you have vehicles that are submerged in that area as well. So
this is just, like I mentioned earlier, a perfect example of what it means to say that Belize is under sea level. If you're looking there, you cannot see a single clear space of land.
Yeah.
It's pure water. And I can imagine how it will be by tomorrow morning when we're able to kind of open our doors and assess the damages.
This is Faber's Road right here that we're looking at.
A lot of fallen trees.
Yes. I was mentioning to you earlier the amount of debris that's on the streets, right?
Yes.
So this will require a massive cleanup campaign. I believe okay, we have Mayor Nunes again.
Mayor Nunes?
Yes, good afternoon. For some reason it cut off.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you so much for contacting us back. Yes, so I was asking you, as it relates to extensive damages, what would you say is the most damage you've seen so far?
We haven't seen any damages to it.
His audio is gone again, it seems like. But based on what we've heard in just those amount of seconds, it seems pretty okay over that side in San Pedro, which is a good sign, and we're thankful to hear that. And we hope to hear only good news from the other island as well, and for the rest of the country too. We do know that we have seen some structural damages across Belize City. Here's a perfect example of a home that completely lost its roof. We do hope in this instance that this is the home of a family that sought refuge from a shelter. But
you were describing this one earlier as perhaps partially complete,
okay,
but livable, right?
Yes.
And so we're seeing that the entire roof of the structure has flown off.
Yes.
Right? And as you're saying, we're looking here, you see that this particular building was being inhabited perhaps prior to the time that this hurricane took place. And so, piggybacking on what you were saying, we're hoping that the family that occupied that structure would have sought shelter elsewhere before the system came.
Definitely. And you know, it really takes me to a moment of thinking, imagine what these families, imagine what goes through the minds of these families tomorrow morning when they're about to assess the damages of their homes. We spoke about, you know, Christmas really not be too bright for a lot of families, but just thinking in that moment, trying to salvage what is left of your property, that has to be incredibly frustrating.
Tomorrow for us in the newsroom will be another somber day in terms of visiting all the, well, as many, we won't be able to cover all,
Yeah.
but as many homes that have been destroyed, as many businesses that have been destroyed. And, you know, in some cases, Sabrina, these are lifelong investments that have gone down with the passage of this hurricane.
Yes.
In some cases, these properties aren't insured because some of the owners perhaps did not have the money to be able to insure these properties. So it for them would be a complete loss.
Yeah.
In some other cases, business owners or property owners who were able to afford it would have insured their assets, and so the damage that they have sustained, they would be able to recover some of it back.
Yeah.
Right? So all of this is what we will be seeking to get a handle on tomorrow when we go into the field once the weather has subsided.
No, definitely. We do expect our newscast tomorrow to paint a picture of what Hurricane Lisa did to the country and what the way forward looks like.
So yes, this is what we're looking at. I think the second or the tail end
of the eye?
The eye is passing now.
Okay.
And so the winds have picked up once again outside. I'm not out there, but I can only assume that it's the howling that I'm hearing from in
Well,
here
we
in the
can see a
studio.
representation of that over on the map here. And knowing that we are now going into nighttime, this is also a time for persons that are sheltering at home to really brace for what they cannot see. Of course, still expect heavy winds, still expect heavy rainfall, and just try to stay safe and dry inside.
Yeah. Is there, okay, we're at 12 minutes after 5 o'clock at the moment, right? It's already getting dark outside because it's the time of year.
Yeah.
And I know that perhaps electricity hasn't been restored as yet either, and perhaps won't be so until, you know, we get an all clear. Again, earlier when I was out, I saw a number of electrical lines, power lines that have completely, you know, fallen to the ground. In some cases, it's in water. So that too presents a risk, you know, if they were to
Be walking in that water.
or restore electricity at this point, you know, it's risky.
Yes.
Let's just say it is. It's
And
seriously
that,
risky.
that brings a very, very good point, Isani. For persons tomorrow that may feel like they want to take the adventurous step out in the water and explore and see what's out there, please be very, very careful because power lines could still be laying in that water. All right, so we will take a very quick break and we're going to come back and continue our coverage with Hurricane Watch for Lisa.
Do you qualify for Amnesty 2022? This is your opportunity to find out. You qualify if you are registered as an asylum seeker with the Refugee Department before the 31st of March 2020, residing in Belize before the 31st of December 2016, have children born in Belize on or before the 31st of December 2021, completed your education in Belize, married to a citizen of Belize for a year or more, living in a common law union with a citizen of Belize for 5 years or more, referred by the Department of Human Services, gainfully employed in Belize for 5 years. To find out more on how to apply, go online to www.immigration.gov.bz. Be prepared. The registration period will be from the 2nd of August to the 30th of November 2022. Belize Amnesty 2022. Let's continue to build Belize together.
Social Security, transforming service delivery. My Social Security is your secure online account to manage all your Social Security information. My Social Security launched in March 2021 with registration service to apply online for new or replacement Social Security cards. Upgrades to My Social Security continues with a new look, enhanced customer experience, and its newest feature, Sickness Benefit Online application. With My Social Security, you can create your account, log in, and take control of your Social Security information. This includes applying for a new or replacement Social Security card for yourself, child, or dependent, make appointments online, and submit your complete sickness benefit claim package. Our customer care team is here to provide you, our valued customers, with real-time support. Connect with one of our customer care agents through direct messages on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or live chat, or follow our YouTube channel for more information, tutorials, and guides. A complete 360 view of your Social Security information is coming soon, which includes a new employer portal for employers, businesses, and self-employed persons, contributions history and statements, all SSB benefits, medical portal for registered doctors, and fingerprint enrollment all in one place. Social Security at your fingertips. The significant enhancement of service delivery to you is here. My Social Security.
Technology is ubiquitous, and it's transforming how, when, and where we work. Fulltech Systems is placing award-winning devices in the hands of information workers, allowing them to work without compromise in a world without wires, to innovate, create, and to maximize productivity anytime, anywhere, satisfying the needs of the desk-centric remote and field worker and every other worker in between. We are providing the industry's best devices to businesses going through the process of digital transformation. Partner with us today to provide the solutions that will allow your employees to work effectively and efficiently to enhance your customers' experience. Fulltech Systems, your technology center, where you'll come for the price but stay for the service.
Babe, have you seen the advisory that NEMA just posted? There's going to be a storm.
Storm? It's not a storm. That's just a little rain. We'll be all right.
Thank goodness that was only a simulation. But what if it wasn't? Consider this. You've worked hard building your future, your family, your business, your home. RFNG Insurance has policy options that can protect your most valued assets so that you can focus on what matters most. Include RF&G insurance in your hurricane prep. Remember, it pays to get it right with RF&G Insurance, a Road Group company.
Taking its name from the venerable father of the nation, the George Price Highway stretches 77 miles from Belize City to Benqueviejo. Originally built in the 1930s, this cross-country highway system is the artery that links Belize to Central America at the western border with Guatemala. That connection facilitates overland trade, supporting Belize's economic development. Winding its way across the scenic countryside, the George Price Highway from Roaring Creek to Esperanza has been fully reconstructed to meet international standards, with particular emphasis on road safety. A shorter and hassle-free commute is best enjoyed when everyone obeys the traffic laws. To reduce the number and frequency of road traffic accidents, it means that a seatbelt must be worn at all times and the speed limit observed when traveling along the highway. It also means that pedestrians must use sidewalks and crosswalks where available. Buses should only board and discharge passengers at a designated bus stop. Road safety is everyone's responsibility. It begins with you.
I will be there. Thank you so much.
Why are you so excited?
Let me tell you a secret. I just got off the phone with Santa.
Hi Santa. For Christmas, I want a pea shooter, a football. iPhone and a makeup for Christmas.
Oh, come on. 1 second.
We just learned that Santa's phone number has just been revealed. The number is 227-7132.
I'm sorry, Dad. I shared Santa's phone number.
We were born connected to the water, the deep blue, the swell, the salt air, sheer abundance, ritual, water, expectation of the catch, the wind and waves. What lay beneath filled our bellies, sustained our communities. But song fell to a whisper. Her rituals were lost. Communities changed. But now, that song beckons us back to the sea. The generations that came before, and for the generations still to come, thriving abundant sea is possible. Rebuilding fish populations can be our legacy.
Say hello to DigiTV. Step into the world of digital entertainment. DigiTV gives you access to 100+ channels on your TV or your mobile device at unbeatable prices. Take your shows with you wherever you go. It's a new level of freedom. Enjoy your favorite entertainment, sports, family, Latin, and local channels. No more fighting for the TV remote. You can access whenever you want from 2 devices at the same time. DigiTV is for everyone. And with the fastest fiber and mobile networks in the country, you are guaranteed to have the best experience ever. There's no installation required. Sign up for the Max package for only $40 monthly and get the first 2 months for just $30. For a limited time, get 50% off a Fire Stick when you sign up. Download the DigiTV app from the Android or Apple stores. Just WhatsApp us at 608-8888 to sign up. It's that easy. Watch, experience, enjoy DigiTV today.
And we are back. We are about winding down our hurricane watch. We do want to discuss with Miss Sharon Palacio over in Belmopan. We do have her on the line, and we will be talking about the current situation in Belmopan. If you're here in Belize City, you would have experienced perhaps the worst of the storm, but what we need to remember is that other parts of the country are experiencing what we have already. So we will be going over to our call with Ms. Sharon Palacio. Good evening, Ms. Sharon. Mayor.
Greetings from the nation's capital.
Good evening, Mayor.
How is everything over in Belmopan?
Well, I must say that at the moment, my team and I were at the NEMO warehouse securing items for the residents and persons who came from different parts of the country.
Okay.
And they're at the hurricane shelters, and we're ensuring that they're okay. But I must tell you, the breeze is very strong right now, and it's raining hard.
Tell me, Mayor, what is the reaction of persons in the shelter right now? Are they feeling a little bit panicked? What is it like?
Well, what I see is a lot of camaraderie within the shelters.
Okay.
And you can see that they are comfortable because most of them, they live in areas that, you know, flood prone.
Okay.
So you can see that they feel comfortable, and we've reassured them that they will be well taken care of. I must say that NEMO Belmopan, under the competent leadership of Colonel Castellanos, he has been very supportive, along with CEO Tanya Santos. We have 86 persons that we are attending to right now.
Okay.
And I want to publicly commend my heads of department. They are all out here right now. We're all getting wet. And for me, it's the first time that I'm out when the breeze is blowing this hard, I must say.
Are you able to tell us how many shelters are currently housing shelterees at this time?
Yes. Actively sheltering, we have Pushlin Hall, we have St. Michael's School, and we have the Belmopan Comprehensive School.
Okay, so 3 shelters.
And we have a total of 86 persons. When we left the shelter last, we've been here at the warehouse, I would say, for about almost 2 hours now. And we're on our way to ensure that they get their food supply and blankets for them to be comfortable while in the shelters here in Belmopan.
What are some of the low-lying or the flood-prone areas in Belmopan?
I would say around the Salvapan area, the Mayamapan area, D&W, also the Las Flores area, and La Rivera.
Okay.
As it relates to persons that have been accessing the shelter, are any of them like last-minute persons that came in?
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
What was the state of preparation for
We are not turning anyone away. We reassured them that we counted all of them in.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, I want to thank the leadership when it comes to the Nemo at the Nemo warehouse. And we have items for everyone, and that took its own time for us to finalize.
Okay, what was the state of readiness to get everyone prepared, or as many people and families prepared in Belmopan ahead of this storm?
Well, as you know, Belmopan, we all know it's a safe haven. But when it comes to the persons living around the areas that can be flooded, I must say that they came on their own. We didn't have to go and find anyone.
Okay.
And the one thing I want to say right now, we do have persons who are in wheelchairs, and they will be well taken care of as well.
Okay.
There were two gentlemen, they said they were diabetic, and we have a nurse on duty,
okay,
a counselor, so they will be taken care of as well. I think we have several kids. My city administrator and my chief financial officer insisted that we take along supplies for children, a lot of Pampers, different sizes. And so you can see, I'm in the vehicle right now and we're driving. And I must say, I've never been outside when the rain is raining this hard and seas are blowing.
Mayor, we know that that you guys are experiencing more heavy winds right now, but at this time, have you been able to assess any damages so far in Belmopan?
No, nothing yet. I have nothing that I can say when it comes to damages. I have not heard, and as I said, we're on our way to the shelters right now.
Okay.
But once you'll be there, if there's anything, I can always call back.
Certainly.
Because
Okay.
right now we're going into the distribution of all the items at the 3 different shelters.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Palacio, and we will keep in touch to get updates.
Thank you very much as well. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, I'm looking at an image here. I'm not sure if we've been able to pull it up, but City Hall as well has sustained damages. There it is. Okay,
Oh,
so
wow.
Mayor Bernard Wagner shared with us a video where we're looking at internal damages at the Belize City Council at City Hall.
And we will have him on the line, actually, in a moment. He should be on the line any minute to further share with us the damages that the building has sustained.
That's the exterior of the building. This was by where Rustic once was.
Okay.
If you're looking there, you're seeing some of the debris that has flown onto the
Okay, he's on
back
the line.
veranda. He's on the line?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Wagner.
Yeah, good evening, Itani.
Well, we're looking at some video images that you sent us earlier regarding some of the damages that the building over there has sustained. Describe to us what we're looking at based on some of the interior damages that we're seeing.
Yeah, those damages concentrate on the ground level floor, the second floor, and as well on the third floor. We have had some damages there in respect to the panels. Significant damage in overall with the building. But certainly you could see that the surge that is now coming in off the Caribbean Sea into the Belize River, it's a huge surge in front of City Hall. Has like a river running in front of City Hall. We visited the back end of City Hall, and you could see that surge of that water pushing through off the Caribbean Sea into the Belize River, and certainly will inundate all the other areas that are attached to the river. So residents should be aware of this. That even though the rain has let up a bit, there is still significant wind, and that wind is now bringing in this storm surge.
Now, you've had the opportunity to move about the city prior to the actual arrival of Hurricane Lisa. Aside from what we're seeing here at City Hall, what can you share with us in terms of some of the other damages or some of the other conditions that you've observed around the city?
Yeah, from what I've observed, we have had substantial damage in respect to residents' roofs, tree falling, lamppost falling, and it's concentrated all across the city. There's no specific area that you could say has been saved, so to speak. The damage is spread all across the city. In the Fort George area, I was speaking to one of my friends there at the Radisson. Significant damage in that area. High storm surge. Similarly, if you go in the Lake Eye area, I was with the Deputy Prime Minister earlier this afternoon, and damages is all across the city, Sani. It will be, I could say, a mammoth type of recovery we'll have to do, because this hurricane has really left significant impact in terms of damage to the infrastructure, the homes, the people's lives, and at the end of the day, people want to get back at some point to their normal life. So we will have to continue to put our plan in motion in respect to recovery. As soon as we have gotten the all clear, our damage and assessment needs, that damage and needs assessment team will be going out to do preliminary assessments, and so that we can be able to begin to alleviate some of the sufferings of the residents of the city.
Now, talk to us about the cleanup campaign that has to take place in the wake of this particular storm. I know that there's a lot of garbage, debris, and what have you strewn across the streets of Belize City, and this in itself will require an equally mammoth undertaking to clean up.
It will certainly have to, and it will require collaboration and coordination with different agencies, with communities, with the residents. At the end of the day, it will have to be coordinated based on what I have seen out there all across the city. Roofs flying off, lampposts down, houses down, fences down. So it will require, I know our team in respect to the works are ready. We have the necessary equipment, the saws, all the machines to really, and the trucks obviously will need to get some additional equipment, heavy duty equipment, to really make some sort of inroad as quick as possible into recovery.
All right, Mayor Wagner, is there anything else you want to share with us, either based on what you've seen, either based on what your plans are going forward to see how best we can pick up the pieces?
Well, again, we have to rely on the direction of NEMO, and we have to rely heavily on our Prime Minister and Cabinet and all the other area representatives in the Belize City area, because it will require collaboration. It can't be only at the area representative level or at the prime ministerial level or at NEMO level. It will have to be at a coordinated effort by all these agencies along with our international partners so as to really get some semblance of order back into the city and to normalcy. That is where we want to reach. That is where the residents of the city want to reach at some point in time.
My final question to you. You're the chair of the Emergency Operations Center, the command. What is it like right now in terms of being able to man that particular office and dealing with the concerns of residents who are calling in?
Well, unfortunately for us, Isani, we have a very dynamic team. We have, along with us, we have BDF, we have Coast Guard, we have the police, we have the Assistant Commissioner of Police right here with us. We have transport people. We have NEMO, the local NEMO coordinator, Mr. Dennis Ribbon, here with us. And so having all these personnel here really taking care of their individual tasks makes the job much easier. We are able to man the phones. We are able to keep track of each and every report that came in through this emergency operating center. We have track of each one of them, and as soon as we are able, our caregivers then will be able to go out and provide some measure of relief to those residents. Again, it will. I continue to stress it will have to be a coordinated effort. City alone can't do it. The Prime Minister alone can't do it. The area reps and the ministers can't do it alone. It will require all of us. It will require a community and the people to get this done.
Perfect. Thanks a lot for joining us once again, Mayor Wagner. I know you're very busy at the moment and your work has just only begun.
Right. Yes, it has. Thanks again, Ms. Arlen.
All right, stay safe, Mayor. Good evening.
All right, that was Mayor Bernard Wagner in Belize City sharing with us the state of City Hall. In a few, we will be getting an update as well from the chairperson of Ladyville as it relates to what it's like over that side. We do know that Ladyville is extremely flood prone. So I think
that area from Vista Del Mar to certain parts of Ladyville.
Exactly, and even just the main main road. So I can only imagine what that is like right now, and we have him on the line. Good afternoon, Mr. Bennett.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, I'm still in the afternoon. How are things over that side?
Things is not too good over this side in Ladyville. Of course, I believe that everyone would know by now, if you're sitting at the north of a storm, when it makes landfall, you will feel the brunt of that storm. And Ladyville is feeling that blunt right now. There is a number of lampposts that have fallen, snapped, and a number of roofs that have went, basically completely off houses. There's a number of houses that fell, blow down. And there are a number of trees that have fallen that is blocking some roadways as we speak. We also have some residents who, for some reason at the start, did not adhere to advices from the village council from NEMO. And they are making their way through the storm to the hurricane shelter.
Oh, wow.
Shelter, which is very, very dangerous because they are flooded the area, and of course the house have either collapsed or the roof have blown up. The NEMO are doing their best, the Belize District NEMO are doing their best with the assistance from the and police. So again, that we were trying to prevent to go out in the storm and rescue these people, the residents, and bring them to the hurricane shelter. So it's not too good right now in Ladyville.
As it relates to the capacity of the hurricane shelter so far, would you be able to give us an estimation of how many persons are in there?
Well, so far there are 75 persons in the hurricane in the Ladyville Community Center, which was the first hurricane shelter that was open from yesterday 6 p.m. The Ladyville Angelical Hurricane Shelter was open, but I need to check. But so far, no contact because the internet went down. And I don't have the contact number for that officer manning that hurricane shelter. So I don't know at the moment. I'm just waiting to see. Hopefully the wind can subside so I can probably venture out quickly and see what we check.
So
have you visited the area of Vista Del Mar? Have you been in communication, with anyone from Vista Del Mar who may be distressed? I saw some images earlier.
Yes, we have received couple distress from Vista Del Mar area reporting up to 4 to 5 feet of water, and the BDF and the police were coordinating to go and rescue these people who did not adhere to the advisory, to go and try to get them out from them and take them to the nearest hurricane shelter, which is the Ladyville Community Center. Yes, because Ladyville, we are experiencing hurricane force winds for the past, I would say, 3 hours plus, which started around 1:30 minutes to 2. And presently, they're still experiencing hurricane force winds.
Oh, wow. Wow. Would you, can you share the contact number for yourself or the shelters for persons that may be listening, just so they can get some help if they need?
My number is 614-8432.
Okay, thank you very much.
614-8432.
Yes, and communication with internet and stuff is very difficult right now because the area is out of electricity. I just want to advise motorists, for some people they are listening, to exercise extreme caution when approaching along the Ladyville Technical High School area, because there's a electrical pole that is across the highway.
Oh, wow.
I don't believe people will be out at the moment, but just in case, because we still have some people who, still want to move around.
Yeah.
For some reason or other.
As it is, we're presently under a state of public emergency, and so movement is fairly restricted to persons who are essential services now?
Yes, definitely. Right now, the only persons that should be out is the PDF and the police and NEMO officials who have who should be out at the moment exercise and conducting search and rescue at this moment. So nobody else, I believe, should be out at the moment because it's very dangerous. I have seen personally things flying all over the place, crashing into people's houses, roof completely ripped off, and our neighborhood, next door neighbor yard and stuff. So, and water is rising as we speak in the Vista Del Mar area. So, whosoever are in distress, they can call the NEMO numbers or try to reach myself so that I can forward that bit of information to the NEMO, the leadership NEMO office, so we can try to see if they can conduct that search and rescue,
All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bennett.
Okay, welcome.
So that was Bernard Bennett, the chairperson for
Ladyville
Village Council.
That's hard to hear, that persons are traveling through Ladyville trying to access a shelter at this time. And I mean, I can only imagine what it's like being in your home thinking that maybe it can serve its purpose, but then realizing at the 11th hour that no, it really cannot, and walking through that, seeing debris flying over the place, zincs flying over the place, that's not a good place to be.
Yeah. We're looking at an image here.
That's Albert Street, I think.
This is Albert Street in the Market Square area.
Wow.
That too is underwater. If you kind of go back to the image that we were showing earlier with the swing bridge and that area behind the commercial center, you would appreciate how this water, there we go, you would appreciate how all of this water gets onto Albert Street and into that portion of the downtown area, which would mean then, if I'm not mistaken, that entire area around the courthouse would also be underwater as well. Since
right.
There's also a high tide, I'm being made to understand. So we're looking at a high tide that's coming up in a few minutes against all of this water that's part of the storm surge.
Wow. Well, we are about wrapping up what is an extensive day of covering Hurricane Lisa making landfall onto Belize. We have covered the preliminary of it, preparing, finding out the information of what we would have been expecting, to being in studio, but also having our colleagues outside gathering the information in real time in the storm, interacting with persons trying to find shelter. And we've also gotten updates from our friends over at the National Meteorological Service, really breaking down what the storm is, also through retired meteorologist Mr. Frank Tench. We've also gotten information from the chairpersons, from the NEMO and CMO coordinators as well. And it's been it's been an experience, I think, that you don't get very often, you know, and of course you don't want to get, but I think this is one for the books in the sense that we have acknowledged that it's not very often that we get a hurricane during the daytime, so we are able to visually see in real time what a storm does. And this is history right here, even though it's a Category 1.
Yes. I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge the efforts of the newsroom, right? I know these guys have been working since this morning. I made a call to my colleagues in the newsroom for us to get out as early as possible and begin the coverage, and all the reporters responded to that call. I commend Paul Lopez for the stellar work that he has done since this morning. Same for Marian Ali, as well as Dwayne Moody. And even you, Sabrina, this is your first covering this kind of an event. It's been an eye-opener for you, I'm certain, being in the brain of everything and seeing how this works. And so kudos to the entire News 5 team for making this possible, the cameraman, the technician, the producer, and the master control operators as well. Of course, our CEO, Marlene Koyar. So we'll wrap up today. Our work continues in earnest tomorrow because we're only just beginning in terms of the post-hurricane coverage, and we will be bringing those stories to you tomorrow. We don't have a newscast today, obviously, but tomorrow we will be revisiting some of what took place today and looking forward to the complete damage assessment as well as the way forward. So that does it for our extensive coverage of Hurricane Watch for Lisa.
Yes, so everyone at home, at shelters, stay dry and stay safe. Thanks for watching and have a good night.